Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. This is the beginning of a new series where I'll be posting the top horror stories of the week every single Monday at 10 p.m. Central. If you like this idea, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's go for 1,000 likes. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Have you ever gotten that feeling that everyone around you is in on something that you aren't? Or that all of your friends are just paid actors? The Truman Show mentality, you could call it. Well, when I tell you it's about to get so much worse, you'd better believe me. About 1 year ago, I had to put my grandmother in a nursing home. I couldn't take care of her anymore, so it was really the only option. Despite my deep disgust of nursing homes, she'd gotten Alzheimer's, and it was just too much to handle anymore. I couldn't give the care that she needed. Anyways, that's despite the point. Shit really started to hit the fan when I began visiting her every Saturday. The first time was, I don't know, maybe a month after she was in the place. I walked up to the building's big fancy doors and rang the buzzer. "Name?" a female voice asked, irritated. Here for Susan Bartley," I said into the speaker. "Come on in," the woman said, and the door clicked. I swung the thing open and walked into an empty room. There were old people playing games at card tables in a large room right behind the reception desk, and a few other adults my age sitting at small couches waiting for their loved ones. "Over here," the woman at the desk waved. I smiled apologetically. "Sorry about that. I've never been in here," I justified to the woman as I approached the desk. "I'm here to see my grandmother?" "Yes," the woman responded, scrolling down a computer screen. I looked past her in the game room and noticed two elderly people fighting with each other. I cracked a smile. "She's in room 204. The elevator is right down that hall." She pointed left. "Okay, thanks," I said, then walked off. But I couldn't help but notice something about the woman behind the desk. She was dark-skinned, but had bright gray eyes. They were beautiful, but strange. I took the elevator up, which smelled very strongly of old people, and then approached my grandmother's room. I knocked quietly on the door. "Come in," she yelled. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Her hearing was fine, but she screamed at everything anyway. "Hey, Grandma," I said with a wave. She grinned. "My favorite grandson," she demanded, and so I gave her a hug. "What brings you to this miserable place?" she asked as I sat down on a recliner. She was watching a cooking show on the television set, and she was sitting on a chair with her arms crossed. The walls here were tan and white, and there was a window behind me. We both sat in recliners that were way too close to the television, and I found them to be unexpectedly comfortable. "I wanted to see you, duh," I remarked. "Stop being a smart aleck," she waved with a smile. We talked for about an hour, right up until the sun had completely set behind the horizon and the glow coming through the shades had ceased. "Visiting hours are over," a man said, peeking in the room. He too had gray eyes, but I didn't notice it at the time. I said goodbye to my grandma and then left. On the way back to my house, I noticed that there was something off about the place. I couldn't quite place it, but it felt weird and it smelled weird. And the people were all kind of mean and just not right. It was unsettling, but I tried not to think too much about it. I went back the next Saturday, buzzed in, spoke with the same woman at the reception counter, and met her steely-eyed gaze. Only for a moment, but long enough to send static up my spine. It was a sensation that I'd never quite experienced before, one of both fear and defense. Something primal. I tried to shake it off and took the elevator up. My grandma and I talked for about an hour before I finally got the courage to ask her the question that had been on my mind all week long. "Hey, I have a question," I said. "Shoot." "Does this place seem a little weird to you?" I quietly asked. She furrowed her brow. "Are you high?" "No," I laughed. "It's just that these people here seem so strange. The workers, I mean. They're just upset that they have to work," she explained, "like all young people." "Yeah, probably." I nodded, but I didn't believe it. "It's 8. You should probably go before they kick you out." She pointed at the clock. "Yeah, you're right." I laughed, then said my goodbyes. On the walk to the elevator, I saw a worker come by with a chart that contained medications for all the residents. I gave him a friendly wave, to which I was ignored, but I looked at the cart as he walked past. There were jars of cloudy water on the bottom shelf. A few were empty, but most were full. I'd never seen anything like it. It certainly didn't look like any sort of medication. When I saw the man walk into another room, I decided to wait. I had to see if they were giving that shit to my grandma. After about 2 minutes, the man came back out, and sure enough, I could see that one of the jars had been drained. It meant they were giving this mysterious solution to the patients. I almost spoke up about it, but the man skipped my grandmother's room altogether and went to the room next to it. Is this some extra treatment that I have to sign up for? I wondered to myself. The elevator finally dinged and I stepped inside. My thumb went to the ground floor button, but I hovered. I shouldn't have cared. I should have just left it alone because they weren't giving my grandma anything bad. But that stuff in the jars, I was experienced with medications and nothing looked like that ever. So I hit the basement button instead, where they were bound to keep all their medications, and down I went. 1 ding, 2 dings, basement. My gut was pulling me forward at this point, directing me to the source of all my suspicions. It was a feeling I can't explain. I think some of me just knew that something was wrong. The elevator door pulled itself open, and the elevator flooded with air so humid it might as well have been rain. I began to cough into my arm, attempting to be as quiet as possible, until my lungs could get used to it. Surely this place has to be a health risk. The amount of mold down here must be astronomical in this environment, I thought to myself, and the air was really salty. I stuck my head out of the doors and blinked the tears out of my stinging eyes. To the left of my elevator was an endless hallway, and to the right was another long hallway with a door at the end of it. A very suspicious looking door. I looked left, looked right, then left. Empty. Nobody. So I sprinted out the elevator like any inconspicuous person would and aimed myself at the door at the end of the hall. About 10 feet away, I could tell there was a sound emanating from the other side of it. It slowed down and tried to stop my heavy breathing to listen. It was almost like the sound of dominoes lightly tapping each other. I pressed my ear against the wet oak and listened further. The sound was noticeably different, like 2 rocks being firmly ground together. Then suddenly I began to hear footsteps far behind me. I reared my head around. I couldn't see anyone there yet, but I ducked through the door right next to the weird one and closed it behind me. My heart was pounding in my chest. It felt like there were eyes on my back, and the feeling of suspense sat firmly on my chest. I could still faintly hear the dominoes in the other room. The footsteps grew louder, then louder, and they stopped right outside the door. I heard a door handle twist, then a creak. He was opening the weird door. I could tell because that horrible sound began again. It made me want to puke. I don't even know why. It was like nails on a chalkboard, or a knife on a plate. Either way, the sound of dominoes, rubbing skin, and grinding rocks almost sent my dinner all over the floor. All I could take deep breaths to overcome the nausea and hope that whoever was out there wouldn't open this door. A moment passed and I heard a thud in the other room, like something hit the floor. Something wet. The clattering, grinding sound became louder and faster instantly. Then the door closed. The worker walked away. When the footsteps faded off into nothingness, I wasted no time throwing open the door, running back to the elevator, hitting the button and getting the hell out of there as soon as possible. I tried as hard as I could to look cool and collected while walking through the waiting room and out the door, but I know I failed miserably. That night, all I could think about was that sound. That horrible, horrible sound. I felt like I should know what it was, but I just couldn't place it. I knew that my grandma was alright though, because she wasn't getting any of the cloudy liquid. Another weekend visit passed, then another. Each time they skipped my grandmother's room and she was not given the water. In fact, my grandma seemed to be doing better. Her memory was slowly becoming sharper, like the Alzheimer's was just fading away. I'd secretly hoped that she'd be able to come out of the home eventually, but on the 6th week of my visits, I did my usual routine. Walk in, attempt a conversation with the robot lady at the counter, then walk up to my grandmother's room. We watched a show, relaxed, the usual. I must have been extremely tired that day because the next thing I knew, I woke up and the room was dark, only lit by the television. My sunglasses were over my eyes. They'd slipped from my head while I slept. I looked over to my grandmother and nearly shit my pants. On the ground, at her feet, there was the most disgusting looking creature I'd ever seen. Not even a nightmare could create such a horror. It looked like a big crab, but it had a thin layer of skin stretched over it. The long legs were bony, and the shell protruded from the skin at the joints. And the torso head, whatever the fuck you want to call it, was much bigger than a normal crab's. It looked like someone stuck a tire pump in it and then just kept blowing it up. And by far, the most horrifying thing about it was the eyes. Human eyes. Gray eyes that stared blankly at my grandma's foot. I tried to move, tried to bolt up to save her and get that creature away because those eyes looked so familiar. And I just couldn't place it. My legs wouldn't move. My arms wouldn't move. It was completely paralyzed. The crab then began to slowly climb up her leg, leaving bloody scratches in its wake. It stared at her face with wonder and approached it. It climbed up the side of her spindly arm, on her shoulder, then onto her head, wrapping its legs around it in a vice grip. The bottom of the thing's torso was positioned right over her face, and to my horror, I saw two spindly columns of moving flesh descend from it. They looked like nerve endings, searching around for who knows what. But then they found the eyes. They pried open the lids, slipped up and behind her eyes, and 2 seconds later dragged my grandmother's eyes right out of the sockets, stem and everything. The creature climbed to the top of her head and began to pull. The sound of a breaking boulder and a falling tree, snapping, twisting, creaking filled my ears, and the top of her head came right off. Like a lid, like the hood of a car. The bulbous torso of the crab then opened and enveloped her brain completely. I don't know how, but it fit all of its legs in there with it and set the skull back where it was initially. There was no mark, no blood, no scar, nothing. And then the bloody sockets in her head filled up with gray, confused eyes. I felt something crawling up my leg then. I looked down and saw one there, looking at me with those horrible eyes. This one was faster. It was over my face in an instant. I couldn't move, no matter how hard I tried. Was she conscious then too? No, her eyes weren't open. She didn't know. She couldn't have. Nobody should see this. Nobody should have to feel those spindly legs grinding up against your scalp and vice gripping your head, seeing pink tendrils of flesh coming to take your eyes away from you like I was. Nobody should smell that smell. A smell that I recognized because the entire place smelled like those fucking things. But by dumb luck, I was saved. The tendrils hit the sunglasses over my eyes, searching around a little bit, and found nothing. The tendrils sucked back in, and the crab did nothing for a second. 2 seconds. 3. The creature turned itself around on my face and skittered down my arms and legs to the floor and out the door, lit only by the blue television light. The next thing I remember is waking up in the room, sunlight pouring in. My grandmother gone. I shot up like a gun. Knocked on the bathroom door. No response. I ran out of the room, down the hall, then took the stairs to the first floor and approached the reception. My grandmother. She's gone, I frantically stated. The woman showed no expression. Susan, correct? She threw a fit during games this morning, so we had to take her to the infirmary to check her out. The doctors think it's the Alzheimer's, the woman explained. I almost told her that I knew she was lying because I would know if my grandma got up for games that morning. I was there in her room, but she didn't know that. And she had gray eyes. She was one of them, so I bit my tongue, faked a sigh of relief. Thank God, I sighed. I could have sworn it was getting better, I exclaimed. That happens often. It seems as if they improve, but then it gets worse. We'll contact you when we can see her again, okay? The woman reassured, but her voice was flat, eyes empty. Okay, I nodded, then walked out of the building. I probably should have felt fear then. The things I'd seen, they should have sent me into a form of shock that would have made me catatonic. The sight of that thing on my grandma was burned into the back of my eyelids. But all I wanted to do was send the place into flames. All I wanted to do was kill all of those creatures. They took my grandma from me, stole her away, and they'd done it to plenty of others, which meant I had to find out what the hell was going on. I had to find out what that noise in the basement was, what the water is for, everything. I knew that most of the patients there had dementia or Alzheimer's, and I'd seen many of them around. They always looked lost and confused, and they all had gray eyes. Most likely these creatures would take a brain, but you'd have to get used to it. They'd be stupid at first, which would let them blend into the population easily because looking confused and lost was standard. And the workers are trained. They're the oldest and smartest ones, but still not all that smart. I guess that the receptionist was the smartest of them all because she was seen by normal people the most often, but she obviously wasn't all that smart either, otherwise she would have noticed that I didn't leave last night like I was supposed to. Poor memory. Poor at reading emotions. Just creatures without hearts and one primary goal. To replicate. Spread like a disease. I had to stop them. I had to kill them. In that room in the basement, the one that stranger had opened, there had to be more of those things in there. The sound would match perfectly. The skin rubbing, the clanking of exposed bone. It all made sense. So I laid out the facts. The basement was humid and the air was salty. They were parasites using their host for nutrients. So they could eat human food. And that water in the jars, it was most likely saturated salt water. That's what it looked like, at least. And it would make sense because the basement was also salty. The things love salt and water. They have to. Without it, they die. There was only one path forward. I couldn't burn the place down. That was for sure. Otherwise, the people who hadn't been taken over by the crabs would die. And there would be no reason for that. And the cops wouldn't listen. No way. They'd call me crazy. I would have to kill them with the one thing that kept them alive. The salt water. I could poison it. I'd just need a nurse's outfit. Their memory was shit, so I was confident that they wouldn't recognize me. As for the poison, there was one thing I could think of that would do the job without being suspicious. Nitrates. Simple as that. Aquatic animals go into nitrate shock and die when they get too much of it. And as a bonus, it couldn't be traced back to me. There was a high probability that the host would also die during the process, which was technically murder, but that didn't stop me. I wouldn't wish the curse of living on anyone who'd had to experience such horror as what those creatures produced. Obtaining the outfit was child's play. All I did was lie to the receptionist and tell her I forgot my wallet in the room. And I was in the building. A short trip to the laundry room later, and I had clothes that were just my size. I slipped the scrubs over my body, then picked up the purse I always walked with. Inside of it was fertilizer and a pair of sunglasses. I was ready. Slowly, I progressed down the hallway with my sunglasses on. The receptionist looked at me and I held my breath, hoping she wouldn't realize. And she didn't. I was right. They can't recognize faces. I resisted the urge to smile like a maniac, then stepped into the elevator and pressed the basement button. I descended one level, and once again the humid air rushed in. I rubbed my eyes for a moment again, trying to blink the tears out of my eyes, then took a left out of the elevator. The footsteps from the other week came from the direction I was now going, and so I watched the labels on the doors for anything having to do with medications. Unluckily for me, however, the rooms were not labeled correctly. One just had a bunch of glass containers in it, another had piles of clothes. And then I came upon one room that spiked my interest. There was something inside of it, shuffling around. I pressed my ear to the door and was able to hear the sound of jar lids being screwed on glass. I took a deep breath, thinking about what I was going to do. Confidence, I told myself. And then I knocked on the door. Sound stopped behind the door, and then it swung open. There was a blond man there with silver eyes looking at me blankly. I quickly looked behind him and saw the jars full of liquid. I was prepared to bullshit my way through it, but I also had no idea how to do that. Did these things even use words to communicate? Can they detect lies? Will it recognize me? What want? The man asked, speech slurred like a drunk. I pointed up. She told me do this. I pointed, copying his speech. He gave a slight nod, then walked out of the room and further down the hall into another room. His gait was asymmetric and strange. I closed the door and got to work immediately. I put as many beads of fertilizer as I could in each jar, and loaded them onto the cart. The only issue was the fact that non-residents wouldn't get this water. But no, the real plan wasn't even for the residents. The real plan was to get the ones that were alone. The ones in that room. To kill them was the real plan. I filled the last jar, stashed it on the rack, and turned around. Gray eyes met me. It was the receptionist. A bolt of electricity ran down my spine. The hairs on my arms stuck straight up. "What are you doing?" she asked me. "Fill jar," I pointed. The woman stared at me for several seconds. "What are those on your face?" Her voice was as monotone as ever. "I don't remember you." "Body knew," I responded, hoping she wouldn't notice the beads of sweat on my face. The woman suddenly inhaled forcefully. "You don't smell," she speculated. "Take those off." She pointed. "Yes," I responded, voice shaky. I knew she could kill me, but I took those glasses off anyway. I couldn't think of another option. And when she saw that my eyes were blue and not gray, her face showed genuine anger. The only emotion she'd ever shown. "Liar," she screamed. Her hand was around my throat in an instant. She pushed me up against the table, my back bending over the edge of it at an excruciating angle. I clawed and punched and pulled, and nothing was working. Her grip was strong. Her eyes flared. Her forearm rippled with muscle. My hand found my bag, gripped the roach killer spray I'd brought. I slammed the cap on the table, laid my finger over the nozzle, aimed at her face. I almost couldn't push the button down. My vision was almost completely black. But the woman's grip loosened, and after a few seconds, when my hearing returned, I saw her squirming and clawing at the ground. "No," she screamed, covering her face. And then with the sound of a breaking boulder, the top of her skull came clean off, rolling along the floor. The crab which resided in her head frantically squirmed out. It tried to run away, but instead just ran into walls, and it eventually collapsed and squirmed there. It was quiet. It made no sound but that of rubbing your arms together. Then silence. It was quiet for a moment then, while I coughed so hard that I felt my eyes were going to pop out of my skull. I could hardly breathe. I dragged myself off my knees with the help of the table. Every limb felt tingly and weak, but I didn't give up. I couldn't give up. I wandered out of the room, using one hand to support myself against the wall, and the other to carry the 2 bottles of roach spray I'd brought along. Slowly, the door at the end of the hallway approached. The fresh can of spray was ready, so as I came upon the oak door and the horrible sound of clinking bone and rubbing skin on the other side, I threw some duct tape over the nozzle button, opened the door, and threw it in like a grenade. There were hundreds in that room. Hundreds. I'd only gotten a glimpse, but it was more than I wish I would have gotten. A sea of eyes and skin-wrapped crabs. The door slammed shut, and I could hear them all squirming around each other. I could hear them scratching at the door desperately. But a minute later, they were all dead. They were all dead, and it was time for the rest of the show to commence. After walking back to the medications room, I grabbed my purse and wheeled the squeaky cart down the corridor. It was so quiet, I remember. So peaceful, and thankfully one near-death experience was all I had to experience that night. Once I got to the main floor, it was a piece of cake. I just handed the cart over to another employee, and the creatures began to die. I myself patrolled the complex, peeking into rooms and often finding a crab dead on the floor. Every once in a while, there would be one that was normal, a human that was still, well, human. It made me glad that I didn't just burn the whole place. As for the other employees, well, I just sprayed them as I found them. By 10:30 at night, they were all dead. Well, maybe the basement was an exception, but I wasn't going down there again. I picked up the phone at the reception desk and dialed the police. 911, what's your emergency? The operator asked. We need assistance at the nursing home off 5th. There were infectious crabs that took over everyone's brain and now they're all dead. I explained. You know prank calling is a crime, right? The operator scolded. I'm not joking. They're all dead and the ones that are still human have nobody to take care of them. Come if you want, or don't. I said, then set down the phone on the desk. And then I went home, and I slept better than I have in my entire life. My grandma may be dead now. I may have killed her, or maybe I saved her. Maybe I saved yours. No, I wasn't going to say anything about any of this. I killed them all and that was it. Nothing else to say, no reason to spook anyone or start a conspiracy. But the other day I was at a grocery store, walking around and looking for the cheap freezer pizzas when I saw a small sampling station. I looked down at the sample as I walked by with my cart and then heard a voice. Hello, she said, bright and cheery. I looked up to see a young woman staring at me, with gray eyes. Would you like to try a crab cake? My mother died about 3 hours ago. She was on her way home from work when she was struck by a car in a hit and run. My father was friends with the local police chief, who called him as soon as he had a visual confirmation my mother was dead. My father decided it would be best if I was left here at the house while he went on to confirm what had happened. Let me say, sitting alone at home, waiting for my mother to come home, knowing she never would again, probably not the best way to leave your child. Grief does work in mysterious ways, and my father was likely attempting to protect me from seeing what would likely have fed my nightmares. Sitting in the living room, I decided that sitting in silence wasn't going to be doing me any favors. I turned on the TV and started watching one of those generic superhero movies. You know the ones, filled with unnecessary jokes, overly drawn-out action sequences. Those types of films. The perfect distraction, I thought. Something to take my mind off. I heard a chime on my phone. Opening it up, I saw a text sent from an unknown number. Assuming my father had just left his phone at home, he was prone to do that, I opened it up expecting to see a text letting me know he'd be home soon with news. However, instead, I was greeted with a picture message. Puzzled, I downloaded the picture and was greeted with a picture of my mom. She was facing away from the camera, standing on the sidewalk, seemingly walking towards the neighboring parking garage from her work. The image was zoomed in on her, but I could just make out the edges of a vehicle's inspection tags in one of the upper corners. I was confused, thinking that maybe it was my dad texting me to let me know my mother was okay, and he was just pulling up to pick her up when I received another picture from the same number. This time, I nearly passed out in fear. On the ground lay my mother, her arm bent at a weird angle, with red blood pouring from a gash in her skull. Her hair was matted and sticky with the liquid. Her shirt was torn. If she wasn't dead when it was taken, she would have been soon. I had received confirmation that my mother was dead in the worst way possible, by seeing her from the killer's point of view. I immediately went to dial 911 when a third text chimed. On the screen I saw it was an actual text. All it said was, "Hello, Henry." A moment later, my door opened and my father returned home, his face gaunt. I told him what I had received, nearly yelling in anger and fright, questioning him why he had sent me the pictures. He replied that he had his phone the entire time, proving it by pulling it out and showing it to me. I responded by showing him the pictures sent to me. He took my phone and immediately called his friend, the police chief, to send an officer out to us. I was in hysterics and decided to retire to my room, having had quite enough of the pain the emotions brought. Laying there in bed crying, I heard a voice say, "Hello, Henry. Is your mama home?" Frightened, I looked around my room and couldn't find the source of the voice. Thinking back on it, the voice had sounded a little bit garbly, almost like it was a phone on speaker or playing through a Bluetooth speaker. I turned to look at my radio. Sure enough, the light was green. It was connected to something. I quickly stood and went to turn it off, but then, "If you turn off the speaker, I will break into your house and kill you." I was frozen in place. Fear welled up in my chest as I waited. Unsure how to proceed, the voice returned. "Good. Sit back down on your bed." I did as I was told. I looked at the door to my room, hoping to find my father would hear what was happening. No such luck. "Do you want to play a game?" "No," I replied. "Leave me alone." "I'm afraid I can't do that, Henry. We're going to play a game of hide and seek. In about 3 minutes, I'm going to find you and kill you. If you aren't hiding in a safe spot, then I will kill you and your father. Time's wasting. Better hurry." The Bluetooth speaker began counting down. I ran from my room and went looking for my father. I couldn't find him anywhere. Knowing I was running out of time, I quickly grabbed a knife and went into the bathroom upstairs. I hid in the shower, having locked the door. I heard the chime of my Bluetooth speaker begin counting down. I ran from my room and went looking for my father. I couldn't find him anywhere. Knowing I was running out of time, I quickly grabbed a knife and went into the bathroom upstairs. I hid in the shower, having locked the door. I heard the chime of my Bluetooth speaker going off. For 2 minutes, it played repeatedly. I heard my father walk into my room to turn it off, but I also heard the telling creak of the hardwood floor just outside my bathroom. Someone else was in the house with me and my dad. My dad called out my name, but by then, the door to the bathroom had swung open, and standing in the silhouette was a tall man in a dark outfit, mask and all. "Hello, Henry," he said. He walked into the bathroom and smiled. I was too scared to make a noise. He had me trapped. I knew I could have called out for my dad to help, but the only sound out of my lips was a frightened gasp as the man walked forward still. He was a foot away from me, a knife in his hand, and was savoring the moment. My dad walked up and saw him standing there. He lunged for the man and knocked the knife from his hands, struggling with him on the bathroom floor. I quickly grabbed the knife and watched in absolute horror as my father struggled with the man before he fell unconscious. My father helped me out of the shower and immediately called the cops. Within minutes, an officer ran up the stairs and handcuffed the man before he regained consciousness. A short time later, the police chief arrived with several more officers, all there to take the man into custody. On the man, they found my mother's ID and phone, as well as another phone which he had used to send me the pictures. During the investigation, it came out that the man was a widowed father of a young boy my mother had failed to save during a cardiac arrest the year prior. The man who had spent the last year plotting his revenge had seen my mother walking away from the hospital she'd worked at and had run her down. Having realized killing her wasn't enough, he wanted my father to feel the same pain he had gone through, having lost both a wife and a son. The man was taken away and jailed. To this day, 2 words still haunt my every nightmare. Hello, Henry. It was 7:45 p.m. on a Friday night. Truthfully, I got home from work at 7:30. I was just sitting there for 15 minutes staring at the kitchen light shine through the window on this dark evening and feeling the sense of dread that radiated from that house. Her house. My wife Megan was an amazing girlfriend. Cool, laid back, sexy. The kind of girl to throw back beers with you at the tailgate. Everything I ever wanted, but everything I never got. From the second I married her ungrateful ass, it's been nagging, jealous, insecure, dead bedroom, and no going out with my friends unless I want to be in the doghouse. I looked at the house that I once considered mine, and as I watched the lace curtains in the window, I felt my blood boil with resentment knowing that it's now her house. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. I instinctively reached for my pocket to check my phone, and I remembered why I had been waiting in the car so long. I left my phone at home that day with Meg. There was no way she didn't read through my texts or emails or browser history. Hell, she probably looked through my Amazon pictures. She never trusted me for shit. I sighed and walked to the door while my mind was screaming at my body to drive away and never come back. I hesitantly turned the doorknob and opened the door to my wife's house. As I opened the door and a gust of the scent of my favorite meal wafted into my face, a beef roast in the slow cooker. Meg hasn't made this since the time she told me she dented my car. I was immediately suspicious. "Hi, honey, welcome home." I hear her sickly sweet voice call from the kitchen. I hesitantly walked in and saw her standing next to the slow cooker chopping up some carrots and humming "Build Me Up Buttercup" softly. Her long brown hair was perfectly curled. She was in a skin-tight pink dress. If I weren't so cautious, I'd have been drooling over her. "Pot roast, huh?" I said with a chuckle, trying to play it cool. "Mm-hmm." She responded with a smile in a sing-songish tone. "Oh, by the way, you left this here today." she said and handed me my phone. I took it from her hand, not breaking eye contact with her. The look she gives me was unsettling, like the coy expression of someone who knows a secret you don't. I hid my nerves and opened my phone. I go to my messages with Tawny, just the same as I last saw. I love you, baby. I had messaged her before bed. I love you more, my dear, she responded. I glanced up from my screen to my wife. She was just stirring the roast, unaware of the little box of lies I held in my hand. She glanced up at me. What? She said with a chuckle and a small smile. Oh, nothing. Just admiring my beautiful wife, I said as I slipped the phone in my pocket. I changed my password monthly at this point, so maybe she hadn't figured it out. Well, dinner is almost done. Why don't you have a seat? She said with a nod towards the table. I walked over to the head of the table, and that's when I noticed it. The extra chair and extra place setting. What's this about, baby? I asked her, pointing a thumb to the extra place. Oh, we're having someone for dinner, she said excitedly as she walked over and set the crock pot gently on the table. She took my plate and puts a heaping helping of roast on it. I was still suspicious of whatever she did that needs such an extravagant apology dinner for. She then took her plate and gives herself a serving and sits down. Who's coming for dinner? I asked her with a confused tone. She just laughed and sat down. I look again at the empty place setting. Megan, who's coming for dinner? I asked again, a little frustrated at being ignored. She laughed again as she cut her roast and popped a bite into her mouth. She inhaled sharply and looked to the upper left of her vision, as if she were thinking. Why don't you tell me about Tawny? She asked with a smile as she cut off another mouthful. My heart drops, and ice water runs through my body, knowing I've been caught. She's a colleague, I sputter out. Meg scoffs at me. Yeah, a colleague who sends you a picture of her rack? She asks and stares intently at me. I drink some water to buy myself some time to think of an answer. It's not like that, Meg, I say sheepishly. I look down at my plate and start cutting aimlessly at the meal. Fidgeting makes me feel anxious. It's only a matter of time before she flies off the handle. I'm sure it's not. She's cute. I can't blame you. A hot little blonde 22-year-old. I'm sure she has no dad since she's such a slut. That's why you're always willing to be her daddy, yeah? She grills me as she punctures her roast with her fork and has another slice. The sound of her fork scraping her teeth were worse than nails on a chalkboard. I take a bite of my dinner as I mull over my next move. I chewed slowly to milk as much time as I can and come up with a way out of this. I begin the speech every person who's been in my situation tells. Meg, listen. I'm sorry. It didn't mean... No. She cut me off as she stabs her fork into her roast and points at me. No, you're not gonna do that. I'm not fucking stupid. It wasn't an accident. You did it, and now you're gonna face what you did, she says to me. This statement catches me off guard. Why? What do you mean? I ask her, feeling like I'm finally getting to the bottom of her antics. Tawny didn't know you're married, did she? She asks me with an evil smile. No, she didn't, I say as I stare down at my plate and slowly chew another mouthful. Anything to stall the shame of admitting what I done. Truthfully, I don't feel bad for lying to Meg. I feel bad for lying to Tawny. I know Meg would never let me leave, so I'm just leading that sweet girl on. Yeah, I figured as much. Your birthday isn't a good phone password, you know, she says to me before taking a sip of her merlot. It was so easy to text her and ask her if she wanted to have dinner with her sweet, sweet lover, Isaac, she says, still holding the glass to her lip and smiling. She isn't even looking at me, just looking off into the distance like she's reveling in her genius plan to get me caught. That's who's coming? Meg, come on. You're mad at me, not her. Why would you want to embarrass her like this? I lied. That doesn't make her a homewrecker. I said quickly as I stomped towards the window and look out in. Our street is pretty quiet, but she hasn't arrived yet and I can't see cars coming. I didn't want her to find out and have her leave me. Tawny is the last bit of love I have left in this pathetic existence I'm living. I don't want to lose her. I peered around the neighborhood as quickly as I could for any hint she's arriving. Isaac, sit down, she said sternly. No, this is bullshit. I really can't fucking believe you'd stoop this. Sit the fuck down, she yells as she thrusts the carving knife into the table. Not wanting to piss her off further, I oblige. Here's how it's going to be. I don't want a divorce. We're going to be together forever like you promised me. Her getting cut loose is the only way. I'm not going to share my man, not with a little whore like her, she says. Okay, well, we can talk about this, but she's not fucking coming here for dinner, I say as I pick up my phone and begin calling her number in hopes to come up with an excuse fast enough as to why she can't come home. Looking for another excuse to fidget, I hold my phone with my shoulder and begin cutting the meat for another bite. That's when I hear it, the muffled ringing coming from the drawer under the sink. What the fuck? Was she already here, Meg? I ask. Meg starts laughing to herself. I open the drawer to see Tawny's phone and the ring I got her for our Valentine's date. One of her birthstone earrings, and worst of all, a little clump of wheat-colored hair, tied up in a black ribbon. I looked at my wife seething with rage and hatred. Meg, what the fuck did you do? I ask her. She gets up and puts a firm and painful grip to the back of my neck and quickly glides me to the table. She sharply lurches my upper body forward so I'm parallel with the table hovering over my crock pot. She removed the lid, and when the steam cleared from my face, on the roast I see the vague shape I am very familiar with. A little butterfly on the roast, the one I've ran my hands over many times. My stomach turns and I feel lightheaded. Hot tears run down my face and into the dish. It feels like all the air has been sucked out of my body. I could die right now. This can't be real. It can't be real. My wife leans so her lips almost touch my ear and with that sickening, syrup-sweet voice whispered, I told you. We were having her for dinner. I've been a biologist ever since I was 22 years old. I grew up on a farm in rural Illinois, so nature has never been a stranger to me. Playing in the woods was how I entertained myself growing up. Spending all my time in a forest as a child, people expect me to have stories about Bigfoot or strange noises, or finding some weird shrine out in the middle of the woods, but no. The weirdest thing I ever encountered was a bobcat screeching. It sounds just like a woman's dying scream, and yes, to everyone who's ever claimed to hear a skinwalker or goat man screeching in the woods at night, I promise you it was just a bobcat. The truth is often mundane and disappointing. I think this would mean I had gotten bored of the woods, but I never really lost my true love for them. Nature is boring. That's why I like it. You know what to expect. That's why, after college, I decided to make studying nature my full-time career. I'm a biologist for the Sierra Club, specialized in the ecosystems of Midwestern America. Fish, birds, deer, elk, bear, wolves, and the like. I've spent weeks in fire towers, cabins, campsites, always miles away from civilization. I'm usually gathering data on local wildlife, measuring for pollutants, determining whether the ecosystem is stable or if anything threatens it. The work is not glamorous, but I enjoy it. And nature had still never surprised me. until my last assignment. I was designated to be stationed alone in the cabin in the Ozarks. The assignment was supposed to last 3 weeks in May. The Sierra Club was alerted to a steady decline in the local elk population over the last decade. Nothing drastic, but enough to raise concern. The job was to take census of the local wildlife, measure for pollutants, the usual. These are my diary entries for my assignment. Starting with my first night. I arrived in the evening in early May. Nothing was amiss the first 2 nights. It seemed an assignment like any other. The sounds of the forest were exactly what you'd expect. Crickets, an owl's hoot, and the occasional elk call. I was sent here in May because that's their mating season. The elk are out and about looking for dates, and that makes them easy to count. Elk mating is pretty straightforward. The female lets out a call, then waits for a male to find her. Usually it's first come, first served. If you catch my drift. If only, right? It was clear that love was in the air, and for all the calling, you'd think I would start seeing elk. But by the second day, I still hadn't spotted a single one. The third night, I was lying awake in bed uneasy. Something wasn't sitting right with me, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I was about to nod off when a female call cut through the night. I sighed. That was the second time that night I'd heard her. What, are the fellas having a guy's night or something? And that's when it finally hit me. I shot bolt upright in bed. For the last 3 nights, I had heard nothing but female mating calls. That should have drawn every male within half a mile. Now, elk are not discreet and they don't beat around the bush. When that male gets to the female, well, let's just say that the whole forest will know about it. I sat in bed, staring out into the night, pondering. There have to be males close enough to hear this female. So after 3 nights of her calls, why haven't I heard the main event? The third day, I went out into the trails, once again looking for some sign of elk in the forest. What I found was not encouraging. About a quarter mile from my cabin, I was trekking down the trail when I noticed something 30 feet into the woods. A large, brown, fuzzy mass lying in the bush. I smiled. An elk taking a midday nap. I took out my binoculars to get a closer look. It was an elk, all right, but my smile dropped when I realized that the brown, fuzzy mass was completely still. I carry a hunting rifle with me for safety. I readied it and approached the elk carefully. It looked fine from where I was standing, but I nearly dropped my rifle when I rounded to the animal's front. It was carnage. The poor creature had been completely gutted. What little remained of its entrails hung loosely from its chest cavity. The ribs had been pulled apart, and huge claw marks scarred its flank. Its head was barely connected to its body by a few weak strands of flesh. I heaved and almost lost what little breakfast I'd had. It was horrifying. I had to take a few moments to collect myself. This was the first time that nature had surprised me. What could have possibly done this? I've studied wildlife for years. This was a bull elk in its prime. It would have stood 9 feet tall alive, a king of the forest. There is no predator on this continent that could have taken down a full-grown bull. Pack or no pack. Even a grizzly wouldn't mess with something this big, and bears are mostly scavengers anyway. My mind raced through possibilities, trying to think of an explanation. Maybe it had been sick. Maybe a predator came upon it in its sleep, took it by surprise. Yeah, that must be it. It couldn't have fought back, but this savagery, those claw marks were bigger than even a grizzly's, and its ribs. No quadruped could have exerted leverage on the ribs to split them like that. You would need arms. A chilling thought occurred. A human. Could humans have done this? But why? Hunters would skin it, or take the head at least, to mount it on their wall. It's some psychopath out here dismembering wildlife for fun, and that still wouldn't explain those gruesome claws. Whatever this was, it needed to be reported. I was sent here to investigate the elk population declining, and this has to be related. I fished out my camera to take photos. Having to document the horror from every angle was heart-wrenching. The look in its eyes. This elk had been terrified when it died. I went to take one last shot. Just as the shutter clicked, my ears registered something. A sound from behind me that my camera had nearly drowned out. I whipped around. I had barely heard it, but it was there. A twig snapping. My camera hung from my neck and my rifle from my shoulder. I dropped the one to snatch up the other. Idiot. I thought to myself as I pointed the rifle towards the sound. I had been so shaken by the thought of the body, I had completely overlooked one important fact. The kill was fresh. The corpse didn't even begin to decay. The elk had been dead no more than half a day. And that means whatever killed it may still be nearby. With my rifle still trained on the spot, I backed away towards the trail. My hike back to the cabin was the only time in my life I felt scared of the forest. Trees surrounding me on all sides, no visibility. I jumped at the slightest sounds, never lowering my rifle, never going more than 5 seconds without looking behind me. I felt like prey, never knowing where the danger would come from or when. I didn't relax until my cabin door was closed and locked behind me. I spent the rest of the day inside my cabin, shaken. I readied my photos and sent them to my supervisors. They would take a day or two to respond. Until then, my plan was to investigate. During the day, and with my rifle ready. That night was my last night at the cabin. I was getting ready for bed when I heard a female elk call again. The first one I'd heard that day. And close. Very close. Wildlife don't like buildings. They smell of fire and metal and gasoline. All unnatural to them. They steer clear. What was this elk doing so close to my cabin? I peered out my window into the dark of the forest. No sign of her. She must have been beyond the tree line. I grabbed my rifle. Of course, I wasn't going to shoot the elk, but I might send a few shots into the air to scare her off. It would be nice to know the elk are breeding normally, but I could do without front row seats. I unlocked my cabin and took a step onto my porch, rifle still in hand. My eyes scanned the tree line looking for the female. That's when a pair of antlers stuck out from behind a tree. An elk's head following them and turned pure right out at me. But this was a buck, probably attracted by the female's calls. This was promising, but all the more reason to scare them away. I raised my rifle to the sky and prepared to fire. That was when the elk flew into the air. Or its head did. The buck's head sailed in an arc towards me and landed just feet away from my door. I stood there in shock, trying to process what had just happened. Something, or someone had been holding the head and had just thrown it. I nearly pissed myself in fear. I pointed my rifle at the tree where the buck's head had appeared. The night from my cabin barely reached. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Had I just seen claws retreat behind the trunk? I was frozen. I reached to behind me to open my door and get back inside, but I was too scared to turn my back on the forest, or even take a hand off of my rifle. After a few seconds, I finally gathered up the nerve to brace the rifle against my shoulder. My finger still on the trigger. I groped behind me until my left hand found the doorknob, never taking my eyes off of the tree. Thank God the door had not locked behind me. With my left hand, I turned the knob and pushed open the door, then drew it back to my rifle. I backed away quickly into the cabin, slamming the door and locking it. I hurried to the windows, drawing all my blinds and making sure each was locked, never letting my rifle out of arm's reach. The terror I felt as I approached each window, never knowing if there would be someone or something on the other side of the glass staring back at me. There hadn't been, which was almost as unnerving. I rushed to the satellite phone to call the sheriff's office at the base of the mountain. The relief I felt when they picked up. "You need to get up here," I pleaded. "Who is this?" It was the sheriff's deputy on the other end. I'd met him and the sheriff before beginning my stay at the cabin. "It's me. I'm the guy stationed up at the cabin on the mountain." "Oh, sorry about that. What's the problem?" "There's someone up here fucking with me. Get up here now." Whoa, slow down. You mean like kids or something?" "No, it is not kids. Someone up here just threw a decapitated elk head at my cabin." In my panic, I'd somehow kept the awareness to use the phrase someone instead of something. I didn't want this guy to think I was drunk or crazy. I just needed him to get up here. "Well, what did they look like? How many were there? Did they have guns?" "I have no idea, man. They killed a goddamn elk, cut the head off, and threw it at my cabin. Just get up here." Okay. Lock yourself in there. We're on our way." "Man, please stay on the line. I'm scared here." I really was terrified. I wanted someone to stay on the phone with me, even if it couldn't help me. The man replied, "I can't get to you and stay on the line at the same time. I'm calling the sheriff now. We're on our way. Just lock yourself in and stay there." The man hung up. I swore I was alone again. A female elk call rang out again. This time it was even closer. It sounded like it was right outside now. I took up my rifle again. That's when the tapping started. While I was talking to the deputy, I hadn't been watching the windows. The sound was coming from the window to the right of my front door. My eyes widened in horror. A single gray claw was tapping on the right edge of the window. Just one claw. Whatever it was attached to wanted to stay out of sight. The claw stopped tapping. Instead, it drew itself along the window and out of my sight, leaving a long, ugly scratch. The sound was horrible, but it didn't stop when it left the window. I could still hear it dragging along the wooden walls of my cabin. The creature was scratching through solid wood. Could it break through my windows? Why didn't it? My knees shook. I tracked the sound of the scratching with my rifle. My mind raced. Could this thing get in? How long until the sheriff showed up? I was high up on the mountain. The drive up here took 45 minutes. Even if they hurried, it might be a half hour. Even if they did get here, could they stop this thing? Should I make a run for my truck? No, whatever that thing was, it could get to me before I got the truck up and running. Something nagged at the back of my head, but I could barely think. The scratching was louder and louder. Whatever this thing was, I had torn a bull elk to shreds. How could I stop it? The bull. That's when I realized it. The head. It was the same head as the bull I'd seen earlier. It had the same scar down its right cheek. This sound was taunting me. It must have been there when I found the dead elk. It had been watching me, and now it had thrown the head at me. Was it telling me to go away, to get out of its territory? I gasped with the mind racing. I hadn't noticed that the scratching had stopped. Where was that thing? My eyes darted from window to window. No sign of it. Until the loud thud right above me. It's on the goddamn roof, I thought. Its footsteps echoed through my cabin. Between each step came rhythmic taps. No doubt from its claws. Was it testing for weaknesses? Was it merely toying with me? It had only been a few minutes since I called the sheriff's office. I was still far from safety. I hadn't moved since the call. The thing on my roof thudded from spot to spot. The sound was starting to wear off. Focus. Think, I told myself. The thing had probably seen me through my window. It was right above me. The bathroom. The bathroom was the safest spot. There were no windows. If it does break in, it will have to look for me. Then break through the bathroom door. That might buy me an extra minute, and it might save my life. The creature knew where I was. I had to try to change that. I slowly slipped off my shoes, keeping my rifle trained on the roof. I kicked the shoe towards my bed. Sure enough, the thuds on my roof followed, stopping right above the spot where my shoe had landed. It's tracking me. I slowly shuffled to the bathroom, not raising my feet, afraid to make a sound. Praying that the door would not creak, I opened the bathroom, preparing to lock myself inside. I was shutting myself in, hoping that I wouldn't die in this bathroom, when I heard a loud scratch followed by a dull thud. It had jumped off the roof. It was on the ground again, outside the cabin. Why? Was it going away? I was afraid to hope that maybe it had gotten bored. Maybe it had found some other prey. That was when I heard the woman scream. I gasped and covered my mouth. How was that possible? No one else is up here. A hiker, a camper maybe. The scream came again. Help! She cried out. I gripped my rifle, crying now. I was frozen in fear. That thing was out there. That thing was out there, chasing some poor woman, and I was too cowardly to help her. I just wanted to stay in that bathroom, hiding, hoping that every second the thing spent chasing that woman was another second closer to the sheriff getting here. I don't know how long I sat there, cowering. Another, more desperate scream. Help me! There was something in her terror. She was more scared than I was, and there I sat letting her die. My shame overcame my fear. I gripped my rifle tighter and left the bathroom. I marched to the door, ready to face whatever this creature was. Maybe I could distract it, buy time for her to get away. Maybe the sheriff would find her, even if the thing got me first. Just as I was reaching for the doorknob, she cried out again, a pained, dying scream. I was too late. The thing had gotten to her. I was a coward, and because of that, she was done. The woman moaned in pain, this time just a few meters away from my door. This must be her final moments. And I listened, safe in my cabin. She groaned once more, but this sounded different somehow. It was... My eyes widened in shock and realization. I drew my hand from the doorknob, as if it had burned me. I had never unlocked it. Thank God. The moan came again. This time, unmistakable. That was not a moan of pain or terror. It was an entirely different kind of moaning. I backed away from the door. You motherfucker, I muttered. You almost got me. It all made sense now. There was never any female elk. Mimicry is a common adaptation in all ecosystems, both for prey and for predators. This thing, it let out female elk cries to draw in males, and then, well, I had already seen the result in the forest. That's why I never heard the elk mating. There was no female waiting for them, only this monster, and now it was trying the same tactic on me. I nearly sobbed in terror. It had tried to lure me with the sound of a woman in distress. It thought that might draw me out. When that didn't work, it switched to its tried and true method, a mating call. I aimed my rifle at the door. The moans continued, louder and more intense, building into a climax. I was nauseous at the thought of whatever it was out there, squatting in the dark, mouth agape, emitting this pervasion of a woman's voice, trying to draw me out into the dark and rip me apart just like that elk. I stood with my rifle trained at the door, not moving. I had resolved that I was going to stand there until the sun rose or until the sheriff came. And the moment I saw this thing, I was going to shoot it. I don't know how long I stood there among the echoes of that sick creature. Eventually the moans puttered out, and I was left in silence until the tapping began again. In the same spot as before, there it was. That single gray claw tapping on that same spot where it had scratched the glass. But then a second claw joined it, then a third. It drummed them along the glass, slowly, ever so slowly. A patch of gray fur poked out from the edge of the window. Time stopped and the creature brought its face into full view. It was terrible, like a sloth, but its mouth and nose were caked in blood. It had tiny, beady eyes front-facing, a predator's eyes. Large, pointed ears, almost like a bat. Thin, cracked lips. The monster looked right into my eyes. It cocked its head, and then it pulled those terrible, bloody lips back into a smile. Its razor-sharp teeth still stained with blood and flesh. I'll never forget them. It pointed that hideous grin at me as it drummed those claws on my window. Shoot, shoot, shoot! I told myself, but I was frozen. This thing was going to kill me. Light poured through the front window. The monster disappeared out of sight. The sheriff and deputy had arrived in their truck. The two of them sauntered up my porch and knocked. I had to shake myself out of my stupor and open the door. Both of them backed off and drew their weapons at me, screaming at me to put the gun down. I was still in shock. I think the only thing that kept them from shooting me was the terrified look in my eyes. They asked me what the hell was going on. I could barely speak. I just kept frantically repeating that they needed to get inside, that it was still out there. They eventually told me to come with them down to the sheriff's station. At first, I refused to leave the cabin. They sort of half-dragged, half-walked me to the truck. They said I was like an owl the whole ride down, my head on a swivel, always scanning the tree line for it. I must have fallen asleep after I got to the station. I woke up the next morning in a cell. I was confused and disoriented. I nearly wept from fear when I finally remembered everything I had been through the night before. The sheriff and deputy sat me down in a room and asked me what the hell happened that night. I was silent at first. I didn't know what to tell them. If I told the truth, they'd think I was crazy. They asked me about the elk's head that I'd told them about during the call. It was gone when they got there. Just a bloody stain on the ground where it had been lying. I made up a story, said that some kids were prowling around my cabin making noises, trying to scare me. I called the sheriff's office because I thought I saw one of them with a gun. The sheriff only made me go over the story once. He seemed satisfied. He took me back up there the next day to collect my stuff. In broad daylight, of course. Sure enough, there were deep scratch marks along the side of the cabin. The sheriff didn't look at me. Kids, he said. We collected my things quickly and hurried back down the mountain. I reported to my supervisors that it was probably overhunting causing the population decline. They would never believe the truth. The sheriff saw me off while I was waiting for the bus to take me back home. He shook my hand and drew me in for one of the manly half-hugs. He gripped my shoulder. "Don't come back," he whispered. I gave him a confused look. He stared me right in the eyes. "It knows you now. Has your scent, seen your face, heard your voice. You got away once. It won't happen again. So, don't ever come back." That was 3 years ago. I burned the clothes that I had worn that trip, so there's no way they'd end up near the Ozarks again. Never been back anywhere near the Ozarks. And anyone who's ever asked me, I always tell them to steer clear. I spent so much time trying to forget what I saw that night, but that face, I remember every detail. It's kept me up so many nights with so many questions. What the hell was it? Some freak of nature? A mutant that somehow survived past infancy? Something supernatural? An alien? Those ears perfectly crafted to detect minute sounds, just like a bat. That explains its mimicry. It grew up in that forest hearing the elk calls. After a while, it learned to copy them. I've spent so many nights asking myself, how? How did it know a woman's voice? I tried to ponder the answer. When sleep finally comes, I have nightmares. Nightmares about campers sitting around their fire, when all of a sudden they hear a voice calling out to them from the woods, crying for help. the voice in my nightmares, calling them into the darkness of the trees, away from the safety of their fire. The voice. My voice. Sometimes a monster is your only friend. I found it endlessly annoying how they kept trying to personify addiction as a monster. The rehabs, the halfway houses, AA, NA, everyone in recovery desperately trying to frame pain as anything more than it was. Addiction rips up your soul, feasts on your flesh, drains your life force, and infects the world around you. I found that wildly unfair to monsters. Sometimes monsters protect you. It was 2006 and I loathed Florida. I was stuck in a grimy, rundown halfway house in a shitty neighborhood in the Sunshine State. The shit-stained state. My roommate Devin, who rarely spoke, called it. I was far from home and had been in 3 consecutive rehabs. Now I was stuck in this hellhole run by a drugged-out common because it was cheap. And I had nowhere else to turn to. So far from home, a year clean. 4 of us lived in a rundown shack in a cul-de-sac abutting a train track. The litter and graffiti were only offset by the majesty of the track not 10 feet from us. Surrounded by a small, decrepit forest. I didn't think much of it at that time. Why were the trees dying? It was nothing but rain and sunshine. Rain and sunshine. Rain and sunshine. I was concerned with minutia, or really anything outside my own predicament. Every thought was consumed with figuring out a way to get home. Maybe I should have been concerned. Devin and I got along really well, but Chucky and Bobby hated me. They were 2 Boston meatheads recently paroled after a 10-year bid for cocaine trafficking. Aggressive psychopaths who worked as bellhops by day and shot steroids into each other's asses by night. They were pure ID. It's not like anyone drug tested us or bothered to check in on us. They just took what little money we had. It was my mouth they hated from the get-go. I ran it recklessly. Chucky and Bobby could hardly stand the sight of me. The days progressively turned sour, the air feeling a little more electric with the tension of implied threats and cold glares, which invariably warped into castrations and outright violence. I remember the first time I saw it, I was absolutely convinced my housemates had slipped me some hallucinogen that I had to be tripping balls. I didn't want to be near Chucky or Bobby, so I was walking the train track, trying to avoid the used needles and loose nails when I saw Slither for the first time. Slither. The name came to me instantly, like it had been buried within the recesses of morbid place in my mind. I wasn't supposed to find. It wasn't creative. Terror doesn't inspire creativity. Fear hands the reins over to your animal brain and the animal brain calls it like it sees it. Slither looked like Salvador Dali had done an absurd amount of LSD and tried to paint a ghostly worm. About 7 feet long, its entire form was bulbous, pulsating, and hairless. A sheer, luminous white, like a fresh paint of coat on the wall of a mental ward covered its body. 2 tiny, beady black eyes protruded from the front, at least a foot separating them. Slither didn't have a mouth, at least not one I could see. 4 legs darted up and down from random points on its torso, angled like a grasshopper's. I honestly don't know what they were for. It didn't walk. It slithered on its belly like a snake, only at far wider and more dramatic angles. I was reminded of how a sidewinder moves, somehow simultaneously rhythmic yet with extreme left and right jerky motions. Slither was impossibly fast. It had to weigh hundreds of pounds yet wiggled like a weightless grub worm flying across the driveway for the safety of the grass. I stood frozen. My brain could not seem to process the speed and silence of its approach. How was gravel not flying anywhere? How was it making no noise? And why did its tiny eyes look so desperate? It felt like God had pushed the mute button on the world while he went to grab some popcorn to really enjoy this creature feature. God. I grew up in the church. I never cared much for religion, and I had trouble swallowing most of the concepts. But I prayed privately. Despite my doubt, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more to the story than what was in front of the curtain. I figured I was wrong, but it helped me get through the darkness. Getting clean, I found myself praying more and more. No atheists in a foxhole. I just needed to feel like someone was there, in my corner, having my back. Friends and family had disappeared. Intellectual honesty be damned. And I don't mind admitting my brain flashed some jumble prayer before I bolted. I cut through the woods, shredding my arms on random thorny protrusions. I could feel Slither just behind my footfalls, a strange warmth pulsating out of it. I couldn't help it. I had to look back. When I emerged from the woods onto our street, I turned around. Peering through the tree line, I could see Slither had never entered the woods. It had stopped where the tracks met the patch of dying forest. I could just make out its little dark eyes. I expected to see hunger in them, anger, animalism. I couldn't tell you how, but they almost looked desperate, pleading to me. I saw one of our neighbors on his stoop, Chicken Joe. Never introduced himself as Joe. Always Chicken Joe. If you asked about it, he'd ball up a fist, take one step forward, and menacingly tell you not to worry about it. A strange lot for strange times. The gear on his dirty patio table told me he was riding the dragon and feeling comfortably numb. A dirty needle, some cotton, a rubber tube. I didn't care. I dragged him up, muttering some incoherent complaint in his stupor. Chicken, chicken. I slapped him hard. A small shimmer of lucidity spread across his patchy face. Do you see it? I pointed through the trees at Slither, resting on the train tracks, its swollen body heaving up and down. See what, Pappy? The giant fucking white devil worm chicken? He looked at me with pity and said, "Man, you need to cut back on them drugs." I rolled my eyes and slunk back to my house, looking over my shoulder the entire time. I worked late the next day and Bobby was in a roid rage when I returned home, screaming about me leaving a plate out too long, Devin freaking him out with his silence, someone stealing his protein bars, anything his addled mind could hold on to. That was my cue. Exit stage left, pursued by a hulking junkie. I crept through the woods silently, taking care to not add to the myriad of scratches running up and down my bare arms. The Florida sun drenched my face, the air so thick with humidity you could slice it up and spread it on bread. I had to know. I did my best to tiptoe to the train tracks, which, each crunch of gravel under my feet, I winced, expecting some pale hell worm to come ripping towards me at breakneck speed. Nothing. I stood there silently, noticing the trees and seemed to die a little overnight, each branch sagging and browning. It had rained last night, but this patchwork forest looked starved. The explosion of motion in my periphery set off alarm bells in a primal place, like a prehistoric hunter sensing predatory eyes in the deep dark. I was entranced for a moment by just how pronounced its slither was. Its tail end whipped so far left and right you'd expect its bones, if it had any, to just snap. That dance would continue up its body, a mesmerizing, flailing motion, the horrible wriggle of a demon earthworm. This time, I was off the block a lot quicker, plunging through the forest, feeling thorns mutilate my skin. I stopped at the edge of a cul-de-sac, hands on my knees, panting and staring through the trees. Slither sat, its body heaving at the edge of the woods just on the tracks. Its eyes bore holes into me, This time, I felt like they were begging me. At first, I thought it was hungry, and I was a meal that just kept tempting it. But there was something else there, like a toddler who needed to relay an emergency. All the franticness of emotion, but none of the necessary language. What the fuck are you doing? Take stupidity, add redundancy, which meant Chucky was behind me, looking at this fucked up monster on the track. I pointed to where Slither rested. There's nothing there. Give me $20. I looked at Chucky, twice my size, eyes and arms bulging like a bad Batman villain. No. Chucky slammed me in the stomach. I doubled over, vomiting what little food I'd been able to afford to eat that day. Your days are numbered. You and that mouth. Chucky walked off. The days ran away and I settled into a disturbing routine. I found work and food when I could, but most days I crept on the tracks, trying to silent, hoping to watch Slither, only to find myself the victim in hot pursuit until I cleared the tracks. Each day, the abuse got worse. I'd catch a beating for leaving my laundry in the dryer. They'd punch holes in the drywall because I left some hairs on the bathroom sink. Every retort I couldn't help resulted in a bloody lip or nose. Day by day, the small forest took on a darker hue, its collective life decaying, heading to rot. The neighborhood took to calming me. Schizoid. Every person I showed couldn't see Slither, who would rest at the edge of the forest watching me, trying to tell me something with its eyes in a language I just didn't understand. I prayed to a god I didn't believe in, who wasn't listening to me to get out of here, away from the monsters. A bottle of soda was my undoing. I had grabbed one out of the fridge late one night, not realizing it was pressurized. When I opened it, a torrential storm of dark brown liquid exploded, covering our ramshackle living room. Nicotine-stained walls, hanging cupboards, broken tile, all soaked. I was contemplating my fate when Bobby and Chucky walked in. My heart iced over as I realized their work shifts were sitting on a few chairs nearby. They were covered in brown stains. I could barely decipher their gorilla screams. No sense appealing to compassion or offering to remedy the situation. When the body says run, I'd learned, you run. So, I ran. Through the dead trees, too resigned and devoid of life to even tear at my arms. I was much smaller and faster, and I thought that gave me an edge. I was wrong. You can't outright the hatred of a bull. You can't outrun the madness of steroids. Just as I hit the track, they caught up with me. They took turns viciously beating me. The first few strikes hurt like hell. After that, shock set in, my body going limp. I realized we'd long passed the usual abuse, that this was likely my final curtain call. As my swollen eyes lost their field of vision, I could see blood spraying from my nose, taste the copper of it in my mouth, hear bones crunching. I don't know how long it went on. I don't know how I wasn't already dead when my body crumpled onto the tracks. I saw them, just barely staring over me, the embers of unaltered rage burning in their eyes, gleeful smiles etched on their face. Two monsters, delighting in their wicked work. From some distant corner of my mind, I called out to God one last time. All I wanted to do was get clean and go home, even if I deserved this. Mercy. Please, mercy. Send me an angel. It felt stupid and out of character, but at the edge of death, you lose all sense of self and go for broke. The last thing I saw before the infinite warmth of unconsciousness took me was Slither, the pale worm, effortlessly gliding towards me, its meal, the feast finally ready. I came to in the hospital 3 days later. I had more injuries than I could count. Concussions, broken this, shattered that. They'd caught the internal bleeding just in time. The police took my statement. Apparently Chicken Joe saw Bobby and Chucky chasing me, emerging from the woods without me, covered in blood. He found me and got help. Even us junkies do the right thing. A detective asked me if I knew what happened to Bobby and Chucky after they beat me. I could only speak in painful rasps, but I told her that they must have made a run for it. Didn't want to go back to prison and all that. The detective's eyes shifted uncomfortably, and she showed me a picture. Next to the pool of blood where my body had lain was a sight I'll never forget. 2 pairs of boots, perfectly upright, not a drop of blood on them, which was strange given that a leg jutted from each boot, cleanly severed just below the knee. I was at a loss for words. I was ruled out, given that I was an inch from death when they found me. Our neighbors confirmed to the police that Chicken Joe never entered the woods. They never figured out what happened to Chucky and Bobby. I did. It took a few months of healing to get back there, but the moment I could, I returned to the cul-de-sac. The decrepit forest was bursting with green life, as if the magic of spring had found it again in one fell swoop. I carefully cut through the trees and found the track, stood, and waited. Slither came tearing down the track with its haunting wiggle, hurtling towards me. I never moved. No more running. A foot away, our eyes met. I can't really explain how, but I saw love there. I was startled when I heard the whispers. They were faint and sprang from every tree. 1,000 voices, all the same, melodic but discordant, far away. Hello, Pappy. My hands trembled, but I steeled my nerves. Hello. Did you eat them? Bobby and Chucky? Slither cocked its head slightly. I did not know monsters had names, but yes, I ate them. I ate them for what they did to you, my child. The compassion in the thousands of voices was palpable. Thank you, I muttered quietly, gratefully looking in its eyes, crying a little. Yeah, you're here to protect me, aren't you? I'm sorry I ran away. Yes, he does not always send pretty angels. Sometimes he sends me. I walked over and gently touched its head, holding my hand steady, feeling the warmth of my guardian. I can never thank you enough. What's your name? You call me Slither. I like that. Slither. They're still slithering inside me right now, you know, for what they did to my child. My eyes grew to saucers as Slither raised its face level with mine. Where nothing once was, a small mouth appeared and grew. Its maw opened, showing what had to be at least 10,000 rows of teeth, swelling and expanding until I could see deep into Slither's body. That's when I saw them. Chucky and Bobby, fumbling, twitching, scrambling, reaching from inside Slither's bulbous belly. They screamed and begged and pleaded for help, cried out to me and God and their mothers. None of us were listening. Slither closed its mouth until nothing was left on its face but its obsidian eyes in silence. We stood there among the lush trees, and I felt life in my body again. I'm going back to Texas, Slither. Will you come with me? Slither cocked its head, and I could sense a smile that wasn't there. Of course, Pappy. Just make sure to live by a train track. She likes to watch me. A lot. I figured that out during the first 4 months after her death. I was really creeped out when I saw her the very first time. After we got back home from the funeral, I thought I was dreaming. But now it has become a norm, part of my daily routine, to watch her standing in the corner, drenched from head to toe, skin white as a sheet, a few curls of wet hair on her bloody forehead with those eyes. Those goddamn hollow eyes. She never tries to do anything else, to make contact or to speak. I don't even know if she can. But she sure exploits the hell out of the one thing she can do. Stare. Following my every movement with those wide saucer-like eyes. I have never tried talking to her, afraid that I might actually get a reply. I haven't told anyone about this. It's not like they'll believe me, and also I don't really have anyone to confide in. I was always the shy and reserved type. Didn't have many friends to play with. She, however, was the opposite. Popular, outgoing, beautiful. Even when we looked the same, I was always the other sister. Not that I had any problem with that. We even celebrated our birthdays differently. She would have this big frat party, and I would spend the whole day reading books in my room. So to figure out why she would take such intense interest in me now is beyond me. The incident happened 5 days before our 16th birthday. She was drunk after coming home from a party at 3 a.m. and for some reason decided to take a swim in our backyard pool. Stumbled and hit her head on the railing of the pool stairs and fell straight into the water. No one realized what had happened until after the next morning my mom saw something floating in the pool from the kitchen window. That was our Lily, with wide eyes awake and a bloody wound on her forehead. Our dad had passed away from cancer 5 years ago. My mom raised us alone, and she was doing a good job at it. She would take us to movies whenever she got the time from work and tried to be as involved as possible in our lives. She wanted us to live the life she promised Dad we would have after he was gone. Lily's death was hitting rock bottom for her. It took her so long to cope up with Dad's absence, and when things were finally going back to normal, Lily died at the fresh age of 16. It looked like the whole town showed up for the funeral. I wondered if I would have had the same impact. I also wondered if there were silently wishing I should have been dead instead. If Mom wished for that. I never made more a difference into other people's life anyway. Lily, however, held a much more important position. All her classmates were there that day. All of her close friends delivered painstakingly long eulogies. Her boyfriend Mason didn't deliver one, but his eyes were a deep shade of red. It was not like I wasn't sad, but I wasn't particularly affected either from her death. After Dad's death, I had become somewhat numb to the idea, as if accepting it as part of life. You might label me unhinged for that. We also never spent much time together. Never did things people expected teenage girl twins to do. We both had come to terms with the fact that we were polar opposite. Sometimes I even forgot she's there. It really has been that long. Then I look up and meet those eyes and the rest of her soulless face. I do wish she goes away someday. I don't think I can tolerate her being around when I actually start having a life. Whenever that would be. Even now, while I'm finishing up my homework, she's here. In the corner of my room, doing what she does best, staring at me. The rest of her body isn't as solid as her face. It's almost translucent, merging into the darkness. She is still wearing the dress she wore when she drowned, not the one from the funeral. It is thoroughly soaked, but the water never drips on the ground. I close the laptop and go to my mom's room to ask about dinner. She's fast asleep or passed out drunk. I could never tell. I picked up my phone to order a pizza when I noticed a text on my screen. Do you want to hang out? It was from Mason. Mason and I had barely exchanged more than 20 words with each other throughout the time he was dating Lily, and none after she died. So my surprise was legitimate when I saw his text. Why was he messaging me now? I looked up, contemplating how to turn him down, and I caught the eyes of my sister, holding the same expression, only it looked like this time she knew what I was up to. I considered the possibility of her reaction. I actually accepted Mason's offer. Would she finally do something? Would she finally speak to me or try to scare me off? I think I wanted to find out. Sure. Where? Mason was visually surprised I had taken up his offer. He looked better than the last time I saw him, but that was again my sister's funeral. And of course she was here too, but this time rather than standing in the corner, she was sitting next to him, but her eyes were still on me. I wonder if Mason would run if I told him he could touch his dead girlfriend's arm by just moving a bit to the left. So, what's up? Nothing much. I just realized that we never really talked after she passed away, you know? I mean, I know we didn't talk much before either, but I figured we should have. It would have helped to cope and stuff, but I guess we can do that now, if you're okay with that. I felt like telling Mason that I didn't have to cope with anything after her death other than my mother's breakdown, but I didn't want to break his spirit, and also not to sound like a condescending bitch. It wouldn't hurt me to try and open up to people. Lily had such big things planned for a life she didn't get to live. Maybe I should finally wake up and start living mine. We talked for an hour more after that. It felt a bit awkward, but it wasn't that bad considering we had barely exchanged a word before. I noticed I can actually hold a conversation with him without boring him to death. I went to bed that night feeling good, and I couldn't remember the last time I ever felt like that. The next few weeks were a blur. I hung out with Mason a few more times. Mom was drunk and depressed for most of the days, and Lily was still keen on drilling a hole into me with her gaze. I don't know if she was mad about mine and Mason's friendship. She still had the same damn expression, still lurked around the corners as usual, but sometimes I feel like her eyes have changed, like there is some kind of emotion stirring in them for the first time. Or it could be just my imagination. I never know. Tonight Mason invited me for a movie night at his place for the first time. I knew what might happen if I go. I don't know how I feel about that, but I guess it's time for me to go out of the non-existent zone for once. It's been 2 years since Lily's death, and she would have wanted him to move on too. I went to his house and talked for a while, and then settled down to watch the movie. He was acting a bit nervous than usual, and I think I knew why. Half an hour later, my suspicions proved correct when I felt him grabbing my hand. When I turned around to face him, he tried to lean in, but I, however, didn't see his face. What I saw was Lily just behind him, staring with wide, accusing eyes. I don't know what hit me. I jerked my head away instantly and stood up. He thought it was because of him and started apologizing profusely. I cut him off and grabbed my keys, stuttering something about curfew and going home. There was no curfew. He knew it and I knew it, but he let it go. On my way back home with her in the passenger seat facing me sideways, for the first time in my life I realized I felt trapped. I caught a glimpse of what my life could be, and I realized I didn't want her in it. I gripped the steering wheel hard and turned to face her, and with all the strength in my lungs screamed, "What do you want?" This was the first time I ever spoke to her. Her eyes got wide, wider than they were before, and in the faintest voice she whispered, "You." A shiver shot up my spine, until up to this point, at the back of my head I tried convincing myself that I was imagining her, that she wasn't real, that if I tried hard enough she would go away, that I just wasn't trying hard enough, but not now. Not now that I've heard her. She was real. She was here, and now I heard what she wanted. I was still in shock when I realized I was still driving, and I was still in shock when I realized there was a huge truck coming my way, and it was not slowing down. I woke up feeling disoriented. The car was totally shattered. There was blood everywhere, and my knee was bent at a weird angle. But it didn't hurt. I looked around me. It was still dark. She was still sitting at the same place, only this time her skin wasn't translucent, and it didn't look like she was disappearing into the mist. It looked like she was actually really back. "Get up," she said. This time it was not a whisper. "The first day's the hardest one." Have you ever wandered around in a department store and felt like the aisles are never ending? In my town, there's a store where the aisles quite literally never end. It's called Aisles Ends. This is a place that most would describe as liminal, with an incomprehensible layout and indiscernible amounts of floors. It appears like any other mega department store with 3 levels above ground. Brown brick covered in ivy and thistle. Sticking out in a quiet outdoor mall is a monolith of convenience. Well, this doesn't seem too far from normal. What is quite unusual is the shopping floors continue, but underground. Once again, this isn't the strangest thing in the world, it's just quirky. What is strange is the products that become available the further down you go. However, this was just what I'd heard from a friend. Personally, I've only ever done normal shopping there. In fact, I brought the very laptop I'm typing the story on in the electronic department. So, being the curious cat that I am, I went on a local message board for my town to see if anyone had info about what was in the department store lower levels. These are the posts in chronological order. "Hey guys, my name is Shayna, and I went down to the basement of Alley's for the first time this week. I've been 2 times since, and I'm going again today. The first basement is sporting goods and such. Bats, bear traps, guns, bows, a variety of arrows and targets. This isn't too strange, right? Everyone knows a sportsman or two. The next level is holistic medicine. However, you'll find these brightly colored vials on display in the dimly lit sales floor like a penchant for rendering those who consume them unconscious. I've heard some even produce an effect that leaves one paralyzed from the neck down, unable to defend themselves from a would-be attacker. The third floor might satiate those with a taste for the more deviant things in the bedroom. Bondage. This is where you will find more handcuffs than a police headquarters. Chains that would be the ghost of Christmas past to shame are typically on sale, buy one get one free. Locks are typically on sale as well as a decent deal. The next floor is where it really kicks off. People. All different kinds, and all have been drugged out of their minds. They sit docile in small cages staring into space. They are quite pricey, but you can put them on layaway. This is as far as I have gone, but I often see those go further down the crimson escalator, taking you deeper. These are people I've never seen again in my small town. Anyway, I've got some business to attend to. My boyfriend has been cheating on me, and I'd like to visit the lower levels of Alley's Ends to pick up his Christmas present. The next came off as more of a plea for help. May 13th, 2014. My father took me shopping at Alley's Ends last week, and he went missing right out of the department store. We were shopping for my mother's retirement gift. My parents are older, mid-60s. Mom was a school teacher and Dad was a bus driver. That's how they met. We wanted to get her a new vanity table or something of the sort, but Dad decided to check out the sporting goods. He wanted a new gun for the fall hunting season. We looked around for an employee when we couldn't initially find sporting goods, but no matter where we looked, we didn't find a single employee. Eventually, we wandered into the basement and found what we were looking for. Interestingly enough, there were employees down there. I remember thinking it peculiar that the only employees were in the basement. Then I thought, how do you check out? I thought back to all the times I'd shopped at Alley's and I couldn't even picture what their front counter looked like, or remember checking out. The employees down here were strange, on top of few and far between. When I would happen to see an employee, they'd be walking in a swift stride, several paces ahead of me, nearing a corner. Every single time I ran into one of them, I'd call out to ask for help, but they'd continue like they'd never heard me, and disappear around a corner. The only way I could even tell they were most likely staff was because they'd all be wearing the same neat black button-up and smooth pressed khakis. Eventually, my father got frustrated with the wait for help. In a puff, he abandoned his merchandise and began striding in a direction that must have been his best guess of an exit. Soon, I was falling behind, and much like the employees, my father was just far enough away that I couldn't grab his attention. I was rounding the corner to the gun safe aisle when I saw his favorite bright red hat with white lettering laying abandoned in front of a safe. I called his name and continued looking for him for hours, but I never found him. I went to the police a day later and reported my father missing to a police department that wasn't keen on finding a lost grown man. Begrudgingly, the police eventually went to alleys to try and get a hold of some camera footage that could potentially give them a lead to find my father. I do not know what they encountered at alleys, but when they briefed me on their visit, they basically called me crazy and said that there is no basement. Am I being gaslit by these officers? Or did something unthinkable happen to my dad? November 2nd, 2015. Hey y'all. I'm posting here because I saw something today at the alley's ends while I was Christmas shopping that I can't get out of my head. I'm 16 and I was shopping for my little sister's Christmas present at Alley's. I got my first job in car this year, so it's my first holiday where I get to shop for people on my own, and I don't think I'll be doing this again next year. I was in the girls' clothing department, irritated at the little girls and boys running around, probably still in a sugar rush from Halloween. My mom always said to start your shopping right after Halloween if you want the best deals, so that's just what I was doing. There was a little boy there with his preteen sisters. The girls were wrapped up in an intense conversation that brought a smile to my lips. They were debating who some dystopian girl should end up with and whatever preteen romance sensation was sweeping the nation at the moment. Intruding on their filibuster was a textbook obnoxious little brother, snot-faced, red-headed, and full of piss and vinegar. This kid was out of control, pestering them, jumping through clothing racks, tearing underneath shelves, shouting and laughing. This little boy was even getting on my last nerve, but I did my best to ignore him. I was perusing the sweaters when I heard a blood-curdling scream. The little pissant had made his way into the changing room and walked in on some poor young girl. He uttered a snickering apology and then took off running. As he ran past his sisters, one stuck her foot out and tripped him. The little boy flew in the air gloriously in a karmic flight before landing with a thud onto the floor, sprawled out and wailing. As his sisters laughed and whipped out their phones to take pictures, my heart stopped. Something was wrapped around his ankle. I immediately began taking massive steps towards the boy, putting my irritation behind me and putting instinct first. As I got closer, the boy began to scream in horror instead of cry. There were clothes wrapping around his wrists and ankles, dragging him toward the fully stocked racks of discount jeans. He screamed his red face off, snot flying everywhere. As I reached him, I looked back to his sisters and realized they'd fled the scene. I pulled on the boy as I watched a silky dress cover his crying face, muffling his screams. I began to cry as I wrapped my body around his. Something was trying to pull this boy to the rack. I had to think fast. As I heard his breathing get shallow, the boy was starting to suffocate. I looked down. He was completely covered in various pieces of clothing and writhing in fear. I got off of him and dashed towards the racks, hoping to ram right into whoever or whatever was trying to take this boy. As I crashed into the racks, they all fell over, sending cheap clothing flying everywhere. The girls' department was a technicolor nightmare of shirts and dresses, depicting rainbows and unicorns. It was ironic that such a joyful style of clothes was becoming sentient and trying to eat some 8-year-old boy. I clambered out of the clothing pile and began digging for the boy. I tore furiously through the clothing until 2 pale white arms emerged from the pile and wrapped tightly around my neck. The boy was crying vigorously and clinging to me when his parents and sisters found us. I found out his name was Henry. Henry and I told them he'd been pinned under a fallen rack, and his irate mother scooped him up, thanked me, and went to hunt down a manager. I scowled as his sisters walked by, and briskly made my way to my car. I ordered my sister's present online. I'm not going back to that place anytime soon. Now, I did my research after reading these, and I found out a few things. There was a woman in my town under suspicion of murdering her boyfriend after he was found dead at his place of work. However, she was released after they failed to determine the cause of death. The poor man was found in an elevator, turned inside out. Interpret that as you will. Another man had contacted the police after purchasing a gun safe and finding a decomposing man's body in it. No leads were ever disclosed to the public as to how this man came to be in his steely grave. And finally, a young man of 15 years was hospitalized last month after having a severe panic attack at a local clothing store, claiming the clothes were trying to eat him again. There were more posts, but these were the most interesting ones that I could find. I'm tempted to make my trip to Allie's, but I'm also terrified. Elizabeth was cold. Her car, a 7-year-old Mustang, had been sitting outside the bar for hours, and now it might as well have been made out of ice. The wind was howling, and the short walk to her car was enough to chill her to the bone. It had been a long time since she had closed down a bar with one of her girlfriends, and she could feel a serious buzz from the martinis. It was a 30-minute drive home, and she was not looking forward to it. The bar, Tim's Tavern, was buried in the woods outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It was a relatively quiet place, full of the sort of people that lived beyond the suburbs. They mostly kept to themselves, which is why her friend Sarah had suggested it. She wanted to catch up, not get picked up by guys. The last call had been at midnight, and by the time they finally walked out, it was just past 1. It had been a rough year for Elizabeth, and she was glad to have a night out to decompress. Sarah had been a friend since college, but it had been a year since they'd last seen each other. Elizabeth's father had passed away from cancer the week after their last meetup, at some forgettable pizza place in the city, and she hadn't been able to really talk about it to anyone since. Her father had been her best friend, Sarah being a close friend. Elizabeth was happy to have had the chance to talk about her father, about the crushing feeling of loss, about the memories that brought fresh tears. It had broken her heart to sell his '65 Mustang, bright red and all original. The car had been his pride and joy. All those rides had taken as a kid had come flooding back, and the poor guy she sold it to got to watch her break down and sob uncontrollably as he took the keys. She still missed her father so much. So she put her frigid shifter into drive and pulled out of the parking lot. Elizabeth couldn't help but notice the roads were empty, the street lights few and far between. She hopped, skipping the last oil change didn't come back to haunt her tonight. There was no cell reception out in the boonies. Elizabeth could feel the wind as she drove. It was causing her to swerve ever so slightly every time a gap in the trees gave her a gust. Her eyes kept darting to the speedometer, as she couldn't afford to get pulled over after the drinks. She found herself getting sleepy and cracked a window, the cold air helping her stay awake. She was about halfway to civilization when she saw the headlights in her rearview mirror. The car was moving quickly, and the headlights grew larger and larger as it approached. She guessed the guy was doing well over 80, and the speed limit was 45. The road was full of curves and had no passing lane or shoulder, so the guy was just going to have to wait to get past her. With her window cracked, she could hear the engine howling as the car came up behind her, tailgating so closely that she was afraid there would be a collision. Snow was starting to fall, and between that and the pitch-black road, it was hard to make out the car or the drive behind her. The driver started blaring his horn, and now Elizabeth was scared. She didn't want to pull over. For all she knew, the guy could have followed her as she left the bar. She kept her eyes on the road ahead. The hills were beginning to level out, and she knew the bridge that spanned the Susquehanna River was close. In her rearview mirror, Elizabeth watched as the car behind slowed briefly, then surged forward and rammed her. Her Mustang shuddered and swerved, but she kept it under control and she pushed the gas pedal to the floor. The car might have been old, but it was still fast enough, and she started to pull ahead. She watched the speedometer climb to 60, then 80 as the road grew straighter and straighter. Finally, she could see the bridge ahead. On the other side was the highway, cell phone reception, and safety. She risked a look in the mirror just in time to see the car rushing up again and tapping her bumper. Softer this time, but still enough to throw the car off balance. Elizabeth kept the pedal to the floor. Soon she was doing 110. Her eyes focused on the bridge as it neared. Something seemed off. The bridge was half dark, with only the left side illuminated. No traffic was coming to either direction. So she might have blocked the road and tried to flag someone down. Instead, she continued. The bridge soon beneath the car's tires. The car behind her surged forward one final time, but Elizabeth kept accelerating, and it couldn't quite keep up. When she hit the bridge, her speedometer read 135. The snow had stopped, and she could finally get a good look at the car chasing her. The car was an older Mustang, first generation. Elizabeth's car shuddered, but the car behind her was several yards back. She tried to make sense of it, and wondered if she had broken something pushing her car too hard. The wind up on the bridge had her swerving all over the road, but she kept the car accelerating anyway, trying to put as much distance between herself and her pursuer as possible. She felt another shudder, this one much deeper. She realized that the bridge was shuddering, not her car. Behind her, she could see the older Mustang was starting to slow, and she saw a section of the road she had just came across disappear into a black void. The bridge was beginning to collapse. Her car's engine was screaming as Elizabeth crossed the end of the bridge. She was going so fast, she dared not glance at the speedometer. In her rearview mirror, she could see the bridge slowly swallowed by darkness as sections fell into the raging river below. She pulled her car over onto the shoulder and glanced at her mirror. The car chasing her was nowhere to be seen. It had either vanished or gone down with the bridge. Elizabeth got out of the car on shaky legs and watched as steel and concrete collapsed into the icy water. The police arrived about 20 minutes later, along with fire trucks and an ambulance. Elizabeth had called 911 immediately and reported the bridge collapse, and the police were already busy blocking the road and calling for more support. Elizabeth didn't tell them about the car that had been chasing her, the car that in the end had saved her life. She didn't tell them because just before that car disappeared, it had passed under the streetlights, and she had been able to catch the color. It was bright red. The first time my daughter Nancy saw the doll, it was love at first sight. I thought the thing was a hideous monstrosity. We were on vacation in upstate New York, just south of the Adirondacks, and antique shops were plentiful in the small, quaint towns of the northeast American woods. On the drive up to our cabin, we'd stop by each shop, and we'd see our fair share of old contraptions. Stamps, pictures, statues, but the doll was something we had never seen before. The shopkeeper indicated it was one of a kind. An antique German papier-mâché Muller Strasburger doll, standing tall at 2.5 feet against a support stand. The doll appeared as a young boy with curly blonde hair, but was adorned in a flowing white blouse and blue dress. The head, neck, and shoulders were made of a seamless papier-mâché layer, then another section for the forearms to hands. While the torso and certain joints like the hip, knees, and elbows were filled with stuffing, allowing you to manipulate the doll into a sitting position, or put its hands on its lap. Do yourself a favor and do not Google this type of doll if you're alone right now. So, I knew I was done for when my daughter ran to the doll and exclaimed, "Your name is Georgie. We're going to be best friends forever." The thing is, I had promised Nancy she could pick out one toy on this trip, and I tried to posture that we couldn't fit the doll in the car. That it was too expensive, $300. But immediately the shopkeeper swept in. "Once a girl and a doll are matched, there is no undoing that bond," he said with a knowing smile. "Sorry, but $300 is a bit too steep. Like I said, there's no undoing the bond, and I won't get in the way of that. How about $100? I shook my head. Still too much. It was made in the 19th century. You could easily resell it for $200. No, thank you. Okay, Nancy, we gotta get going. I'll settle for $60. I'll even load it into the car for you." As hideous as that thing was, I couldn't say no to the eager expression my daughter made at that low offer. At my daughter's request, the shopkeeper loaded Georgie the doll into the passenger seat next to her and clipped the seatbelt. "Just drive carefully. Georgie is fragile," said the shopkeeper as we departed, giving a final knock on the window as Nancy waved. What ensued in the car was 2 hours of my precious daughter carrying a one-sided conversation with her new best friend forever, Georgie. All the while, I'd peer back at them in the rearview mirror, shuddering any time I made contact with those lifeless papier-mâché eyes. At the log cabin I had rented for the weekend with a beautiful lake view, Nancy wanted nothing more than to have a tea party with Georgie. So I reluctantly took the doll out of the back seat and held it out at arm's length, bringing it to the room. At 2.5 feet, its gangly legs swayed with each of my steps, and I plopped it on the floor in a sitting position. I could have sworn I heard a grunt when I picked the thing up, but then again, I'm 40 and I grunt from getting up from a chair. So, I spent the evening having a tea party with Nancy and Georgie, and let me tell you, my daughter had a blast. I tried my best not to look at Georgie, as even a glimpse of this papier-mâché thing sent a shiver down my spine. But of course, it was impolite not to look at someone with fancily cheersing teacups, pinkies out. Alright, the crickets were loud and reminded us of our isolation. Nancy insisted Georgie sleep in bed with her, but I convinced her that was a bad idea because of the fragility of the doll, and better it laid on the floor next to her bed. "Daddy?" "Yes, dear?" "Are there bears in these woods?" "Oh yes, most certainly." "Can bears open doors?" "Well, I suppose they could." "Even locked doors?" "Not locked doors. Don't you worry. No bears are getting in here, and besides, Georgie and I will protect you." "But you said Georgie was so fragile I couldn't even sleep with him. And Daddy, you're strong, but I don't think you can beat up a bear if it's a big one." Right. So, that night I ended up dragging the couch right up against the front door, then stacked chairs on top to keep us safe from the bears. I woke up in the middle of the night to the ragged breathing, and I shot up in my bed immediately. I've heard my daughter congestion before, and this was not it. It almost sounded like a sick, wheezing old man on his deathbed. The problem was that it seemed to be synchronized with my daughter's breathing. So I slowly got out of bed and crept up to Nancy. The wheezing was louder as I got closer. I slowly raised my hand to my daughter's nose and with nimble fingers pinched her nose closed. The raspy breathing continued, but now I could tell it was coming from the side of the bed. I flung the light on and leapt over the bed and the raspy breathing stopped. And there was Georgie, still laying right where I had left him. I was deathly silent then, staring intently at that pale, light peach-colored papier-mâché, and again at those damn lifeless blue eyes, and that stupid, frilly blouse. I moved in closer, ready to rip this thing to shreds if I even saw a flutter of movement. Daddy? Dear God. I must have jumped 5 feet in the air. Daddy, are you okay? There's no bear, right? I was not okay. Yes, I'm okay. It's nothing. Let's go back to sleep. I turned off the lights and lay awake as long as I could, but the raspy breathing never returned. The rest of the trip went well. Of course, we had to take Georgie everywhere we went, and for the next few nights I had to perform the ritual of barricading the door to protect us from the bears. At long last, it was time to go, and we were all packed up. As I pulled away from our cabin, I heard Nancy say, "Say bye-bye to our cabin, Georgie." And when I looked in the rearview mirror, I saw the doll was looking out the window. Nancy, did you move the doll's head? Silly Daddy. Georgie can look outside by himself. Oh, yeah, of course. And how's that exactly? Well, because Georgie is alive. Goosebumps overwhelmed me and I looked back at my rearview mirror again. The doll was still motionless, looking out the window. Alive. Yeah, of course. Silly Daddy. As I turned onto the freeway that would get us home, I thought I caught a glimpse of the antique shop owner in a car a few dozen feet behind me. But the vehicle drove on along the local roads and I didn't quite get a good look. By the time we got home, Nancy was asleep, so I unbuckled her and carried her to bed. I looked out the window to the driveway and I saw Georgie's curly blonde hair, face still staring blankly out the window. I briefly considered bringing him in, but without Nancy advocating for him, I simply locked the car doors with my key fob. Nighty-night, Georgie. I awoke to a car alarm and I knew immediately it was mine. I darted out of bed, stumbled down the stairs, and threw open the floodlights to my driveway. I heard a door shut as I got to my front door and I barreled through into the cold night. There sat Georgie, strapped in his seatbelt, staring at me with those fucking blank blue eyes, with the car alarm blaring in suburbia at 2 a.m. in the morning. I pressed the lock button on my key fob and the alarm stopped. After a few circles of my car and nothing but the chilly wind accompanying me, I muttered a curse and went back inside. It was probably just a raccoon or cat that jumped on my car. Probably. The following morning, while I'm making blueberry pancakes, the first thing I get from Nancy when she comes down. Where's Georgie? Oh, he told me he wanted to sleep in the car. Nancy giggled. Silly Daddy. Georgie only talks to me, not you. Oh, really? Yeah, Dad. And what does he say? But she was hooked to the cartoons she had just put on. Does he say he likes blueberry pancakes? When breakfast was ready, and at Nancy's request, I lugged Georgie back into the house and sat it at the table. Nancy gave Georgie a big hug. Apparently he did like pancakes, according to her, so I put a napkin on him as a bib. After breakfast, I went back to whatever adult bullshit I had slated away for the day while Nancy played school teacher with Georgie as the student. That night, Nancy wanted me to prop Georgie up in his stand so he could stand around with her as she did her exercises, dancing to Kids Bop on YouTube. God damn, did this doll look even creepier in a standing position. I made a mental note to look up why boy dolls would be wearing a blouse and a dress. Maybe it was a 19th century German thing. And I googled the price for one of these things, because I was gonna sell that shit to a museum the first second Nancy was off it. And sure enough, $250 to $300 was the price range. So the antique dealer didn't rip me off. For bedtime, Nancy asked me to put Georgie in his stand by her bed so he could watch over her as she slept, which I obliged. As I lay falling asleep in my bed, I heard Nancy talking to Georgie, talking to it about her day, how much fun she had, all the things they would do tomorrow, and just as I was about to fall asleep, I heard her call out, "Daddy, can you lay down Georgie? He's tired." I trudged over to her room, dead exhausted. "Sure thing, sweetheart, but please go to sleep. We had a long vacation and I need to rest before school tomorrow and I have to work." I picked Georgie up from his stand, laid him down next to Nancy's bed, and tucked the stand into the corner of the room before heading back to bed and conking out. I shot up in my bed, still only half awake, but my eyes were searching frantically in the dark. What was it that had woken me up? Pre-kids, I had been such a deep sleeper, but now my brain had trained me to wake up to anything out of the ordinary. I thought I had heard a rustle, and come to think of it, had I closed my door that far towards the frame? I almost left it open enough to be able to peer down the hall to see my daughter's door. Then again, I had been very tired. I checked my phone, 2:30 a.m. I crept to my door and slowly swung it open. Of course, like an idiot, I banged my knee with a thud, so much for stealth. I opened my door all the way, and there was Georgie standing there in the hall, motionless and facing me with that damn blank stare. "Oh, Nancy," I muttered. I walked to Georgie, lifted up with my right arm, then went to grab the stand with my left, but the stand wasn't there. Confused, I held Georgie out and placed it back onto his feet, steadied him, then let go. As before, the unbalanced doll slowly started to fall back and I steadied it again, trying to find the balance point Nancy had apparently found. I tried several times, but to no avail. I consider that this doll might have some underlying wire under its stuffing in the legs to help it stand on its own, and I pinched several sections of the thighs and calves and felt some rods, but when I tried to bend them, they wouldn't budge except at the knees, but even then it felt rigid and difficult to manipulate. I made my way up to the thigh. Maybe the hip joint was the best way to reposition the rods. There was some movement, but it still felt stiff. I was just about to give up and just throw the thing to the side, but then I brushed up against something with my elbow that had no right being there. I paused, then brought my right hand down and confirmed. I felt genitals. The doll came alive. "Get the fuck off me, you shit!" It howled with its raspy, sick voice, its stale, rotten breath invading my nostrils. Georgie viciously kicked, screamed, grabbed handfuls of my hair, and ripped. All I could do was try to throw it off, but the fucker was strong, and I hurled it to the ground, rolling along the floor to the staircase. "Fuck you, fuck you," it kept shouting as we fell down the stairs together. I landed on the doll at the base of the stairs and I put my arm around its papier-mâché throat and crushed through it, my hands breaking the fragile material and feeling a warm, pulsing neck. Georgie grabbed in turn, his thumbs digging into my eyes with inhuman strength. I screamed and kept squeezing and stood, stumbling to the kitchen and thrust my left hand to the counter until I found a handle to my chef's knife, and I plunged the blade into Georgie's torso over and over. Stuffing flew up into the air with each stab and I didn't stop. By my 15th stab, or so, I saw the doll's clothing turn a deep red, the thing now motionless, letting out small gurgles. I let go of the knife and sat back, heaving heavy breaths into my lungs. I looked up and saw my daughter's face frozen in horror. She had seen the whole thing. Blood slowly pooled around the doll's body. After a brief moment of silence, Nancy screamed. It was 6 a.m. and quiet in the police station. I sat before 2 detectives and a police officer from upstate New York, and had just finished my story for the 5th time. Each time they pressed me for as much detail as possible. Normally, no way in hell you could believe that story, but I called 911 and kept my eyes on that dead, bloody doll while shielding and consoling Nancy until the cops arrived. None of this disappearing monster bullshit. Do you recognize this man? The upstate New York policeman pushed forward a picture of a middle-aged, balding man. Yeah, he's the antique shop guy. The one that sold you the doll? The very same. Sold it for $60 instead of the original $300. The policeman and detectives looked at each other. Did they actually believe my story? Sorry, I need to know what's going on, I said. Was this some voodoo shit or a demon doll or... How about this picture? This time one of the detectives pushed it forward. It was the antique shop owner again, and I almost dismissed it as I looked away with a nod, but then I saw something perched on his shoulder. They've been running the scam for years, he said. The same story has been popping up for years, but with no hard evidence until now. Antique shop owner pushes the doll on vacationers, and they look like they have some money. And the following day, all their valuables are gone. Plus the antique doll, of course. I scowled and shook my head. You see, this man's name is Igor, he said, pointing to the shopkeeper's shoulder. I looked closer. The small figure was emaciated, eyes sunken in, an odd smile on his narrow face, sitting comfortably on the antique shop owner's shoulder, his stick legs dangling over onto the shopkeeper's chest. He's what is known as a primordial dwarf, extremely rare. He's only about 25 inches tall. I stared in disbelief. Just enough to fit in the doll suit. My hands covered my mouth. And if you hadn't barricaded your cabin door to protect against bears, you would have been cleaned out overnight. And then, on your first night back, you locked him in your car. So really this past night was his only opportunity to escape. The other detective spoke. And we confirmed a phone call to the antique shop was registered coming out of your house around midnight. He was going to clean you out right there and then and get picked up. I turned and looked across the hall into the other office. The one where Nancy and the child psychologist were talking. She seemed fine, at least from the back of her head. I just didn't know if I could ever get a wink of sleep again. Your daughter will be okay. It will take time for you both to recover. We're really sorry that this happened to you. Rest easy. We have a bad man behind bars. And another bad man that you rightfully killed in self-defense. The officer and detective stood up. My suggestion, personally, how about you stay away from buying any new dolls for the next couple of years? I stood up, never keeping my eyes off Nancy. I'm never buying another fucking doll again. About a year and a half ago, I was in a terrible car accident that put me in a coma. Doctors say that I had so little brain activity that they thought I would never awaken. They said it was a miracle that I did. But that is a lie. The year I spent in the coma was not as peaceful as one would expect from how little activity there was in my brain. Rather, it was a time I spent as a prisoner. I lived out a life more horrifying than I could have imagined, in a world filled with creatures out of humanity's worst nightmares. Even thinking of the things I remember from that time sends an icy chill down my spine. No matter how much it scares me to remember these things, I need to share what happened and warn the world about it. Right after the accident happened, I bolted up in my bed, heart racing, and I thought the accident was just a bad dream. As I calmed down, I glanced over at the clock on my nightstand and saw that I was going to be late for work. I quickly showered and ate breakfast before rushing out to my car. It was then that I saw them. I would try to describe the creatures I saw roaming the empty streets, but there will never be words that can do them justice. I froze when I saw them, thinking that I was still in a nightmare, and tried to wake up, but I found that I couldn't. It was then that one of the abominations saw me and charged. I hoped that I would wake up right before it reached me, but I didn't. I felt claws ripping into my flesh and heard the sound of my limbs being torn off as I died. Then I woke up in my bed, heart racing before seeing that I was late for work. As I rushed out of my car, I saw my head on the ground, face frozen in pain and terror. I tried to sprint back into my house, but I was caught before I had made it more than a couple feet. Once again, I felt myself die as the monsters ripped me apart. Once again, I woke up, heart racing. I looked out the window, uncaring of the time, and saw the creature still outside. I spent the next month hiding in my house before I ran out of food and starved to death. The remainder of the year was spent in an endless cycle of dying and waking up. I tried as hard as I could to escape, but nothing helped. One day when I was hiding in my house, I suddenly woke up to find myself in a hospital bed surrounded by doctors. Some of you may be wondering why I am telling you my story after escaping the nightmares, but there are some things that just don't line up, making me question if it was truly a nightmare and not reality. First, the date on my watch is the nightmare matched the time when I both fell into the coma and when I woke up. Correct to the minute. Second, after I woke up, I began to see the monsters from my nightmare out of the corner of my eye. Third, I still fall asleep and find myself in the same twisted version of reality that I spent in a year. Sometimes I even wake up to find deep scars that weren't there when I fell asleep. And finally, the most convincing thing is that I am not the only one to experience this. I have spoken to others who described the nightmare perfectly, and even saw the same things out of the corner of their eye. That could be passed off as our imaginations playing tricks on us, but it still doesn't explain why we saw the exact same thing at the exact same time. Combined, this makes me believe that we have lived through isn't just a dream, but rather another version of reality, one that we can never truly escape. I was always so excited to finally go to college. Now that I'm here, the story is totally different. I always dreamt of living in a dorm, meeting my new roommates, making more friends, and maybe meeting the love of my life. After night one, all of those dreams became very short-lived. I ended up choosing a dorm where I'd only have one roommate, and we'd share a living space/bedroom. Pretty typical for college dorm setup, right? Well, my bid for a roommate came in an Instagram DM from Sarah, an incoming freshman from Tucson, Arizona. She seemed nice enough. A quick swipe through her feed led me to a glimpse of her life. She had a love for photography, all things artistic, and an undying devotion to her family dog named Buddy. Of course I met Sarah on move-in day, after appropriately being coated in sweat from the Arizona heat, and carrying my entire packable life up 4 flights of stairs. She greeted me in our dorm. Let me tell you a couple things about Sarah. 1, she never looks bad, and I mean never. A hurricane couldn't misplace a hair on her head. 2, she's obsessed with the color pink. I've always thought our favorite colors reflect more of our personalities than we'd like to believe, so do with that information what you will. Our parents left shortly after. We'd had our tearful goodbyes and all the mushy, make sure you call as often as you can chats. I'm not much of an extrovert, but before I knew it, Sarah was face down in her phone looking for parties and other weekend events. "Come on," she crooned. "Don't be fucking lame already." I decided to politely decline her surely vodka-oriented invitations and made up an excuse about unpacking. Here's where it gets weird. The first night in the dorm, I stayed up until probably 2 a.m., settling into my surroundings and decorating my side of the dorm until it didn't remind me of a jail cell. Where was Sarah, you ask? Yeah, not home. I didn't even have her phone number to text her, and I also didn't want to deal with a shit-faced co-ed after moving all day. Fast forward to 5 a.m. I hear the door lock jiggle before it finds the path of least resistance and opens. Much to my surprise, I'm met with quiet shuffling as Sarah moved around the room. Even in my drowsiness, I was put on alert. I mean, who can be that quiet when they're that drunk? Naturally, I roll over to check out the scene, and when I do, I find myself nose to nose with my roommate. I threw myself into the brick wall behind me and let out a scream of terror. Yet there she stood. She never moved or flinched, just kept her place, steadily breathing with a menacing smile. She remained in her statuesque pose for about 5 minutes while my adrenaline wore off. However, she kept smiling. She smiled until drool lined the corners of her mouth, then streamed past its barrier and dropped onto my comforter. I didn't know what the fuck kind of sleepwalking this was, but I was not a fan. After choking down my own fear, I calmly reached for her, placing my hands on each of her arms. After a few head-jolting shakes, she snapped back into reality. She never mentioned what had just happened, but instead ran her bare wrist across her lips to collect the remaining spittle and shot me a quick good night before piling into her twin XL. I could have written this incident as a one-off, but it's been happening every night since then. I've told my RA. I've talked to Sarah about it during daylight hours. I've consulted my friends and parents, but they all chalk it up to sleepwalking. I know everyone has their own differences in sleepwalking tendencies, but it's not just the smiling. The other night I woke up to her crouched over our bathroom sink looking into the mirror. If she'd been silent, I probably could have continued my REM cycle. She was talking to someone, not herself, but someone. I caught just enough of the conversation to hear her asking them when they wanted her home, and how she was almost done with her list. She heard me after I rolled over a little too fast, causing the springs under me to creak unforgivingly. Immediately afterwards, her focus snapped towards me. It was pitch black, but I could still see her neck pivoted in a way which is not humanly possible. Then, bones creaking as she pried herself away from the mirror. She shuffled towards me once again, mouth watering as she bore her teeth in that god-awful smile. She lowered herself closer, settling when we were once again nose to nose. "Your last," she hissed, panting on my face. I don't need to know what that list is to understand her, but I don't want to find out the specifics. She just climbed into bed like she was calling in an early night after she said it too. I've dealt with this all year, and the semester is almost over. I really want to at least survive my freshman year. It's not that he's a bad roommate. No, it's not that at all. If he was inconsiderate and doing things like leaving dishes and dirty socks all over the apartment or playing death metal at 3 a.m., then maybe I'd feel justified in my dislike of him. If there was just one discernible grievance that I could explain without sounding immensely childish, then maybe I wouldn't feel so unsettled by his presence. But there's not. At least not a good one. So I've kept it to myself until now. Let me preface this by saying Dave is polite, quiet, and clean. He's never been late on rent, and he always takes my boundaries into consideration. That might make it sound like he goes out of his way to avoid me, or that we never interact, but it's not like that. I talk to Dave more than I have my past roommates, and our conversations are pleasant. Never once have I had to argue with him. Dave just seems introverted, as am I, and we respect each other's space. If we are in the common area together, we'll sit and talk. We've even binged a couple of Netflix series together since we both are into the horror genre, though I've had to tap out a few times. Dave's stomach for gore is much stronger than mine. So, to surmise, for the past year, Dave has regularly sat next to me on a ratty, thrifty store couch just shooting the breeze, and I've enjoyed our conversations. I'm telling you all this because I know that when I tell you what my problem with Dave is, everyone is going to try to tell me that I must have a problem with something else. I know that you'll try to tell me I'm just focusing on little things because there's something else, something about his personality that unsettles me. But there's not. After almost a whole year of living with this man, I can safely say there isn't a single aspect of Dave's personality I find off-putting. I look forward to our Netflix nights and think he is quite funny in a dry sort of way. He doesn't really do anything that would typically upset me. One of my biggest pet peeves from past experiences with roommates is when they take something of mine. Batteries, clothes, money, without asking. Dave has never intruded on my personal space or stolen anything from me. Honestly, it should feel like I've hit the jackpot after my last roommate, Ryan. He ruined the sink by pouring hot grease down the drain and bailed before fixing the damages. Ryan also had his girl over almost every night, and they were so loud that I received notes from the neighbors. Now, Dave's not asexual by any means. He's a couple years younger than me, 24, and like clockwork, he has a different woman come over every 2 weeks on Saturday night. The first month he'd lived here, he'd given me a heads up that he had a date. I immediately was reminded of Ryan and became worried that I'd gotten another roommate from hell, but no. I was thankfully wrong. Each date night, Dave had some random girl stumble through the front door. Maybe the girl will wave at me or say hello, and if they do, that's the only thing I hear out of them. It's completely quiet after they enter Dave's room. I work from home, so I often sleep in late, especially on the weekends. Dave knows this, and honestly, I'm surprised by how much he takes this fact into consideration. I've already got a pair of noise-canceling headphones, purchased during the Ryan era, and I honestly don't mind wearing them to bed twice a month, but there's no need. Well, there's no need on his date nights. The other nights, well, I'll get to that in a moment. The point I'm trying to make is that Dave is so respectful, I have never once been woken up by one of his one-night stands leaving. In fact, I've never even seen one leave. Dave is just that considerate. He keeps that entire part of his life as quiet as possible for my sake. He always makes breakfast the next morning. At first I thought it might be as some sort of apology to me, maybe thinking he'd been too loud or made me uncomfortable with his Saturday night antics. Even though I assured him as long as I don't have to hear it, I don't care what he's doing in his room. But now I think it's some sort of ritual, maybe a self-congratulatory thing. Either way, every other Sunday morning I wake up to the aroma of meat frying. Dave keeps the fridge stocked up well with excellent cuts of meat, and he seems to love cooking, even if he doesn't eat much. Still, his largest smiles are reserved for sizzling meat. The nights after he gets lucky seem to be when he really gets into the chef zone. We have a meat grinder, just a small countertop appliance, and Dave uses the grinder to craft the most delicious sausages every other Sunday. He often shares his food with me, not stingy in the least, but he's particularly insistent that I partake on these mornings. I asked why once, and he simply said that the meat is best eaten fresh. He seems to replenish his ingredients on Sunday mornings, though it's not exactly clear where he shops. I've never seen cuts quite this color or texture at our local grocer. I'm pretty sure there's pork sausages, but they taste different. Softer and juicier. If Dave opened a restaurant, I'm pretty sure he could be a billionaire. Dave's kindness makes me feel guilty. He shares so willingly and never oversteps any of my boundaries. None of my other roommates, and I've had 5 by this point in my life, have ever looked so happy to eat breakfast with me. Dave won't even let me pay him back for the meat, which I assume must be expensive due to its quality. But he just smiles and says that it's much cheaper than I'd think. Writing this out, I realize how petty I sound. Dave gives from the goodness of his heart, whereas past roommates, cough Ryan cough, stole food from Tupperware with my name written in bold capital letters. Still, I think I'd take Ryan over Dave any day, and the reason is so stupid I don't even want to admit in this Reddit thread anonymously. The thing about Dave is that he chews too loud. I know I'm going to be flooded with comments suggesting things like wear noise-canceling headphones, listen to music, or the good old, are you seriously that put off by his chewing? This kid is sharing food and working on eggshells so that you don't feel uncomfortable. And yeah, I can see where those comments are coming from, but you don't understand. It's every night. I hear these noises through the walls, headphones or not. It's this crunching, slurping sound that starts at 3 a.m. and goes on until the sun rises. The noises are so much louder and pervasive than someone chewing potato chips with their mouth open. No matter what I try to block it out, it permeates through the defenses and echoes through my brain as loudly as microphone feedback. The horrid crunching sound punctuated by wet gulps and the occasional belch has become the soundtrack of my nightmares. Well, when I'm able to sleep long enough to dream, that is. I feel weird about bringing this up to Dave. Something in my mind is screaming out, saying that I absolutely cannot mention this to him, and I think I know why. Dave doesn't eat much. Aside from Sundays and the rare rib dinner, I never see him eat. He's so skinny that I suspect he struggles with some sort of eating disorder. I tried asking about this once in a roundabout way, and Dave had responded with, "People often can't stomach the sight of my meals." So, yeah, probably an eating disorder. Since he's so small, he might have experienced some bullying in high school, or maybe grown up in poverty and developed some sort of issue with binging after he got money. Either way, that's just speculation. The little voice in my head keeps screaming to never break up the sounds because how awful would it be if I made him feel bad for simply eating at night? What if I worsened his condition? Would I have to watch Dave waste away because of a petty comment? I don't want to know the answer to those questions. All I know is he doesn't feel comfortable eating full meals in front of others very often. Again, it's been almost a year since he moved in, and he's still not even comfortable around me. Maybe he can sense my issue with him. I hope not, as I do think he's a wonderful person with the exception of this one petty thing. But back on topic, the chewing. The only thing I can think to compare it to is my mother's dog. She had a pit mix named Daisy as I was growing up. She was a beautiful dog with short black fur that loved cuddling and was the epitome of sweetness. I thought she couldn't hurt a fly, but that thought was revoked in a violent fashion. One day a friend of mine broke into our house. He was trying to pull a stupid prank and climb through the kitchen window in a scream mask intent on scaring me. And he did. I shrieked like a little girl and Daisy came barreling into the kitchen. I saw her mouth open. All of those white teeth suddenly looked much sharper as the muscles in her neck bulged. She seemed to practically soar past me. Daisy chomped into my friend's shoulder, knocking him down. There was this resounding crack as he fell. At first, I thought he'd hit his head on the counter, maybe even broken his neck, but the crack was actually Daisy, locking her jaw in place and crunching into his collarbone. On the ground, Daisy didn't let go. She kept her mouth rigidly shut and shook her head back and forth. There was a wet tearing noise that seemed even louder than the screaming. I remember thinking that she was ripping him apart. In the end, my friend was relatively okay. He had to have reconstructive surgery on his shoulder and was in physical therapy for the duration of our high school careers. He walked away with minor nerve damage and a near debilitating fear of dogs. The doctor said he got off lucky. I'll never forget the sound of Daisy crunching into his bone, ripping the flesh off of his body with unnatural ease. I couldn't believe sweet Daisy, who loved cuddles and once let a butterfly land on the tip of her nose, looked so natural with a mouthful of blood. I thought that she couldn't hurt a fly, but she nearly eviscerated my friend. Don't get me wrong, I still love Daisy, and when she was taken away for aggression testing and my mother told me it was likely she'd be put down, I sobbed for days. Daisy was my beloved pet, and I knew that untimely she had only tried to protect me from what both she and I had perceived to be a threat. I was just shocked by what she had done, or rather, I was shocked by what she was capable of. And now, the sounds I hear from Dave's bedroom, the sounds that I cannot block out with noise-canceling headphones or music, The sounds that permeate my nightmares. These sounds sound almost like Daisy, ripping the flesh and crunching the bone of a person. I don't know if this is some sort of Latin PTSD thing. Maybe I'm just now facing the trauma of seeing that much blood and confronting the fear that a much younger me suppressed. Maybe there's a rational explanation for why I'm so frazzled. I shouldn't be able to hear him so clearly. There's no sound when he has a woman over. I know that the walls, well, not soundproof, are capable of blocking most noises. The smack of Dave's lips as he appreciates a meal shouldn't be able to reach me, but it does. I lay awake each night, headphones around my head, clutching the pillow against them for extra protection, and try to drown out the sound of Dave chewing. I don't have anyone to talk to about this. I only have a few friends, and if I said this to them, they'd either think I was crazy or petty. Probably both. So I'm just trying to get this off my chest and maybe get some advice from anyone else who couldn't seem to get over a petty grievance. Dave's been talking about renewing the lease. That we ought to stay roommates for another year, and I really can't think of a reason to say no because the only thing about Dave is that he chews too loud. Jacob and I have been friends since longer than I can remember. It all started with a play date at a local playground when we were kids. I don't really remember any details, but I guess we hit it off. We've been friends ever since. Now we're in our mid-20s, and you can say we both have made our fair share of mistakes. Both high school dropouts, drinking, and doing drugs way more than we should. We have the same crappy job and no real future in sight. We're about to leave work right now. We unload the truck and stock the shelves at our local Walmart. It's actually hard work, but we get paid like it isn't, and our shift is about over. Hey Kevin, what are you doing after work tonight? That's Sarah, my current beautiful girlfriend who should leave me but is too young to realize. She's only 18, so she just doesn't understand how big of a loser I am yet. Believe it or not, she actually thinks I'm cool. Not much, babe. Just gonna go home, watch the Yanks with Jacob, and drink beer until I pass out. Why, do you want to come over? I actually can't tonight. I have school in the morning. I don't want you to keep me up late. She says with a cute, fake, sad face. That's alright. I'll text you when I get home. I use my badge to clock out of work and then head right for the big swinging doors that separate the behind the scenes of Walmart from the customer side. It's 1 a.m. so the store is dead even though it is a 24-hour super Walmart. I start making my way up the long hall that leads to the front door and I see Jacob in the front door waiting for me. This is normal. We commute together so he's always waiting for me up front. Jacob has longish black hair like an old emo band member that comes right down to his eyebrows. He's skinny and always has ripped jeans, along with his Walmart vest and a name tag that says Cobb. I gave him that nickname. As I made it out about halfway down the hall, I realized Jacob was staring at me. I mean, I don't know if that's weird or not. Does he normally watch me walk to him? Why am I just now noticing this? I realize I don't really think this is normal. He's not even blinking. Maybe I'm just overreacting. I finally reach him. Hey Cobb, you ready to go, man? He doesn't respond. He's just staring. Not like he's zoned out, he's really focused on me. Cobb, let's go, brother. I say, kind of lightly touching his arm. I see Jacob's face snap like he just found reality again. Yeah, man, let's head home, he says, not realizing he was just acting like a complete weirdo. We say goodbye to some of the other co-workers and head outside to the car. Jacob gets in the passenger seat as I'm waving goodbye to Big Ron. I drop my butt into the driver's seat. You ready for this? I'm interrupted by Jacob's stare. Again, it's not like he's zoned out, more like he's zoned in. Like a frenzied stare. Every move I make, he is following me. Cobb, you alright, man? No answer. I try shaking his arm much harder than last time. Come on, Cobb. What's up, dude? Still no answer. I put the key in the ignition, start the car, and turn the radio on. I guess I'm just trying to act normal. I really don't know what else to do. I drop the car into reverse and look back to see where I'm going while backing out of our spot. Jacob stares right at my face the whole time. I lean forward while pushing back into drive. Jacob is still just staring at me, following me with his eyes. I start on my way home. It's only like a 5-minute drive, but halfway there, I'm feeling more awkward than I've ever felt in my life. My body is warm, and my back is literally itching. I'm keeping my eyes forward, successfully ignoring the crazy going on beside me. A country song that I don't know the name of, but I recognize comes on the radio. Double shot, 80 proof, on the rocks. What the... It's Jacob. He's singing the song on the radio. I look over and he's acting totally normal. No more staring. He's singing this stupid song and sticking his hand out the window, feeling the breeze. Cobb, what the fuck, dude? Why do you keep staring at me like that? Jacob stops singing and looks at me in shock, eyebrows lowered. What are you talking about, dude? I'm just chilling. No, dude, you keep staring at me. Are you not remembering? Are you, like, in a trance or something? I'm really getting frustrated. Alright, stop getting so upset, man. I'm not staring at you. I think you're freaking out about nothing. No, I'm not freaking out about nothing. You're for sure staring at me and somehow you're not remembering. You were just staring at me for like 5 minutes, dude. You did it when we were leaving work, too. I'm probably just zoning out or something, man. I don't think so. The way you're staring is weird. If it happens again, I'm really going to freak. I say, trying to rack my brain for what I would even do. Jacob puts his hand out the window and just looks straight. The rest of the car ride was silence. The long walk into our apartment was silence. We were both acting awkward towards each other. When we get inside, I take a straight right and Jacob takes a straight left. I'm heading into the kitchen to get us both some glasses of Jack Daniels on ice. He, I assume, is heading to the living room to get the Yankee game we recorded on the TV. I lean on the whiskey a bit, really filling the drink glasses. I figure we could both benefit from chilling out a bit. I head to the living room, but from the hallway I don't hear the TV playing. I'm getting the painful feeling that when I walk out there, Jacob is going to be staring at me. I turn the corner and look at Jacob. He's totally fine. He's got the game on, and he's looking in the couch cushions for something. He looks up at me. Just trying to find the remote for the sound. I think I got it. Yep, here it is. He says, pulling the remote out from the cushion and showing it to me. I figured we should go with whiskey instead of beer tonight. Chill us both right out. I say, smirking at him. Good choice, he says, smirking back. The night actually goes smoothly. No staring, just watching the game, getting drunk, and when it gets late enough, we head to bed. We have a 2-bedroom apartment. I have the bigger room, and Jacob has the smaller room. We did it that way because I tend to always have female guests, and Jacob just sticks to himself most of the time. Jacob goes into his room and closes the door. I do the same. I take my clothes off down to my blue boxer briefs and climb into bed under my nice big comforter. I swear there's nothing better than going to sleep just the right amount of drunk. I wake up in the middle of the night to a pitch black room, which is normal when I've been drinking. I always get up to pee. Still feeling a bit of a buzz, I climb out of bed and head over to my door. I start to feel a little bit of hesitancy. All of a sudden, Jacob's staring came back into my head. I keep trying to tell myself it was no big deal, but if you saw it, you would understand. It was very intense. What if he's standing outside my door staring? I slowly turn the handle of my bedroom door, now starting to really feel the terror creeping. The door clicks open and I slowly open it. Nothing. I feel a sigh of relief. I walk into the hallway and look over at Jacob's bedroom door. It's closed and there's no light coming from underneath the door. I was freaking out about nothing. I head out to the kitchen and leave the light off. I open the cupboard and grab a glass, then walk over to the sink and turn it on. I fill the glass with some cold water. I figure if I drink some now, it will pay dividends in the morning. As I'm drinking my water, I notice one of our bar stools are missing. Normally we have 2 black bar stools that sit on the other side of our kitchen bar, and for some reason one of them is missing. Maybe Jacob needed to climb up on it and left it in his room. Whatever. I put the glass in the sink and walk back down the hallway to the bathroom. I open the door and walk up to the front of the toilet, again leaving the light off. I take a piss, flush the toilet, and head back to my room. I hop back in bed and fall right back to sleep, no problem. I wake up to the sound of singing. Double shot, 80 proof on the rocks. It's the same song from last night in the car, and Jacob is really belting it out. I pull the covers off my head and sit up, stretching while looking around my room. Then I notice it in my room. The bar stool from the kitchen is sitting in the corner of my bedroom. Why is it in my room? Then I remembered last night. It wasn't in the kitchen. Was Jacob in my room last night? Doing what? Staring? I can feel my chest tightening. My mind is spacey, almost like what's happening isn't even real. What the hell is going on? What do I do? Confronting him is useless. He's going to say I am the crazy one. Thankfully, I can hear him singing, so I know he's at least in normal mode right now. I get up, put on some sweats and a t-shirt, then make my way to the kitchen. Till you've lost it all and you can't go back to your life. Jacob is still singing and flipping pancakes on the stove. To his right is a giant stack, maybe 10. We can never eat what he's already made, and he's still cooking more. Good morning, Cobb. How many pancakes are you making, man? I don't know, man. I think I just got a little carried away, he says as he flips the 2 onto the stack. He then pours more batter into the skillet. I would tell him to stop, but honestly, that's the least of my worries right now. I sit down on the remaining bar stool, the other still in the room. Hey, Cobb, where's the other stool? It's not there? He says, not even looking back at me. Nope. I have no clue. I haven't seen it. Still, he hasn't looked at me. Hey, man, I'm going to have Sarah come over for breakfast since you are making so much. I figure maybe if he has one of his episodes in front of her, we can both convince him something is wrong. I text Sarah telling her to come over. She lives in the same apartment complex as us, so it will only take her a couple of minutes to get here. I decide to switch gears, trying to ask him questions that might slip him up. Did you sleep good last night? Did you get up at all? Nope, I slept great. That's why I'm in such a good mood, man. This time he turns back towards me and throws up a peace sign. That's when I see he's wearing sunglasses. He's joked before about being cool and wearing shades inside, but I know he's just trying to hide bloodshot, tired eyes. Alright, man, well, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute shower. Sarah's coming over, so when I get out, we'll eat breakfast and spend the day together. Maybe even hit the Yankee game tonight. Sounds good to me, he says as he begins his singing again. Till you've lost it all, and you can't go back to your life. I head into the bathroom, pull back the shower curtain and turn on the hot water, letting it get warmed up. Then I sit on the toilet so I can empty myself out. After about a minute, I hear the doorbell ring. Then I hear the front door open, and just like that, Sarah and Jacob are talking. I can't make out exactly what they're saying, but clearly Jacob is still acting totally normal. That's a good thing for sure, but I do hope she'll at least get to see what I have, because otherwise she might not take me seriously. I finish my business, then hop in the shower. From the shower, I really can't hear anything out in the kitchen, and that's what makes me uncomfortable, so I wash myself quickly. Maybe 2 to 3 minutes tops. I rinse and then turn off the shower, and all I hear is silence. They're not talking out there. Maybe he is doing the staring. I hop out of the shower as fast as I can, dry myself off, and start getting dressed. As I'm putting my shirt on, I start to hear Jacob singing again. Till you've lost it all and you can't go back to your life. I open the door and head to the kitchen to find Jacob making more pancakes. The stack must have at least 20 there now. There's no sign of Sarah. Hey Cobb, where's Sarah at? Jacob looks back at me still wearing his stupid sunglasses. I don't know, man. I think she left. Did she say where she was going? I don't think so. I reach into my pocket and check my phone. No missed texts or calls. I walk down the hallway to my bedroom, shut the door, and sit on my bed. I call Sarah, and it goes straight to voicemail. I hang up and try to call again. Still nothing. One more time. Nothing. I decide to leave a message. Hey babe, I know you're probably freaking out, but that staring thing is what I was trying to show you. I don't know why he's doing that, but I really need your support, so please call me right back. I hang up the phone and realize I need to go confront Jacob. He needs help. I open the bedroom door and jump. Jacob is standing right at my door with a plate of pancakes and a big smile on his face. Ready to eat, Kev? I barely knew what to say. There were 10 pancakes on the plate. Clearly something was wrong with my best friend. Yeah, man. Let's eat. We sit at the kitchen table, but I'm not very hungry. I figure I can at least use this moment to take a breath and figure out exactly what to do about this situation. We both have plates with a ridiculous stack of pancakes. There's butter on the table and tall glasses of milk. This would be a great breakfast if not for the whole "my friend is going crazy" thing. Jacob starts slathering his pancakes with a ridiculous amount of butter. He's doing all 10 of his pancakes also. Want some butter, man? No, I'm fine. I really wasn't in the mood for butter or really anything at that moment. I was just trying to keep it cool. I pulled my phone out of my wallet to check and still no call from Sarah. I cut my pancakes, put on some syrup, and start eating. I know I should have been too upset to eat, but after a hard night of drinking, I'm starving. How do you like them? Jacob says with his giant smile, refusing to take those ridiculous shades off. Alright, man, let's stop beating around the bush. What's going on? I know you were in my bedroom all night last night staring at me. I seen the stool. You forgot to put it back. Jacob's smile goes away. His face goes flat. He's not frowning, just blank. He looks down at his pancakes. He cuts a piece, then puts the piece of pancake in his mouth and chews. He still hasn't responded to me. Come on, man, don't lie to me. I know you must remember something. You must have been there all night because I got up pretty early in the night and saw the stool missing. Jacob swallows and looks at me. I'm nervous about his response. He clearly took in what I was saying this time. How do you like the pancakes? I sat in shock. Part of me wanted to freak out and start screaming at him, but I froze. I couldn't really say anything. Then Jacob went back to his blank face. Then he did it again. He started staring. He stopped eating, just sitting there looking at me. Believe it or not, I actually started eating my pancakes. I was so scared, but I must have been in shock or something. I really don't know. I think I just wanted things to be normal so bad. I sat and ate my pancakes and waited for him to do something. Minutes went by, but then felt like hours. Finally, a switch flipped in me. My anger took over and my anxiety moved out of the way. What is going on, dude? Why are you acting like this? I reached over the table and snatched the glasses off of Jacob's face. Underneath, I expected to see bloodshot eyes staring at me, but it was much worse. Jacob had sewn his eyes open. His top eyelash was sewn right under his eyebrow. His bottom eyelash was sewn to the top of his cheek. Obviously, eyelashes don't reach very far, so it was mainly the stitching that made the stretch. The red from the inside of the bottom of his eye was just disgusting to look at. Cobb? What did you do? I want to see. I don't want to miss anything, Jacob said for the first time, acknowledging the situation. Jacob, something is wrong with you. We need to go to the hospital. I can see everything now. Sarah didn't understand at first, but she gets it now. I showed her. What? Where is Sarah? What do you mean you showed her? Jacob started smiling. She didn't want to see like I see, so I made her see like she sees. Like you see. You have a choice. You can either see like me or see like her. What are you talking about? What did you do to her? Jacob reached for the glass of milk sitting in the right of his plate. He reached for the glass to the right of his plate. That's all I remember. I know he must have smashed it against my temple because my temple was killing me when I woke up. It still is. I know it knocked me out because it's the last thing I can remember before waking up here. All around this room there are drawings of eyes on pieces of paper. They are plastered all over the walls. There must be hundreds or thousands. I don't know, it could be millions. Just eyes staring at me. There's a computer in the middle of the room on a desk. It's locked. I can see the time and date on the lock screen, though, which is a blessing. There's no windows here, so without it, I wouldn't have a clue of the time. I think that's keeping me a little more sane than I should be otherwise. It's been 3 days. At the bottom of the door that's keeping me locked in here, it looks like there used to be a mail slit that got ripped out and then cut to be much bigger. Jacob, I assume, although I haven't seen him, drops food in a plastic container. Pre-cut pancakes, slathered in melted butter and syrup for breakfast, tacos for dinner. The containers are stuffed, crazy-sized portions, more than I could ever eat. I've been saving whatever I don't eat in case he doesn't show up for a day. At the top of the door is the same exact cutout, matching the one at the bottom. I swear at night sometimes I look over and see the whites of Jacob's eyes staring at me. I'm not sure though because every time I've jumped up to check they are gone. Maybe I'm imagining them. Now I just try to ignore it and sleep. Right now I'm waiting for breakfast, trying not to think about Sarah or the situation I'm in. I know keeping my cool is the only chance I have here. After about 45 minutes pass, I hear footsteps coming to the door. The plastic container drops through the bottom slit. The first 3 days I was here, I would plead with Jacob to let me go, but on day 4 I've given up. That's not going to work. I walk over to the container and notice there's a piece of paper folded and taped to it, held on by a single piece of tape. I rip it off and read it. Password. See how I see. I look at it for a second and then it hits me. It's the password to the computer. I drop the container and run over to the computer. I type in the password and it logs on. I bring up the Internet Explorer and try Google. Nothing. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, anything I can think of to reach a person I actually know. Nothing works. I exit the browser and see on the home screen there is a folder that says, Sarah. I can feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I open the file. There's just one video in it. I start the video. Sarah is laying on a table awake. She's crying. Jacob is standing to the right of the table. He's talking to her, but the only word I can make out is see. It's just his crazy rambling. Then Jacob picks up a kitchen knife and with no hesitation he starts cutting the bottom of her eye. Sarah starts screaming more horrifically than I've ever heard someone scream. The movies don't do it justice. Or maybe it's just because she's my girlfriend. I look away but end up looking back. He's trying to cut her eye out. I can't watch this. I skip through the video. I see him start to work on her left eye. Then he stuffs gauze in her eyes and stitches her eyelids over it. She screams the whole entire time. I just keep skipping through till I get to the end. She's still alive. She's not moving or making any noise, but I see her chest breathing. Jacob then walks over to the camera and looks right into it. His eyes still sewn open. Do you want to see like her? Or do you want to see like me? I shut the computer screen off. I walk over to the bed and just sit on it. I want to cry, but I can't. Something is wrong with me. I'm having a hard time even feeling right now. I lay down and just fall asleep. I wake up to the sound of a plastic container hitting the ground. I walk over and grab the tacos. Again, there is a folded piece of paper on the container. I open it and read it. Tonight you choose. I walk over to the computer and sit on the chair. After 20 minutes of just thinking, I decide to get on the computer and check if Reddit works. It does, but no one I know uses Reddit. I have no clue where I am, so I guess I'm just posting this for your advice. I'm eating the tacos. About a third of the way through them. What do you guys think I should do? Obviously, I should choose keeping my eyes open. Much less brutal. I think my only chance at survival is attacking him when he comes in. If I can just find a weapon around here, I can win. Heck, I am bigger than him. I've always been stronger. I can beat him even without a weapon. I just need to catch him by surprise in case he has one. Do you have any ideas? I'm starting to feel really tired though. Like, more tired than I've ever felt in my life. I can't even think, and typing is getting really hard. Wait, this is bad. I've never felt like this. That bastard. He beat me. I think he put something in my food. My friend Miranda and I were having a sleepover at my grandmother's house. She lived in rural North Carolina on 3 acres with a mountain on one side and miles of woods on the other. The only road in her neighborhood was on the back side of her house, where the wraparound porch hugged the formal living room and a converted bedroom where guests stayed the night. The lot in front of her house that spanned over 4 miles was undeveloped. We started off the night watching TV and reading teen magazines, but it truly was an abysmal time. We didn't know it, but we were just about to outgrow each other. Childhood friends with proximity alone. She was socially eclipsing me. At around 10-something, my grandmother went to sleep. We watched her take a sleeping pill and out on Nick at night. Her small old dog Lolita slept beside her already. She couldn't sleep without my grandfather, and after he died, the pills knocked her out. Miranda decided after not paying attention to the show she put on that we should go outside. It was rainy and windy, and it had finally stopped. We tiptoed through the long hallway and closed the door to the mudroom and put on boots and raincoats. She flopped around in my grandmother's and I put on my own shoes. We walked for a bit past the patio furniture, past the empty chicken coop, and past my grandfather's shed. The property was well kept to the perimeter fence, and we hopped over and made our way into the woods. We walked for a few seconds, and I look back towards the house. It disappears quickly, and we hop in puddles and shine our flashlights at the trees, talking quietly and looking around, hoping to see an owl or a deer. I can't help but feel uneasy. I'm acting brave to save face. Miranda is almost 12 and I'm barely 10. I've never been out here without an adult before. The woods become thicker and we lose the path completely. I know I've never been this deep in these woods, and she just wants to go farther and farther, our lights illuminating less and less as the forest becomes more dense. The rain picks back up a bit, and the wind moves the trees around us. We see them sway, but hear nothing. It's scary when you're out in the woods alone in the middle of the night. It's even scarier when between steps you hear leaves crunching and branches snapping. Miranda looks back at me and whispers, "Was that you?" I shake my head, and we listen intently. The rain and the now audible wind make it so hard to zero in on the movement in the distance. I'm so scared, my heart is beating in my chest, and we're both frozen. I want to be back at the house, playing in the back bedroom, watching Law and Order, and eating snacks. I turn off my light as the sound gets closer. and I back up slowly. I don't feel Miranda behind me anymore, and I turn around and she's gone. The branches are breaking, and the crunching and squelching of the wet ground is so loud. And I see her a few feet back. She looks at me, her light still on. She shines it to the side of us, and she takes off running, leaving me alone in the woods. I sink to my knees. The cold water soaks my pajamas under the raincoat and cry silently. I hear something run somewhere past to my left, and I hold my breath and sink deeper into the ground. The crunching sounds move closer, the way we came, and eventually I stop hearing it altogether. I sat on the floor for a while and I feel the rain starting again. The wind knocks my hood down and the rain is so cold on my face. Cold water drops down my back and I shiver. I walk back the way I think I came and look around the entire time feeling eyes all over me. I don't turn on my lights. My eyes have finally adjusted to the dark. It had to have been at least an hour since Miranda and I got separated, and I was so upset that she left me. There's a huge tree that was struck by lightning a few years back, and a big chunk of it toppled over. It's a landmark I remember when I venture back here with my cousin, a few hundred meters from their house. I see the white fence behind the trees and run the last few feet out of the woods. I run as fast as I can and get to the house. I try the knob and the door is locked. Miranda locked me out of the house. I knock on the door and nothing. No lights on in my grandma's room or my great-grandmother's room. I hope Miranda will hear me, but the rain is pounding so hard. I'm sure I just sound like a whisper in the darkness. I suddenly feel sick to my stomach. I feel eyes on my back and I turn around and don't see anything but the normal stuff in the yard and the white fence and the wall of trees. I'm so thankful for the visibility, but I'm scared that I'm outside alone with whatever ran by after Miranda. After a few minutes, I can see a light come on in my great-grandmother's room. She wears a hearing aid, so chances are she didn't hear me knocking. And Lolita was so afraid of the storm she was probably shaking in the tub, not worried about me. I see her little old face in rollers and I wave my hands. I feel the hair in the back of my neck raise and I feel the danger. I feel so scared. She finally looks up and walks old people quickly to the door. She unlocks it and lets me take a step in before standing in front of me asking what happened. Why was I outside? She's fumbling with her hearing aid and I scoot past her. Tell her I wanted to get something I left out earlier and the door must have closed and locked. I grabbed a towel and took off my clothes. I walked to the end of the hall looking out the windows, the whole time feeling so exposed. Miranda is sitting on the bed, watching TV, soaking the sheets, and not a bit concerned. I throw her the towel and she takes off her raincoat. We get clean, dry sheets and we lie in bed beside each other, neither of us talking. She faces the road and the porch and I face the wall. I hear her gasp and push back against me and I whisper what her problem is. She points to the window which is illuminated every time the thunder strikes in the sky. We see something on all fours walking on the porch, stopping in front of the window. Then we see the vague silhouette. We're behind the curtain. I've never noticed the opacity of these curtains, so in the dark room, I'm hoping it can't see in. We stare where it stands or crouches or whatever, and the next time the sky is bright, it's moved somewhere else. I'm trying to look in. We are frozen in bed, not moving, not talking, not even breathing. But it just stayed there for a while. Then a lightning stroke came and it was gone. We stayed up for hours and waited for whatever it was to come back. Never did. In the morning, Miranda got ready. She brushed her teeth and got dressed all before my grandmother ever woke up to make us breakfast, which it seemed she had not intention of waiting for. She told me her mom was on the way to pick her up and that she had dance. But I knew she didn't want to have to be here any longer than she needed to. I asked her why she ran away, why she left me by myself and then locked the door. She kind of just stared at me and then kept packing up. She said she heard something moving in front of us, and she saw something moving when she shone her light over there. So she ran, and when she finally found the house, she didn't think it made sense to keep the door unlocked so whoever would just come in and take her. She didn't even think of me, of my life or my fear. Not even that it was her idea to go out there or anything. We didn't talk, and when Mom came before too long, we never hung out again. She moved on to cooler friends, and eventually my family left the state, but every time I'm in the woods, I can't help but think about what was out there with us, how close it seems we could have come to ending up dead. I decided to get a dog when I moved away from my family to go to my dream college. It was my first time living on my own, and I figured it would be easier with a pet. I've always loved dogs and can't remember a time where there wasn't at least 3 of them in my home growing up. I know how to train them and care for them, so I figured it wouldn't be such a big deal having just one on my own. I got him from a shelter and named him Thor, after my favorite Marvel hero. He looked young and healthy, but the vets couldn't identify the dog's exact age. He had apparently been at the shelter for a couple years. Most people wouldn't have wanted him, but I had a soft spot for unwanted dogs, and the sad look in his eyes made me want to get him out of there. He was an amazing dog, listened to everything I said, and hardly needed any training. It felt like he actually understood every word I spoke to him. Unfortunately, he never caught on to the name Thor, and I would only listen to commands like, "Come here, buddy," or "Go fetch, pal." Also, that sad look in his eyes never faded. I noticed it a few weeks after getting him, how desperate his eyes really looked. Staring into his eyes felt like he was piercing your soul, like I was looking into the eyes of a loved one on their deathbed. I could feel his gaze before I even knew he was in the room. It got to the point where I would avoid the dog as much as I could while still caring for him, and slept with the door locked. After about 6 months of this, I decided I needed a roommate to ease the tension. I made a post online and got quite a few replies since the place was reasonably priced and nice. I had a few of them come over one at a time, but they all backed down. It was only when one guy mentioned it that I realized it was because of the dog. Why is he looking at me like that? Oh, the dog? Yeah, I was stunned into silence as I glanced at the dog and noticed that the sad look he held for so long was now a burning anger. Not only that, but you could feel the bloodlust. It was extremely abnormal for any dog to look like this. Being around dogs for my whole life, I knew what a dog looked like when it was ready to attack or feel threatened. They would show their teeth, start a low rumbling growl, and take a stance ready to leap on its prey. But Thor didn't do any of these. In fact, if you took a picture, he might have looked like a normal dog, but the look in his eyes was haunting, like a deranged killer looking at a victim. The guy obviously left, and when I looked back at Thor, his eyes had returned to their saddened state. The only reason I didn't get rid of him right then and there was because he had never done anything wrong. He behaved perfectly fine, never attacked a single one of the guests I had over, and ultimately didn't deserve to be abandoned. But still, his eyes haunted me. I decided to continue looking for a roommate. One after the other would come over with high hopes and leave frightened. It all changed when one girl named Vanessa came by. I was always worried about having a female roommate since I had a long-distance girlfriend back home who I loved very much. When she came by, she was really nice and quite attractive. So I was quick to introduce her to Thor, as my girlfriend would get very jealous. But when I called him over, his face filled with joy as he saw her. His eyes looked happy, and he even seemed to smile as he ran over and jumped on her, licking her face and panting. This would have made me feel happy or relieved, but I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. After a lot of convincing and swearing to stay loyal to my girlfriend, Vanessa finally moved in with me. I was relieved to finally have someone other than Thor in the house, especially since she agreed to help with taking care of him. The two of them got together so well. He had always been a good listener, but he actually showed emotion around Vanessa. He would run enthusiastically when she called him, smile and wag his tail when she pat him. It was like he turned into a whole new dog. He even slept in the same room as her and would sometimes cuddle up in bed with her. But I saw something sinister in his eyes. Even though he looked happy, it was like he couldn't fully mask his true feelings. This arrangement continued for a year, until one night when things changed. It was 2 a.m. I was at the dining room table studying for an exam I had the next morning, when Vanessa came out of her room and sat across from me. "Does Thor ever creep you out?" I was sort of taken aback. Didn't she love Thor? She was the only one he acted normal around. Well, yeah, actually. That's why I got a roommate. I couldn't stand the look in his eyes. He gave me this awful feeling. She sort of nodded in agreement, which was unexpected. "Yeah, I find it hard to look at him sometimes. He always seems so happy, but his eyes scare me. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but sometimes he looks like he wants to hurt me. It's like some deranged man who is happy he's found his victim." I sat back and can't seem to get any words out. It was relieving and terrifying that someone else felt the same way as I do. After a minute of silence, I finally spoke. "Yeah, I know what you mean. He kind of has this..." I stop in my tracks as I notice this terrifying look in her face. I look behind me and see Thor standing in the hallway, giving us that haunting look, bloodlust oozing off of him. "Thor, go to bed," I say with a shaky voice, terrified of what he could do. He just stands there, as still as a rock, locking his gaze with mine. I feel this sharp pain rush through my body as we lock eyes. I can't move. He starts to walk towards us slowly. Vanessa lets out a light scream before I hear the clap of her hands quickly covering her mouth. Our eyes stay locked until he walks right past me. All of a sudden, everything turns dark. I wake up next to Vanessa completely naked beside me. I jolt up in a panic, trying to remember what happened the night before. My heart fills with anxiety knowing I must have made a terrible mistake. I suddenly remember Thor and what happened last night. Was that a dream? Did he attack Vanessa? Why is she lying beside me naked? My mind spun with questions I didn't have the answer to. Vanessa woke up, rolled over, and looked at me with a smile. "Last night was fun, but I think it's time we parted ways, buddy. I'm finally free." I stood there confused. Her eyes were different. They were bright green yesterday and full of joy. Now all I see are these dark, menacing eyes. She stands up in a terribly awkward way and struggles to put her clothes on. She tries walking across the room but stumbles multiple times, as if she couldn't remember how to work her own body. "You aren't Vanessa, are you?" She spoke while looking away from me. "You know Thor is a really stupid name for a dog, right? I never really liked it much, so I think you should name her something else. You know, something someone wouldn't mind being called for a while." "What are you talking about?" She finally turns her head and gives me a smile, this unshakable feeling of terror running through me. "I'll be seeing you soon, pal." As she walked away, I saw Thor, sitting in front of the door with that sad look again. But the look didn't creep me out like it did before. It was like the day I saw him at the shelter. I felt bad for him again. I slowly walked closer to him and felt my heart sink as I looked into his bright green eyes filled with tears. "Vanessa?" First, I have to start off by saying that I don't know if I'm maybe just overreacting. There are definitely people out there who have worse neighbors. Hell, I'm sure there are people in my own city that have far worse neighbors. It all started about 2 months ago, maybe a bit more. I'm horrible with times and dates. I woke up to see a small little truck in the street in front of my apartment. 2 men unloading old furniture and boxes. I watched them for a bit, waiting to see which house they would carry all that stuff into, and I was surprised that they went through the door of my apartment complex. I didn't know there was an empty flat, which wasn't saying much since I didn't really pay attention to anything happening outside my own 4 walls. So it wasn't strange for me not to actually see my neighbors for the first few weeks. It was one of my other neighbors who told me about them. Collin something, I know his name, living right next to me, always trying to talk my ear off with his grating, nasal voice. "Oh, have you seen the new neighbors?" I just came home and was fumbling desperately for my keys. A fake smile on my face. An elderly lady and her husband. The woman is such a darling, she gave me cookies and soup after I helped her carry her groceries in. I nodded, fumbling for my keys harder, dropping them in the hurry. I really hated Collin, but I also didn't want him to know that. I always tried to be polite so he wouldn't piss on my doorstep or do something equally annoying in revenge. And trust me, that soup was marvelous. The best I ever had. When I asked her for a recipe though, she just winked. I finally had my keys in hand and jammed them into the lock, grinning at Collin and muttering about having to really get inside and having no time to talk. And that was that. A few days later, I actually met the elderly lady myself. She looked like the most grandmotherly person you could imagine. Paper thin, wrinkly skin, white hair and that short kind of cloud all older women seem to have. A beige shirt and cardigan, stockings, and those shiny black slip-on shoes. She was struggling with a large bag, so I rushed over to help her. Not because I'm a nice kind of guy. I just don't want to seem like an asshole to people I have to live next to. Or, in this case, above. We went up 2 flights of stairs and through her front door. That's the first weird thing that I noticed. The flat was small, like my own. 2 rooms and a little kitchen, but it smelled very much not like mine. There was a sickly sweet odor hanging heavy in the air, making me choke lightly as I stepped in. I just assumed it was the regular old people smell that somehow found its place in every elderly person's home. So I set down the bag, getting a glimpse of some cabbages and carrots inside. The lady thanked me profusely and wouldn't let me leave until I accepted a bowl full of soup as a thanks. So I went home and had the best bowl of soup in my life. Collin had been right. There just was something about the tender meat, even though those bits were few. The rest was cabbage, carrot, potato, all good, but not as good as the few scraps of meat that swam in between. The second strange thing I noticed happened over the next few weeks. I ran into her often since that first time. She seemed to go grocery shopping every second day or so, probably since she couldn't carry that much at once. I always helped her with the bag, and she always thanked me with a bowl of soup, sometimes the same as the first time, sometimes potato and chives or peas and beans, but always with a few tiny scraps of delicious meat. The strange thing wasn't the soup, though. It was that I didn't see her husband even once. It was as if she lived alone. The flat silent whenever we entered. I asked her once and she simply said that he usually took a nap around this time. I guess that makes sense. Old people like to take naps, right? It's just that we often ran into each other at different times of the day. And somehow I still didn't see her husband. The third strange thing is the one that's been bothering me enough that I started to actually wonder about my new neighbors. Their flat is right below mine, the layout the same. So my bedroom is right above theirs. It's been only a few days, but I started to notice the weird smell in my own bedroom. I have no way to prove it, but since it smells exactly like the old lady's living room, and probably the whole apartment, I assume it's coming from downstairs. Sweet, nauseating, kind of like when you hurt yourself and the wound gets infected. It's all very minor, so I didn't bother to really spend much time thinking about it. But then the fourth strange thing happened, and I thought, maybe this is something to share here. See, I got another bowl of soup, and I'm half sure that my mind or my eyes might have played tricks on me. But I think I saw a little piece of finger, nail, and all floating in there. The actually strange thing, though, is that I couldn't stop myself from eating it anyway. The meat is just so tender and juicy, and each bowl has so few scraps of it in it. Some of you'll know the computer game called Phasmophobia. It was a bit of an underground hit a few years ago. Anyway, I picked it up shortly after it entered early access, but was having a hard time finding people to play with. So I jumped on the Discord to find a group of people to play with. I had actually never used Discord before, and unfortunately met a lot of people who were a little mean to me because of my inexperience with understanding how to use it. Eventually I met a couple of people who were nice and friendly and helped me understand how to use it. I was older than them, and they'd call me Grandpa in a fun way. I took that nickname with joy. While waiting for others to join our games, we'd often just chat and they'd tell me about what was going on in their lives. The romantic drama, the soul-crushing expectations of work and school, the random depression, anxiety, and ennui we all experience. I don't know why, but people have always been comfortable opening up to me, and in return, I always try to offer advice, or at least a sympathetic ear. That's how I met Yumi. She was an online friend of one of the people whose group adopted me as their grandpa, and eventually, she was there for every game night. She was in a time zone an hour ahead of me and a few hours ahead of the rest of the group. Many times, I'd turn on my computer, and as soon as I logged into Discord, she'd send me a message. Up for chasing ghosts tonight? Sure, let me get ready. Send me the lobby info, I'll be there in a second. She'd send over the server info and I'd hop on. I always bought all the equipment for our team. It's what grandpas do after all. Then we'd wait for others to join. Sometimes we would play around, just the two of us, because we knew it was going to be a while for the others to get off work. She was a very sweet girl, but troubled. Boy problems, family problems, work problems, school problems. She admitted that she felt inadequate in all those realms, and I listened to her and told her stories of the times I felt the same way, and how things managed to turn out all right. We'd start around together, and worked well as a team trying to solve the mysteries that the game presented us with. There'd be shrieks and screams followed by nervous laughter. The shrieking was mostly me, though. She always was cool as a cucumber, except when she wanted to get lost in the game. One evening, we were waiting in the lobby together, and she asked me, "Hey, do you mind if we just hop on without waiting for the others? I've had a bad day and just want to forget about it." I said that I'd be happy not to wait, and that I hoped everything was alright, and that I totally understand about wanting to distract yourself with the game. We loaded in and thought that I should really ham it up, squeal and scream to try and make her laugh a little. It worked. I'd hear her giggle on her mic, and I'd make fun of myself to keep it going. We finished the mission and returned back to the lobby, and she seemed to be in a better mood. Back in the lobby, she asked, "If I tell you something, do you promise not to think I'm crazy?" "I can't promise that, but I can promise I won't think you're the craziest person I've ever met." "Do you believe in premonitions?" "In a way, yes. I once had one." "What happened with your premonition? Did it come true?" "When I was a child, I had a dream that I was in an empty house where every room had a different color carpet, and in the hallway there was a door that opened to a staircase going down into darkness. Above the stairs was a little cabinet. I opened it and found a gun. A year or two later, my family moved and the house had different colored carpets in every room. I told my mother, "There is a gun in the cabinet above the basement stairs." She thought I was crazy. She didn't believe there was a cabinet above the basement stairs, let alone a gun in it, but I told her that I was sure of it. So we both went and unlocked the basement door, and sure enough, there was a cabinet above the stairs, and when she opened it, there was a rusted revolver. So it came true. What happened in your dream after you found the gun? What did your mother do with it? Yeah, I suppose it did. My dream ended when I found the gun, and similarly, my mother threw it away when she found it. I'm worried. About what? I had a premonition too. It felt different. Not like a dream, not like my imagination. Like it was real. What happened in your premonition? I died in a car crash. It was a rainy day. I was getting off work. I felt tired and just wanted to get home. The light had just turned green, and a few seconds later, bright lights were coming towards me from the side, and then I saw my body pinched between metal and glass, bleeding on myself. What makes you think it's a premonition? I don't know. It was just different. It's hard to explain. I thought I was really happening until I saw myself dead. Probably think I'm crazy now. I don't think you're crazy, but in this case, I hope that you are. Just remember what you saw and be careful about traffic lights. But there wasn't anything you could have done about your premonition, right? I mean, the gun was there, above the stairs. No matter what, you could have done differently. Yeah, I suppose that's right, but you shouldn't think of it as fate or destiny, because even if it is, you shouldn't let the fear of the future rob you of enjoying the present. We talked about it for a few more minutes when everyone else from the group joined our server, and Yumi changed the subject. And we began talking with the new arrival about how their day was, and it lightened the mood. She was a totally different person, bubbly and cheery, empathetic to the trials and tribulations of our friend. Completely moving on from the conversation we just had. Eventually a fourth player joined us as well, and we spent the rest of the evening chasing virtual ghosts. Over the next couple of days, everything went back to normal. Yumi and I would log on before the others, play a round or two by ourselves, and then a few more rounds with the others before calling it a night. Neither she nor I mentioned the premonition again. We just had fun enjoying the present, with other good people trying to do the same. About 2 weeks later, I log on to Discord and wait for her message, but it never came. She wasn't even online. I didn't think anything of it at first. There were days when I was on, or she was on, and the other wasn't. But then it happened a few days in a row, which was unusual. But nobody in the group mentioned anything. 4 or 5 days later, she comes back online and sends a message to the group chat. Hi everyone. This isn't Yumi, by the way. I'm her IRL friend. Yumi passed away in an accident a few days ago. Her mom told me that I should take her computer and save her pictures and stuff. When I turned it on, Discord opened, so I thought I'd let you all know. She talked about you all a lot. I don't know her password, so I'm going to log out of the account without deleting it. I'm sorry to give you the news like this. I wasn't even sure I should because it feels creepy, but I hope you'll remember her. I was shocked. It was so strange. To have met this person without her having been there in the presence, for them to quickly and easily become a part of your normal life, and then for them to suddenly vanish, to ghost you in an almost literal sense. I still think about it, even though it's been years. But the reason I decided to tell y'all about this story is because I received a message on Discord today. It said, "Up for chasing ghosts tonight?" This happened in 2008 when I was 13. I remember it like it was yesterday. I lived in Cincinnati at the time, and it was January. My middle school was called off due to a snowstorm the night before. I was home alone because my dad and stepmom had to go to work, which meant my little sister was at daycare and my older brother had a dentist appointment. My dad worked for lawn care and sometimes came home for lunch if he was in the area. So when I was awoken by noises coming from the basement, I thought it was just him home for lunch going through things in the basement. So I really didn't think anything of it. When I got out of bed, I could still hear what I thought was my dad in the basement, but as I approached the stairs, something felt extremely off. I really don't know what caused me to do this, but instead of yelling, I whispered, "Dad, is that you?" He didn't respond. So I quietly went to the front door and looked out of the tiny square window and saw two men walking up the snow-covered hill to my backyard. I found out later that there was a third man, and he was the one who broke the basement window. I quickly realized the noises I heard was actually the basement window directly under my bed in the basement being broken. I ran back to my bedroom, immediately hopped into my closet, and called my mom. When she answered and I told her what was happening, she called my brother to see if he would go home because I had a history of being scared to be home alone. So neither of them actually believed that there were people in the house. Before my brother got there, and right after my mother and I got off the phone, I called 911. I don't think the dispatcher believed me at first because she asked me several times if I was sure there were people trying to enter my house. Meanwhile, the three men had already entered the house and were hauling ass up the basement stairs. After I told her that, I immediately noticed a change in her voice, and she told me to stay calm and asked me if I was in a safe place, to which I told her I was inside my bedroom closet. Except the door wouldn't close all the way because, as most teenagers, my room was only clean because I threw a lot of stuff in my closet. So I had to hold my closet door shut. The dispatcher told me to let her know what I could hear, if anything. I told her that I heard them talking to each other in the living room, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The next thing I knew, they were breaking down my dad and stepmom's bedroom door that was right next to my room. Not long after that, I see through the crack of my closet door. One of the men entered my room, and a few seconds later he walked back out, obviously realizing it was a child's bedroom and that he wasn't going to find anything worthwhile in there. A few moments later, one of the men shouted, "He's home! He's home!" And they all started running away, or so I thought. A little backstory about the house. It was fairly old, so to open all the windows, even the basement, you had to crank a lever to open or close them, unlike the glass block windows that can't be broken or seen through. Not only that, but the front door didn't open because the house had settled too much and wouldn't unlock, so the couch was in front of it. Because the front door didn't work, we used the same door to get in and out. I'm not sure why, but the side door had to be unlocked with a key from the inside of the house to be able to leave. Everybody had a key besides my little sister. That being said, the men had to leave the way they entered, with everything they were trying to steal, which was through the basement window. After the dispatcher informed me that the police and my house surrounded, and it was safe to come out, it took me quite a while to leave my closet because I didn't truly know if they were gone. When I finally got the balls to get out, I grabbed my key and darted to the side door to let the police inside. I didn't see my brother anywhere, so I didn't know if something had happened to him or if he was even him who came. Not long after I let the police inside, my brother came walking inside the dining room. I jumped up so fast and gave him the biggest hug I had ever given him. When the police asked us to tell them what happened, I heard my brother tell them that when he got to the house, he walked up to the side door like he normally would, and when he was about to unlock it, he was met with one of the men through the window. He said the man cocked his gun, put it up to the glass, and said, "Hey, bitch." After that, he said he froze up, and then he could finally feel his legs again. He ran up the street and started knocking on doors. After about 3 houses, he knocked on the 4th, and a little girl answered, so he asked her to go and get her mommy. When the woman came to the door, she could see that he was frazzled and asked him what was wrong. He told her that there were men inside of our house, and his little sister was inside. She called the police, and my then brother called our grandparents to let them know that I was telling the truth. I asked the officers if they caught the men, and he assured me that they did. A little while later, a police car pulled up to the front of my house, and they had one of the men stand outside of it for my brother to identify the one who pulled the gun out on him. I was so happy that they were all caught and that we were safe. My grandparents and my mom both got there around the same time, and I just remember them all rushing up to hug me. My mom then called my dad, who rushed home, and my stepmom wasn't too far behind him. Understandingly, my dad let me go with my mom and stay at her house for a few days, and I also didn't go to school. The township reached out to my dad and invited us to come to the town center about a week after the break-in. When we got there, I was surrounded by the officers who were there that day and apprehended the men, and they awarded me with a certificate of bravery for staying calm and helping them catch the men, along with a little gift bag of girly items. About a month later, we had to go to the men's court date, where we met a woman and her son in the waiting area that had their house broken into a week before our house got broken into by the same men, who just so happened to steal one of the guns she had. As it turns out, the two men had 3 guns, but only one of them was loaded. I was too overwhelmed to be in the courtroom and have to see the men again, so the judge allowed us to stay in the waiting area until their hearing was over. 2 of the men ended up getting 7 years in prison, and the other got 12 because he pulled a gun on my brother. They're all out of prison now, and for a little while, I was scared that they would come back once they got out because my dad still lives there. But nothing has happened since that day. I've always heard stories about houses getting broken into, but I never thought it would happen to me. I'm really glad that I was old enough to know what to do in that situation, and that the men never knew I was in the house with them until they were in court, because who knows what they could have done. We got married last September. The weather had still been decently warm, and the falling leaves made for great wedding pictures. My wife Christy had always been the shy and timid type, preferring to stay in over going out, and I loved her for it. I wasn't much of a party goer myself, aside from the occasional night out with the guys. I'd been the first in my circle of friends to get married and was often subjected to jokes about the opportunities I was supposedly missing. I laughed them off for the most part, chalking their humor up to their lack of experience and possibly even jealousy. However, being only 25, I couldn't help feeling slightly envious of their carefree ways. I came home from the bar one night to find Christy fast asleep in our bed. I remember thinking it quite peculiar, as it was only about 9 o'clock. I'd had a couple of beers, which was how I justified tripping over the magazine rack in the hallway. It tipped over with a clatter. "Henry?" My wife muttered in her sleep. "Is that you?" I assured her it was as she pulled the covers to her chin and drifted off again. In spite of myself, I felt a pang of disappointment. I hadn't been expecting anything, of course, but I couldn't help thinking back on the hubbub of the bar, where most of my friends had scored dates for the night. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't jealous. Christy and I were the perfect match. I just wished our relationship had the same liveliness as it did when we first met. As you may have already guessed, that was the evening when, driven by boredom, as well as a splash of alcohol, I decided to play what I deemed to be a small and harmless prank on my wife. It was very simple, but I knew it would be effective. All I did was place an empty condom wrapper on the bathroom sink. I thought it was hilarious at the time and couldn't wait to see her reaction. Unfortunately, as is common for alcohol-infused decisions, I came to regret my prank the following morning. I woke up to Christy shaking my arm. "What's this?" She held the wrapper up to my crusty eyes. I said, smacking my lips and attempting to turn onto my side. "Henry?" she demanded, hitting me with her fist. I cracked my eyes open to see what the fuss was about. "It's a condom wrapper," I said defiantly. Christy looked wounded. I can see that, but what was it doing on our bathroom counter? I sighed, exasperated. The prank no longer seemed funny to me, and all I wanted to do was go back to sleep. What was she doing up so early anyway? I forgot to throw it away, I mumbled, pulling the covers over my face. She didn't say anything, and when the silence grew too uncomfortable to bear, I stuck my nose out to look at her. Tears were rolling down her cheeks and splashing onto the bed. I couldn't keep my facade up any longer. Calm down, Christy. It was just a prank, I said, taking the wrapper from her and sitting her down on the bed. Please don't cry. I wanted her to get back into bed to cuddle and make up, but she got up and stormed out of the room. I knew the prank hadn't been funny, but I certainly hadn't anticipated this reaction. I wasn't too worked up about it, though. Christy wasn't one to hold a grudge, and I figured the matter would blow over by lunchtime. Except it didn't. Christy wouldn't talk to me for the rest of the day. It was a Saturday, and we normally went shopping together, but that day she went alone. She wouldn't even join me for our weekly movie marathon and went to bed early without saying a word. Christy, I said, following her into the bedroom. I'm sorry. It was just a stupid prank. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. She looked at me indignantly. It's all right, Henry. I understand. I wasn't sure that she did. We had never had an argument like this before, and I was beginning to worry about what I'd have to do to atone for my foolish mistake. When I woke up the following morning, I found Christy's side of the bed empty. The distant clatter of dishes and smell of coffee suggested she was making breakfast. I had no idea what kind of mood she was in, so I felt wary as I entered the kitchen. Good morning, I said, lightly tapping her on the shoulder. That smells good. She smiled at me, and for a second it seemed like she had forgotten all about the prank. This is for you, she said, placing a cup of coffee on the table in front of me. The omelet will be done in a minute. I beamed at her. After yesterday's falling out, I was just happy to have my wife back. I sat down and took a sip of coffee. It took a second for my brain to register what had happened. I spat the mouthful back into the cup, grimacing and coughing up what I'd already swallowed. What the? I snapped, wiping my salty lips with the back of my hand. I could see Christy pressing her lips together, and I knew she was trying to suppress a laugh. It's all right, she said, smirking. It's just a prank. Despite the foul taste in my mouth, I chuckled. I couldn't blame her for trying to get back at me. After all, the prank I had played on her was far more vicious, and I was pleased she had forgiven me. Good one, I grinned. What was supposed to be a one-off turned into a daily habit. Every day I'd be subjected to a new prank, a new hobby taken up by Christy. At first, her pranks were relatively run-of-the-mill and innocent. She signed me up for several obscure email newsletters, dipped my fingers into warm water while I was asleep, and put cream cheese in my stick deodorant. I always laughed them off, not wanting to undermine her efforts, and I didn't really mind either way, relishing in the newfound excitement it had brought to our relationship. Soon enough, however, the mild inconveniences were replaced by borderline sinister stunts. She put laxatives in my food, scalded my feet with boiling water, and hid a dead mouse in one of my lunchbox compartments. You need to stop, I told her one night after I discovered she'd put stinging nettles in my underwear. It's not funny anymore. It's only a bit of fun, she said, her eyes twinkling. It's not fun, I objected. And I've had enough. The following morning, however, I realized my objections hadn't had any effect. As soon as I got out of bed, I stepped onto one of Christy's hair styling appliances. It was plugged in and turned up to about 1,000,000 degrees. I fell to my knees, banging my head on the wall in the process. The skin on the sole of my foot was sweltering, and the smell of my own burning flesh was making me want to retch. Despite having several meetings planned for the day, I had no choice but to call in sick. Needless to say, I was furious and planned on giving Christy a piece of my mind when she came home from work. That afternoon, one of my closest friends, Kevin, came over to watch the game. Initially, I had suggested going to a bar, but he'd insisted. He'd asked me why I was suddenly so rigid about having him over, and I told him it was for fear of my wife lurking around the corner at any given moment. He was shocked to hear about our falling out, as Christy and I had always been on such good terms. "Why don't you prank her back?" he suggested. "Show her you're not totally helpless." I thought about it for a minute. I knew fighting fire with fire was rarely the best solution, but talking hadn't helped, and it didn't seem as though she was planning to stop anytime soon. Perhaps giving her a taste of her own medicine would help her come to her senses. "Well, what could I do?" I asked, gesturing to my swollen foot. "I'm not exactly in the best shape." "Well," Kevin rubbed his nose thoughtfully, "you could." "Don't forget she is my wife," I interjected. "I don't want to stoop to her level." Kevin thought for a minute, and then his face lit up. "Oh, how about we pull a doppelganger prank?" "What's that?" "Well, I'll sit on the couch and pretend to be you, and once she comes home and starts talking to me, you'll call her from the other room." He seemed delighted with his own idea. That's sure to freak her out. Granted, Kevin and I did look somewhat alike, at least from the back, that is. We had the same haircut and a similar body type. I wasn't sure if a prank like this would stop Christy from pursuing me further or the opposite. Encourage her to continue, but it was worth a shot. I rummaged through my closet and found some clothes for Kevin to wear. I gave him a hoodie just in case Christy was too familiar with the back of my head. As it drew closer to 5, I left Kevin in front of the TV in the living room and hid behind our bedroom door to wait for my wife. Our room was at the end of a long corridor, making it easy to see the front door if I peeked around the corner. Too late, I'd realized I had left my phone in the kitchen. I considered running to get it, but Christy was due home any minute and I didn't want to ruin the surprise. I'm not sure how long I stood there. I didn't have any means of checking the time, so minutes dragged on while I waited for the sound of footsteps on the stairwell. I froze as I heard the key sliding into the lock. There hadn't been any indication whatsoever that anyone was behind the door. She seemed to be taking her time, twisting the key in the lock slowly and diligently. The anticipation was sending shivers down my spine. It sounded like she was trying to break into the apartment. Was the lock broken? Why was it taking her so long to unlock the door? And then it hit me. She was trying to be quiet. The hallway was silent. It seemed like minutes had ticked by without so much as a single sound. Why wasn't she opening the door? I peeked around the corner and my heart dropped. The front door was ajar and my wife was already standing in the hall. She was facing away from me, carefully pulling the door shut. I wondered if Kevin could hear her from the living room. I watched her as she placed her things down gingerly on the floor and then straightened up. For a minute she stood motionless, her eyes shut and lips pursed. She looked like she was taking deep breaths. Then she slowly got down on all fours like a spider waiting to pounce. What was she doing? Was she trying to sneak up on me? If she was planning her own prank, our plan wouldn't work, I thought. At least Kevin would surely believe me after this. Christy had begun crawling across the floor towards the living room. She moved slowly and awkwardly, almost like an animated character. In any other circumstances, I would have found the sight comical, but back then, I was terrified. I watched until Christy disappeared out of sight and braced myself for a loud boo. But it didn't come. I waited for a gasp, a cry, anything, but the apartment was silent. I could have sworn at least 3 minutes had passed after Christy had turned the corner. A chill crawled up my spine. Where was she? What was she doing? The TV was still blaring and I wondered if I had simply missed it. I didn't want to leave the safety of my hiding place. and I had to go check in on my friend. I took a deep breath and tiptoed down the corridor, my pulse picking up and making me lightheaded. Why on earth was I getting so riled up? It was only my wife, for God's sake. I reached the living room just as the home team scored and peeked through the crack in the door. Kevin was still sitting on the couch facing the TV. So, where was Christy? I scanned the room, but there was no sign of her. Had she gone to the kitchen? My stomach lurched at the thought. Without so much as a glance, I hurtled into the living room and slammed the door shut behind me. I wasn't going to risk being scared to death if she had. It didn't work, man. She's in the kitchen, I stammered, holding my living room door shut with the weight of my body, half expecting my wife to come barging in. Help me hold the door. The figure in the hoodie shifted, revealing a strand of golden hair. Sure, honey, I'll come help. And that's when I noticed the blood. Hey, something weird happened to me last night, and I need a little help wrapping my head around it. My wife, Steph, and I moved into this beautiful raised ranch home of 28 acres of forest in the Gatineau Hills yesterday, and I'm already regretting it. We got a lot unpacked and put away. I was even able to set up 4 wireless cameras around the outside of the house that sends a notification to my phone when there is motion. 1 for each side of the house. Unfortunately, the Ring camera won't be here until next week. Never needed to use any of this stuff being in the city, but I figured with all the wildlife around here, this would be a really good idea. I even set up the ringtone to be Carol Ann from Poltergeist saying, "They're here," because I thought it'd be funny. After the long day, Steph and I were finally able to go to our new room and relax with a movie and cuddles. We were both exhausted and needed the break. We laid there and watched Scream 5 for about an hour before everything started. It was about 9 p.m., so it was pretty dark outside, especially with the cover of trees, but thank God for night vision. My phone goes off. They're here. I picked up the phone hoping to see maybe a deer, or maybe even a bear since there are around these parts. I look at the camera that pings, seeing nothing. Weird, but maybe it was a bird that flew off. I put the phone down and continued the movie. About 20 minutes later, "They're here" goes off again. I picked up my phone and again nothing there. This happened again 5 minutes later and again 5 minutes after that. It was then I decided to keep my phone in my hand and watch. I stared at my phone, trying to get a glimpse of what these cameras are picking up. Off in the tree line, I could see something moving behind a tree. I couldn't make out, though. It was just a mass bobbing out every so often. They're here. Something, what looked like a ball, was suddenly launched from where the mass hid, setting off the camera and falling out of frame. That was strange, and Steph agreed, but the thing isn't moving behind the tree anymore, so maybe it was a bear and went away. Can bears throw things? About 2 hours later, I was finally ready to turn in for the night. Steph had fallen asleep about 45 minutes earlier, and all was quiet with the cameras. Right when I had closed my eyes, the camera went off. They're here. I grabbed the phone, groaned, and looked. It was the front camera this time. Again, nothing was there. Bang, bang, bang. Someone pounded on the door. I got up and rushed downstairs because the knocking was beginning to shake the house. Bang, bang, bang. I crept up to the violently beaten door to peer outside the peephole. Right before my eyes hit the hole, the banging stopped and no one was there. They're here. My phone went off, making me jump off the ground. I looked at the phone just to see a white, flowing garment leaving the frame. I opened the door and stepped outside. I was greeted with silence. It was as if the air itself had stopped. The pit of my stomach felt heavy like a brick sat buried inside. The feeling was too much, so I went inside quickly, locking the door. I went around the house making sure all the windows and doors were barred, turned off the lights, and went upstairs. Somehow my wife had just slept through all of it and lay peacefully oblivious to the world. I sat there and pondered if I should maybe call the police, but decided against it, thinking worse if it's just some neighborhood kids, knowing we just moved in. I laid down, but sleep had eluded me for a few hours as I tossed and turned to await the terror to continue. I ended up falling asleep, but that only lasted 45 minutes when I heard it again. They're here. I looked at my phone. 3 a.m. Clicking it on the camera came into view. A lone girl with long, flowing hair and a white gown stood on my back lawn. Her head was down so I could not see her face, and she just stood there. I sat there for a minute just watching, making sure I wasn't hallucinating from my lack of sleep. I ended up waking Steph up to show her and make sure I wasn't going crazy. Yeah, she is definitely there. She may need help. We should really go down, she said. I agreed and headed downstairs. My phone was in my hand as I periodically checked to make sure she was still there until we reached the back door. I opened the door slowly and shouted, "Are you okay over there?" She gave no response, so I headed outside. I walked slowly, asking her if I needed to call the police or if she needed to come inside as Steph stayed back in case she needed to grab the first aid kit. As I got within 10 feet of her, she looked up. Her hair parted from her face, revealing a white mask. Blood-red droplets, painted on resembling tears, fell from the eye holes. I was so thrown off by the mask I almost missed her dropping a knife into her hand concealed by the gown. She ran towards me and laughed, screaming like a wild animal. The knife came out, slicing the inside of my arm. Blood squirted out, splashing her dress. I moved to the side, throwing my arms out and shoving her down so she rolled away and I had time to run. I ran, hearing her get up, and her feet pound the grass made me run faster. I made it into the door, slamming it just in time, locking it. Steph grabbed my arm, asking what the fuck just happened and who the fuck was that. We quickly ran to the kitchen to clean up the cut, fast while the psychotic woman banged on the door with the knife. They're here, they're here, they're here. As Steph grabbed the first aid kit, I looked at my phone. Most people were walking into the camera. They were all wearing white, flowing clothes, and the ones whose faces I could see donned weird white masks. I grabbed Steph and raced upstairs without a word. Now they were banging on the front door and windows all around the house trying to get in. We ran to our room where I locked our door. I toppled our dresser, barricading us in. I ran to the window and looked outside. About 5 people were standing under, looking up, knowing where we were. I took out my phone and dialed 911. It rang while Steph bandaged my arm the best she could, but I needed stitches. 911, what is your emergency? The operator asked. I yelled into the phone, explaining the situation, asking for the police and fast. She told me they were 30 minutes out and to hold tight in a secured place. My phone continued to vibrate as more and more came out of the woods. I grabbed a baseball bat from under the bed and handed Steph the knife I kept at my nightstand, while the banging continued outside. A crash came from downstairs as they breached into the house. I could hear them shuffling downstairs, piling in. I held Steph close and whispered our love for each other as the stairs creaked as they ascended them. We knew this was the end. If it was 1 or 2, then maybe I could have had a fighting chance, but there had to be at least 12, and I knew I wouldn't be able to fight my way out. They reached our door. Bang, bang, bang. There was a rhythmic pounding as they tried to get in, then metal scraping as they began to stab the door. A knife pierced through the shining beam of light from the hallway. I kissed Steph one last time, closing my eyes as I held her close as I could. The pounding stopped suddenly. No noise, no shuffling, nothing. I knew it was too good to be true, so I just waited for the shoe to drop. We sat there waiting for what seemed like an eternity, but in actuality, it was about 7 minutes of silence. Blue and red lights flashed against my eyelids, which made me open them. The cop shouted out hello from downstairs. We cautiously got up to go to the door, pushing the dresser out of the way and opening the door. The only thing out of place upstairs was the single knife hole in the door. I yelled at the cop that we were coming down. As we made our way down, again we realized nothing was out of place. As we reached the police officer, he introduced himself as Sergeant Bachman and told us about the door being open, which is how he got in. After we explained the events of the night, I went to pull up the security footage of the event to show him. File corrupted was all that displayed. All the night's events were gone. As we looked around, the only evidence that anything happened was the knife hole, my arm, and our word. The police say they will have extra patrols in the area in case anything happens, but we have decided to stay in a motel not knowing what to do. That is where I am writing this now. What could it have been? People playing a prank? A cult? Ghosts? Aliens? I just don't know. I am at a loss here. How does that many people just show up and leave without a trace? Emma was murdered in the early hours of the morning, following a night out on the town celebrating her 18th birthday. The police questioned the three of us, Julie, Lexi, and me, for hours separately. Together, they took our phones and then returned them. Eventually, they had to release us. Our stories, our phones, forensic analysis, everything all checked out. There was no way they could link us to Emma's death, although God knows they tried. We backed each other up, and most important of all, we were innocent. We had absolutely nothing to do with Emma's murder. In fact, I tried to help her, and only got a blow to the head as a result. The police were particularly interested in that, but I stuck to my story that I tripped and bashed my head on the way home from the club. Yes, we lied to the police. We said we weren't with her when she was murdered, and we didn't know who murdered her. We were, and we did. It was around 5 a.m. when it happened. We were huddled around our phones in Emma's room, hotly debating which ones should be posted on social media. Some pictures had already gone up during our course of the night, and we didn't delete those, blurry and poorly lit, but we deleted everything else before the police picked us up. The photos spanned the night, from the early hours when we were first getting ready in Emma's room, with reams of bright makeup and discarded glittery clothes forming the background. Then we had hit the streets, brightly lit under the lamps. The downtown ablaze with neon, the lineup to the club, the people, the crowds, and then the club itself. Lights, faces, sparkles, cocktails, dancers, the DJ, the costumes. We were making funny faces, holding up V signs with our color-tipped fingers and all the other sorts of odd gestures, thinking we were so cool. Our lipsticked glossy red and orange mouths pulled in different expressions. Our eyes ringed with black and arched with silver and gold and glittery green. Wide open, uncrinkling from laughter. Our hair immaculate and smooth at first. Frizzy and rough towards the end. There were even photos from the club washrooms. A drunkenly hilarious idea at the time. Who's that? Lexi pointed to a shadowy figure in one of the first photos, taken from when we were still in Emma's room getting ready. Our excited chatter about which photo to post died down as well as we all leaned in closer, squinting. It could have just been an odd juxtaposition of hanging clothes, the corners, and shadow, but it did look like a human silhouette was in the background, leaning slightly forward towards the four of us who were crowding around the dressing room table and closet. We swiped on, then I spotted it. Is this the same guy? I blurted out before realizing what I said. It was a brightly lit photo of us out on the streets. The streetlights lit up the scene. It was only the four of us in this selfie. Lexi holding her phone up high, and this time the figure of a guy standing quite close and behind us could be seen clearly. His head tilted forward so his face was partially shadowed but not completely dark. We fell silent. I couldn't help looking up, my eyes sweeping the corners of the room, and I noticed the other girls do the same, while also averting our glances from each other. Everything seemed ordinary, but also not. Nobody answered my question. We kept swiping in dead silence. We were no longer analyzing our faces and bodies for the most social media friendly poses, but looking in the shadows and corners of each photo. Emma, it looks like... Is it... Jack? Julie finally asked what we had all been thinking from the very first photo. I'm sorry, but it does. It looks like him. She cried, her voice rising. Don't be crazy. He's been dead for years, snapped Emma. Jack was Emma's boyfriend from 4 years ago. He had killed himself. The police had found Emma's texts from the days before his suicide on his phone, telling him multiple times to KYS. She had been investigated at the time, but she had been only 14 then and no charges were laid. She had said she didn't realize he would actually do it, but later said she wanted to see if he would or not. She had been sent to mandatory therapy for weeks and emerged much the same as she always had been. Look at this. Julie showed us a picture on her phone of the club lineup just as we were entering the club. There was a mass of people crowded behind us and around us. The club lights were shining on our faces. Amongst them, the figure of the guy with the face who looked like Jack was visible. Lexi said, Well, if it's not Jack, it sure looks like him. You bitches have been watching too many horror movies with your loser boyfriends, cried out Emma. This guy must be some nut job stalking you. My shriek of terror cut her off. Wordlessly, I showed a photo on my phone. It was one of the last ones of the night. In the club washroom. The four of us had gone in together, and at that moment, no one else other than us had been in the washroom. Julie and Lexi had vanished, giggling and laughing into the stalls, while Emma rummaged in her purse. I lifted my phone and snapped a picture of her as she leaned into the mirror. The boy who looked like Jack was standing quite close behind Emma. She was putting on lipstick, fiercely concentrating on her image in the mirror. His face was clear in the mirror, although Emma and I were oblivious to his presence at that time. There was no mistaking Jack's face in the picture on my phone. Emma buried her face in her hands. Why now, Emma? Asked Julie quietly. Emma shrugged. Lexi answered for her. She's an adult now. She has to pay for what she did. Then Emma's head snapped back and she started making choking sounds, scrabbling at her neck, her eyes bulging horribly. Julie and I screamed while Lexi held up her phone and started recording. We craned in, and on her camera, the figure of Jack strangling the life out of Emma was clearly visible. Instinctively, I reached out and tried to pry his fingers loose from around Emma's neck. And for one terrible split second, I saw his face outside the camera as he turned to me snarling, his eyes burning deep into mine. As he pushed me away, I felt his ice-cold touch. I staggered and fell back. When I came to, Emma was dead. I remember seeing it on the wall in a Walmart. I always like to look at the missing kids and their names, as I would see someone who I know, and it would turn into this whole thing. What I never expected was to see a girl who had gone missing roughly 11 years ago. She had her brown hair in one of those layered ponytails where not all of the hair is in the ponytail, and a cute pale pink dress on. It looked like a school photo. The paper said her name was Natalia Davis. I had contorted my face at that, and the name sounded so familiar, like it was in memories I didn't have access to. I read the blurb of text, which was the longest out of the papers there. Natalia was last seen on July 4th, 2011. She had been reported to be taken from her parents by a white female and put into a car being driven by a white male. If you have any information, please call. I had stopped reading when I noticed the age progress photo in the corner. She had long hair, the same shade of brown as the little girl. It was like staring in a mirror. The face shape, the eye and hair color. Hell, even the generic gray t-shirt put on every edited photo looked like a shirt I had at home. The only difference was that my hair was shorter than the photo. I didn't notice the fact I was shaking until I heard my mom call me from a few checkouts away. Without thinking, I snapped a picture of the poster and walked towards where my name was called. It was a silent road home. It was always silent with my mom, but this was different. I was still shaking and I assumed my face was pale. I shielded my phone screen from my mother and looked up the name. Of course, the first thing that came up was the girl. Apparently, it was a cold case from a small town in upstate New York. A girl that was sitting with her parents was snatched by a woman, drugged, and taken into a van where she and a man drove off. The van didn't have a license plate and was found abandoned near state borders between New York and Vermont. After that, every trace of Natalia and the two people who took her was gone. It was tragic, and everyone but her parents assumed she was dead. I read every article that had been written about it and stumbled upon the photo again. The age-progressed one, the one I could recreate with a wig and an edited background. I saved the photo and sent it and the original poster to my best friend. If anyone could talk about this with me and keep it secret, it was them. Before I could see their response, the car screeched to a halt. I snapped my head up into my mom in the driver's seat. She was gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles were turning white. She turned head to me and grabbed my phone. I yelped out something of a protest, but it was too late. "You know, don't you?" she asked while staring at the text. I nodded, stopped, and shook my head. I don't remember anything about Natalia Davis, though. I feel like if it happened when I was 5, I would remember it. My mom let out a slight laugh. It scared me. Trauma response, I assume. Or just memory erasure. We did, after all, give you chloroform to make you sleep until we could get a new car, but... She grabbed my hand and held it. I'm so glad we did it. I pulled my hand away and pushed myself as far back as possible away from her. I didn't know what to do. What I wanted to do was tuck my knees into my chest and cry. So I did the next best thing. I opened my car door and ran to a fence. I jumped it, hoping whoever's backyard this was wouldn't mind a teenager asking to use their phone. I banged on their back door, letting myself cry finally. The door opened to a bewildered man who was still in his sleep clothes. I sniffled and wiped my eyes. "Can I use your phone to call 911? He fumbled awkwardly for his cell phone and handed it to me with the emergency call screen open. I sucked in breath and entered the 3 numbers. 911, what's your emergency? I took another breath. My name is Rue Parker, or I thought it was, but I think I might be this missing kid from New York. It was a long afternoon that day. At some point while on the phone, my mom banged on the guy's door. He kept her there at the house until police showed up. He was super nice too. He told me he had a sister who went missing but was found dead, so he was more than happy to help me. My mother was arrested on the spot, and I was taken to the police station while they waited to contact my real parents. That was so weird to think about, but my DNA matched Natalia's. As I'm writing this, I am at home with my family. my real family. I still don't understand much of anything that happened. My mother, my biological one, she smells like cookies all the time and gives the best hugs. Got me into therapy to try and unlock memories of being this other girl. This Natalia Davis, but I'm Rue. It's hard and it feels like I had two lives dissolved at the same time, all because I wanted to go to Walmart with my mother. But hey, at least those age-progressed photos are accurate. I don't have much time to explain, so I'll try to give as much detail as I can. I live in a small neighborhood located on the outskirts of Arizona, and I barely interact with others. Some people see me as being antisocial and have tried to get me out and experience more of what life has to offer. It was all annoying and very stressful at times, but after a while, I guess you can say I opened up more. I began to communicate more with others and eventually found myself being invited out to parties and other local events. Fast forward a few months. It is now December and the holidays is now upon us. And this year I felt like doing something different. Instead of sitting at home and treating these upcoming days like any other, I decided to invite some people over to spend some time for the holiday. Though it was out of my comfort zone, I felt good about my decision. Only problem was, I didn't know much about my neighbors. Sure, I talked and went out with them from time to time, but I don't remember any of them talking about their personal life. So when I called up some friends from the neighborhood, they all had something to do with their families or already had other plans scheduled. This sort of bummed me out, but I didn't let it affect me too much. Later that day, it was about 5:30 p.m., and the sun was just beginning to set. I was sitting on my couch watching the fire as I sipped my freshly brewed tea. As I sat there, I noticed it was quite lonely, so I decided to play some music on my phone in an attempt to get into the holiday spirit. After a few minutes of tapping my foot and bopping my head to the songs, the sound of a loud and aggressive knock came from my front door. My body froze, however it wasn't from fear. We didn't get any suspicious happenings around here, so this hardly gave me a scare. I turned down the music and approached the door. "Who is it?" I questioned as I grabbed the handle. There was no response, and I know I should have just asked again or just simply not opened the door at all, but unfortunately I wasn't thinking and opened it anyway. Standing in front of the doorway was a awfully tall man. He had to be about 6'2" at least. I myself am 5'10", so maybe it was just my height. His hair was a mess and his clothing seemed worn down. Hello? Can I help you with something?" The man didn't respond. He just stood there, swaying slightly back and forth. I swear I felt like I was standing in that doorway for hours. He took one last sway forward before stopping in a weird, awkward way. The way he stopped was quite unnatural and a little impressive, so to say. To give you an example, think of the dance move Michael Jackson does when he stands on his toes. Only difference is that he was still flat on his feet. His legs stretched out and his face was just inches away from mine. I pulled my head back and put a hand on my shoulder. "Listen, if you don't need anything, then I advise you to move on." I gave him a slight push on his shoulder, and when doing this, the man's head quickly twitched towards my hand. He then leaned back into a normal, upright stance. Again, complete silence. After a few seconds, maybe 10 or so, the man pulled back his hair to reveal his eyes, giving me a clear view of his entire face. The man was well shaved and had a huge grin. His eyes were severely widened, and he slowly opened his mouth as if he was going to speak. I burst out in a stern voice. "Alright, I think it's time for you to get off my..." "Oh, my apologies. I was just strolling around the neighborhood and realized you were the only one home. No family to go?" I squinted at the man before responding. No, just me. Though if that's all you have to ask, then I suggest you be on your way. The man looked above my head into my house, surveying the inside before turning to look down the street. You see that house down there, right behind the other two? That's where I stay. I hardly take walks like this, for the others never seem willing to speak to me. Except, well, you of course. At this point, I didn't know what to say. All I really could do was stand there in confusion. Oh, I guess I haven't properly introduced myself. My name is... Just get the hell off my property. The man stared. Hmm? I don't know what began to set me off so much, but I was fed up and wanted him to leave. You heard me. Get the hell out of here. The man's grin disappeared and instead was replaced by a deep frown, clearly filled with irritation. Very well then. He turned around and walked off down the street, towards the direction of his home. I closed the door and sat back down, too frustrated to continue playing music. I sighed as I rubbed my eyes. It was about 2 hours later, and it was now completely dark outside. I must have dozed off because I remember quickly opening my eyes and sitting up to see that the fire was out, and the house was completely dark. I reached over to turn on the lamp beside my couch, and as soon as the light switched on, it switched right back off. Huh? I tried turning it back on countless times before getting up and trying other switches. None of the lights were turning on and I assumed the power was out. I put on my shoes and coat and went out the back door to check the fuse box. Normally, in some places, the box will be in the basement, but for mine, it sat right behind my house, attached to the wall. I opened the panel and squinted as I flicked multiple switches back and forth. As I was doing this, I felt the feeling of being watched. I stopped what I was doing and turned around to see the man standing about a couple yards away. Now, there is a set of woods behind my house and they aren't that deep, but it takes about 10 minutes to travel through. The man stood there right in front of them, back facing towards me. After analyzing and making sure it was him and not some random, I shook my head and turned back to the fuse. Weirdo. After flicking one of the switches, a giant spark burst out from the box. Shit, I muttered, covering my face from the sparks. I turned to observe my surroundings, refusing to face the box out of frustration. That's when I locked eyes with him. The man was now facing in my direction, same frown as before after telling him to leave. This creeped me out a bit, but I still didn't let it get to me. Still there, huh? No response. Instead, his frown turned into a wide, inhuman, ear-to-ear smile, and his eyes widened even more than before. What the fuck? The man darted in my direction, his body slightly hunched forward and his arms spread out as if he was ready to embrace me in a bear hug. His fingers were bent, and I could see a few veins form through the skin on his forehead. The speed he was running at wasn't normal. It wasn't even something you'd see from an Olympic runner. It was more of a superhuman type of speed. After a few seconds, I finally gained the control to move and haul ass back inside. I slammed the door shut and locked it immediately. What the hell was that? I stepped away from my door, backing up into my living room. I don't think I took my eyes off the door for even a second. Let me in. The man's voice came from the window by the front door. His voice was deep, raspy, and made my blood curdle. I was afraid to turn around. I imagined seeing his face pressed up against the window, same inhuman-like smile and wide eyes. But when I turned, he wasn't there. Let me in. Again I heard his voice. This time it came from the window by the back door. This continued on for about 15 more seconds before I yelled out, "What the hell do you want from me?" I stormed towards the door and swung it open, ready to attack whatever was behind it. Immediately, an aggressive breeze passed by me and into my house. I looked around and the man was nowhere to be found. I closed the door and stomped over to the back and opened it with the same movement as before. Nothing. After closing the door, I walked back into my living room, grabbed my phone, and did what I should have done at the very beginning. Dial 911. It took a few rings for them to finally pick up. When they did, I didn't give them any time to speak. Hello? There's a crazed man outside and I need you guys to send somebody out quick. Silence for about a second. It felt as if nobody was on the other end. That's when I heard his breathing. I'm inside your house. The phone fell out of my hand as I felt a strong, sinister presence behind me. I hurried and ran upstairs to my room. I grabbed my laptop that sat on my dresser and slammed the door, jumping into the closet behind a set of clothes. It's been about 45 minutes and I can still hear him, moving around, whispering, calling out to me with laughter. He's getting closer and it won't be long before he finds me. Calling the police didn't work, so I'm hoping this message will. I can hear his footsteps getting louder, heavier, and his voice turning into a more demonic tone. At this point, it sounds like he's crawling on the walls. Or is it the ceiling? He's right outside my door now. He's muttering something. From what I hear, it sounds like a chant. Please, if anyone finds this, send help. I don't think I have much time left. God help me. I recently returned to my hometown to visit my best friend Elena in her brand new house. In high school, she and her family had to move around a bunch. No one had a lot of money, and Elena's family most of all. They'd bounce from trailer to apartment to spare room for the entire time I knew her, never settling in a place for longer than a few months. Consequently, I think she developed a kind of obsession with the idea of owning a home, not just a house, but a place that was hers, and hers alone, somewhere no one could take from her, that she would never have to leave. This, I theorize, was why she ended up marrying a rich guy her second year of college, moving back to our hometown and settling down with Brian, rich guy in question, in the house of her wildest dreams. Kind of a shame. She'd always been smart, with an excellent eye for color and aesthetics that meant she'd have made a good designer. As well, she's chatty, bubbly, blonde. She's always joked she was the older Brian's trophy wife, and though when she said it, she was pretty funny about it, there was always a flicker, a hint of strain in her smile. Still, first world problems and all that. It's not like anyone held a gun to her head, and now she's easily the richest person from our graduating class, so who am I to judge? I caught a flight from Los Angeles to Seattle in the weeks between Thanksgiving and Christmas. I rented a car outside SeaTac and, under driving sheets of frigid rain, headed west across Puget Sound, onto the Olympic Peninsula, an arrowhead of mountain and forest sticking out into the Pacific Ocean. The night was dense with rain and fog, the darkness tangible in a way California's never is. Glancing out the rain-washed windows of the small Honda, I watched the walls of massive trees flash by on either side of the road, feeling civilization slip away like a dream behind me. I experienced a small, strange shudder of relief when at least the lights of the hometown glowed through the night, assuring me I hadn't somehow taken a wrong turn and gotten lost in the forest, never to find my way home. The next day, the rain still hadn't let up. I'd expected that and dressed accordingly. If winters in the Pacific Northwest aren't wet and cold, they're doing something wrong. I visited my only remaining family, my aunt who treated the whole visit like a vague annoyance, then headed in my rental car, with much more pleasant anticipation, out of the town proper and into the subdivision that had grown like a tumor from the much older suburbs. I watched the scenery with bemusement. When Elena and I were kids, this whole area was all forest. Huge firs and cedars growing together so densely the woods were nearly silent. Nothing but the faint rustle of the wind through ferns, the faraway bird song, our own breathing to break the hush. We delved as deep as we dared into this jungle, a labyrinth of green and shadow, ropey roots and tangled undergrowth. All of that was gone, bulldozed down. In its place were houses. These weren't the small, shabby homes of the suburbs behind me, not even close. These rose from manicured lawns, roofs so new that they hadn't even grown moss, which I didn't think was possible out here. Vast, turreted structures with 3, sometimes 4 stories, windows gaping at uneven levels, mismatched and clashing with the rest of the house's design. If you could even say they'd been designed at all. These massive beige edifices looked as if they'd sprouted straight from Escher's nightmare. Strangely organic, unplanned, somehow raw. A few even had freaking columns on their ugly brick entryways, like we were back on the old plantation or something. I peered through the car's windows, a smile of disbelief playing over my face, trying to get a look at who might actually be living in these McMansions. But I saw no one in the yards, no one in the expensive cars parked in the wild driveways, no one through the windows, though some lights were on. It was like a ghost town in sheetrock and plywood and cheap vinyl mock wood siding. At last I reached Elena's address. Her house was no different. Grayish, turreted, with some crenellations along the roof. Why? There were no balconies or ramparts up there, and a little colonnade leading up to the front door. I got out of the car and approached the steps, hands in my raincoat pockets, eyes wide as I drew nearer, nearer, into the house's shadow. It loomed over me, upper roofs cut out stark against the darkening evening sky. The porch light was on. Light illuminated some upper floor windows and 2 panes of gold. I thought I saw one of the front window curtains move and smiled at last. The house might be hideous, but at least Elena was inside. Maybe it was nicer in there. She'd always been a good decorator, and from what she'd said about Brian, I figured she'd give her free rein over the design. I picked up my pace as I hurried up the steps, freezing wind buffeting against the back of my coat. Far away, at the edge of the lawn, I thought I heard the hiss of the wind through the trees. I knocked. The sound echoed through the house. I waited. Something scuffled on the far side of the door. I grinned, waiting for the door to open. It didn't. I waited some more. The seconds stretched to minutes. I let out my breath and texted Elena. The read receipts popped up, but I didn't get any reply. I gave Elena a call, but it went to voicemail. Hey, this is Elena Hall. Leave me a message. Bye. I chewed my lip, turning to stare out at the street and my rental car parked along the curb. The darkness was so thick by then I could barely see it. The light from the house didn't reach that far. Cold flushed through me. I faced the house again quickly. Why did I do that? I shouldn't have asked. I didn't want to admit to myself I didn't like to have my back to the house. I didn't want to face away from it in case. Stop it. You're being weird. I shook my head and tried the door. Maybe Elena was in the bathroom or something. She'd always been picky about how her hair looked. The knob turned and the door opened and I stepped through, into the warmth of the house. The front hall echoed. My gaze traveled up and up into the white-painted heights of the enormous room. A stairway with wrought iron balusters curved along the wall, leading to a mezzanine high above. From the heights glittered a chandelier, glass drops and electric bulbs like something from a Pottery Barn version of Phantom of the Opera. The thermostat on the wall read nearly 70 degrees, but I still shivered inside my raincoat. The air chilly. I doubted this room ever truly got warm. It smelled like vanilla incense, but underneath the sweat scene, I caught a hint of something chemical, something bitter, like fresh paint. Maybe they'd just finished this room. It looked clean enough, clinically so. Had anyone ever sat in these faux French provinical chairs? Had those come straight from Olive Garden or what? I'd been wrong. Whoever picked those, it sure as hell wasn't Elena. Elena? I called. My voice rang off into the silence. Hello? Elena? It's Kate. Answer your phone, dickhead. No answer. My heart ticked against my ribs. Elena? I called again, stepping deeper into the room. I peered down the hallway. The lights were on, little sconces along the mellow gold wallpaper. At the end was a full-length mirror with an ornate gilt frame. I saw my own face reflected in it. My wet hair stuck to my cheeks, my eyes wide. Brian? Was Elena okay? Maybe she'd fallen and hit her head. Was she somewhere in the house, injured, unable to call for help? My phone in my hand, I hurried down the hallway, looking into the doors lining the walls. A sitting room, a closet, an office. One led into a kitchen, expensive appliances humming on black marble countertops. Large wooden letters over the dining table read, "Eat and Blessed." Rain splattered the windows. No one there. My mouth tasted bitter like the smell of the front room. I threaded my way through the halls, sitting rooms, and multiple bathrooms of the first floor and came back into the atrium. More than a little nervous. I caught another glimpse of myself in the gold-framed mirror, then tore my gaze away. Without hesitation, I headed for the stairs. If she wasn't down here, perhaps she was in a bedroom. I wasn't going to leave without making sure she was all right. Elena? I called as I climbed higher, reaching the level of the chandelier. It chimed softly, air disturbed by my presence. As I reached the balcony, it chimed again. I looked back in time to see the crystals shiver, then still. I shook my head and stepped into the shadowy halls of the second floor. More mirrors waited up here. The first room I entered was some kind of entertainment den. Salmon pink walls enclosed an enormous pleather sectional, facing the blank black mirror of a truly staggering flat-screen TV. Shelves of board games and books. Big sound system, PS5. A black and white print of the Parisian skyline. Mirrors lined the walls, reflecting me on all sides. Anxiety itched at the base of my throat. This wasn't my house. What was I doing, snooping around? I peered behind the couch, behind a large beanbag chair, even under a pile of blankets folded in a corner, but there was no sign of Elena. As I faced the room again, I saw it. Just a flicker, movement that wasn't my own, reflected in the mirrors. I went still. My reflection did too. I stared at it, at myself. I didn't see it again. What did I see? Just a moment of movement, like someone stepping out of sight behind a bookshelf. I checked, but the space behind the shelf was empty, but I'd seen it. I licked my lips. Elena? I said again. Come on, seriously. Had I expected an answer? I'd hoped for one. This place is getting under your skin. Too many rooms, too much clashing decor. Elena had always decorated her room with anime figurines and kitschy cute vintage porcelain statuettes. Not this garbage. It had been one of the things we'd bonded over, making fun of people with more money than sense. She was a poor girl with no phone. I was the only Chinese kid in our whole school. We had to stick together to survive. What the actual fuck? I muttered, staring into the cherub's fat little face. There had to be a bedroom around here somewhere. I left the room and went deeper, through an arched doorway into yet another hall. This one had different wallpaper to the halls downstairs. This time a faux Tuscan villa-inspired design, with printed on crackler and plaster bricks molded straight onto the walls. They'd already begun to shed white powder onto the carpet. The air stung against my face, colder than the game room or downstairs. Every so often I passed a window staring straight out into the rainy night. By now I could see nothing of the streets below, the rain too thick, the darkness too opaque to make out my rental car. My footsteps were muffled on the beige carpet. My breathing was the loudest thing in the house. I thought again of the woods that had once been here. Had Elena and I, or any of our friends, ever walked across the place where this house was now? Had we ever gotten that bold and that far into the forest? They play tricks on you, the woods out here. It never took us long to get deeper than we intended. Each time we lost our way between the trees, there was this primordial terror, the fear we would never find our way out. Does that fear truly ever leave you? Now I can't be sure. I hope so. There were mirrors everywhere, in the hall, in the bathrooms, in case you wanted to watch yourself take a shower, I guess. Maybe Brian was more of a freak than Elena had let on. In the library, even with its high-end desktop computer and closet stuffed with empty Amazon boxes, this room had a large bay window that I didn't remember seeing from the outside. A slight breeze whistled through a gap in the panes, evidence of a shoddily set frame. Was I in the back portion of the house now? I tried to orient myself, but with the weirdness of the halls, the mismatched decor, and many turns I'd made, and the seemingly random layout, I couldn't. It just didn't make any sense. I backed into the hallway once more, and there it was. In the mirror next to the library door, something moved. Something dark. I glimpsed a hand gripping the door frame behind me, a slightly crouched form, face obscured by long, black, slick hair. A hand slid from the frame and was gone. I whirled around. Nothing. Shaking. I rushed into the room and flicked on the light, but the room was empty. No furniture, not even a carpet. I swallowed, the bitter taste once again in my mouth. Footsteps scuffled in the hall and I sprang back out. The mirror at the end of the hall showed a glimpse of someone standing behind me. An instant of a form and silhouette before it stepped smoothly out of sight into yet another doorway. A strangled sound clawed its way from my throat. I stumbled forward, turning one way, then the other. Did I want to face the mirror? Did I want to face the empty hall where I'd seen the thing standing? My hands were slick, my heart pounding. Fuck this. I was calling the police. But first I was getting the hell out of here. I whirled and sprinted down the hall back toward the game room, bursting through the doorway and into... No. This should have been the game room. Instead, another hall stretched before me, extending another 50-odd feet to another mirror. That wasn't just wrong. It was impossible. There wasn't room. From what I'd experienced, what I'd remembered, it should be intersecting with the upper part of the entryway, right across the hanging chandelier. I stood, staring, my mouth open before I managed to shake myself into sense again. I fumbled for my phone, my mouth dry as I registered the no service message on the upper corner of the screen. I dialed anyway. A pre-recorded message played in my ear, telling me what I already knew. I gripped my phone, panic boiling up into my chest. For an instant, the urge to fling it against a wall almost overwhelmed me. I made myself breathe. No, focus. This was just a house. This was just a house. You always got out of the woods. And Elena was in here somewhere with me. And so was... Don't think about that. I'd only seen it in mirrors, but wait, maybe... Maybe it wasn't in them. Maybe it was restricted by them. It stepped out of sight whenever I saw it, after all. I lifted my phone, hand trembling, and opened the camera app. A miniature view of the hall expanded in my screen. Nothing there. I turned and looked through the camera at the hall behind me. Was that a hand against the furthest door frame? I backed into the new hall, checking each door. Yet more rooms waited behind each one. Some seemed to be storage rooms full of boxes, old furniture, Christmas decorations stuffed into plastic bags. Some were living rooms with more TVs, though none as big as the one in the pink game room. Some seemed to be for no purpose at all, just weird little elbows of space, oddly shaped as if to compensate for a mistake in the architect's plan. One had an enormous canvas print of a golden retriever puppy tacked onto the wall. Elena had never mentioned owning a dog. Come to think of it, I think I'd seen that stock photo on Google Images. I kept the camera trained on doorways, on halls. The thing was always there, at the edges of the screen, slipping out of sight the second I glimpsed it, but always keeping the same distance from me, following me. It didn't draw closer as I wound my way deeper, finding a door that took me down a flight of carpeted stairs, into yet another hall. This one had burgundy walls and columns. Prints of European landscapes hung between each pair, each with its own fussy little brass lamp like it was an original museum piece, and not purchased in the venerable aisles of the closet Michaels. The air was heavy here. Each breath was a little harder to draw than in the upper story halls. Charged, maybe. There were no windows. I think I was in the middle of the house. The heart, I thought, and shuddered. I was halfway down the hall when my phone buzzed. I flinched so hard I almost dropped it, pulse pounding a racket, shaking bad. I registered what I was seeing, a text message, but I still had no service. I opened the message. It was from Elena. I could barely read it. The text was corrupted or something, full of widgets, impossible to decipher. I tapped out a reply, not wanting to close the camera app for too long. Where are you? Tell me so I can find you. Another buzz. Another garbled message. I let out a snarl of frustration and began to tap another message when a photo pinged into the chat. It was corrupted too, but unlike the text, it was legible. I made out Elena, her eyes wide and a pale, terrified face. A mirror selfie, but the mirror didn't reflect part of the house. Behind her, I could see only dark trees, blurred slightly like she was shaking too. Another photo came through, this one more blurred, just darkness. The white shape of what might have been a hand in the lower right corner, blown out from the flash. A new message followed. It's dark in here. I felt it come at me. A rush, a warp, a shuddering shriek in the bones of the house around me. A burst of static snarled through my skull and I tasted blood. Shit. I'd taken my eyes off the camera for too long. I couldn't help it. I screamed, shoving myself blindly forward into the red hallway. Something thudded against the wall right where my head had just been. I was gone. Columns rushed past me. My footsteps pounded the laminate. The sound of scrabbling and clawing echoing through the hall around me. The walls seemed to pulse. Red paint almost wet. Almost organic. I didn't dare look back. Not to see it, not for anything. I careened around the corner of the hall and nearly toppled head first down the flight of steps, opening in the floor without warning. They were concrete, unfinished. The walls that enclosed them blank. Sheetrock. Nothing but a single bare bulb to illuminate the way. I didn't care. I plunged down them, taking two at a time, spilling and stumbling into the gritty, damp floor of an unfinished basement. Pools of grimy water splashed under my boots as I pelted through concrete columns, through scaffolding, past buckets of tools and scattered detritus. The air tore down my throat, so cold it burned, bitter and stagnant and awful. Was the thing still behind me? I didn't stop. I scrambled through a curtain of clear plastic, nearly eating it on a stack of moldy cardboard boxes. Find a way out. Find a way out. Find a way out. There it was. A door. I raced for it. Another gibbering howl of static seared through my brain as my hand closed over the knob. For an instant my heart seized. It didn't turn. It was locked. It was stuck. It It ground open and I fell through, legs giving out. I collapsed to my hands and knees on beige carpet. The door swung shut. I looked up, raking in air, my whole body numb. I blinked. Around me stretched the shadowy calm of a master bedroom. Large windows overlooked the night, framed by overly swagged and roughed curtains. The walls were pale gray-blue, matching the brocaded bedspread on the queen-size bed in the center of the room, padded headboard facing the entrance. The fall Tiffany lamp on the bedside table was switched on, throwing hazy colored lights over the figure sitting in the bed. It was Elena, no doubt. Her blonde hair hid her face. She wore an expensive-looking sweater and light-washed jeans, her feet bare, a phone hanging from her hand. I scrambled in my feet. "Elena?" I gasped, my voice almost gone. Warmth dripped from my nose. I scrubbed it away, leaving a wet red smear on my hand. "Oh my God, Elena!" She lifted her head. Her round face was blank, tear-stained. "Hi, Kate," she said. I approached her. "We have to get out of here. That thing. Where's Brian?" Elena blinked. "He got lost." Okay. We don't have much time. We've got to go." "No, I've been here too long." She stood from the bed, behind me through the door out of the room. I heard a scrabbling, a clawing, a faint ringing filling my ears like the beginning of tinnitus. It's coming. I belong to this place now. "What? No, that's fucking stupid." "I wanted a home," Elena murmured. Her eyes were bright, tears clung to her lashes. "I chose this one. It's mine. Why would I want to leave?" Impact slammed into the door. "Shut up, Lena." I began reaching for her arm. "We are leaving." Too slow. Her hand snapped around my wrist. She looked at me, really looked. Deep in her eyes, gold glowed. The gold of Tuscan aesthetic wallpaper. The gold of light through a crystal chandelier that was only ever glass. She flung me hard. I hit a window. Its cheap latch broke with a twang, and I toppled over the windowsill out into the night. And then I was falling. The windows rushed away from me. Elena framed in it. Nothing more than a dark silhouette against those turrets and crenellations and towers and ramparts and bricks and gables and columns and more and more and more until it was no longer a house. It was everything. It was the world. It was a maze. It was rushing for me. It wanted me. It wanted to punish me. I'd gone where I didn't belong. I didn't belong. I didn't feel myself hit the lawn. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed. Pine needles were still stuck in my hair, my hands covered in scratches, a massive bloody ache on the back of my head. My mouth tasted gritty, my body heavy with painkillers. One of the nurses was kind enough to explain what had happened. Apparently I'd been found unconscious in the forest near an old logging road. Luckily, a passing truck had seen my bright red raincoat. The forest," I murmured. "No, I was in the neighborhood, my friend's house. You have to go help her. She's in trouble." The nurse gave me a puzzled look. "The new neighborhood?" "All of those big, ugly mansions out west of town." Dread crept up my throat, bitter as the smell of fresh paint. "That's where you were found," the nurse said. "It's only forest, Kate. There's no neighborhood out there. There's never been a neighborhood out there." I don't like talking about this much. It still gives me the creeps, but I have to tell someone. Maybe then I can get some sleep. I drive maybe 3 or 4 hours a day for work. I know it's a lot, but I loved my job, and I didn't mind the commute until... Anyway, like many of you, I listened to the radio to keep me sane during the commute. Mostly top 40s or the local rock stations. Anything with a little kick to keep me awake and focused on the drive. About 4 months into this job, I noticed the radio would go dead silent as I passed through one town. It was this little nowhere town I had to cut through because taking the highway would have added another hour onto my already exhausting commute. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it's just hard to get a radio signal way out in this little rural place. A month went by, and the same radio silence hit every time I passed through that town. I only paid attention because the radio cut out suddenly. Just past the welcome sign, I'd be driving, singing along to some song, and then silence. Like the radio itself stopped working. The silence allowed me to look around more as I drove around through the town. Not many people were outside, which I thought was odd, but then again I assumed this was a tight-knit community, and they probably didn't like seeing a stranger roll through their town at weird hours. In fact, I drove through the town for 6 straight months before ever seeing a living soul. Then one night, as I was making my way back from work, I turned into the town past the welcome sign and up the main road. This time felt different. There was a stillness like I had never felt before. The silence was deafening. There were no birds or crickets, no dogs barking, nothing. I passed by some kids playing on the sidewalk. They were dressed like any regular school kids would be. They had chalk, and one of them seemed to be drawing out a hopscotch game. I hadn't seen any of the townsfolk up close before, so as I drove by, I rolled down my window to say hello. They looked up, or at least their heads turned to look at me. As I gazed over their faces, my blood ran cold. They didn't have eyes. Only empty, bleeding sockets where their eyes should have been. I didn't even feel my foot press the gas. I turned around and sped out of that town as fast as my car would allow. I don't remember stopping at any red lights as I raced for the safety of my home. When I got home, I called my boss and told him I could no longer make the commute. He seemed saddened, but he understood and told me to take care. I haven't slept in 3 days. Every time I close my eyes, I see them. Those kids and their bleeding stares. I loved my life before it reset. I was a 52-year-old man with a wife and many kids and my own business that let me move my family to an upper middle class home. I can remember everything from that life. My earliest memory is living in foster home after my parents had died when I was 12. The trauma caused me a lot of memory loss, so the details are unclear. But I know it was in a car crash where I was the only survivor. I was adopted a year after the accident by the most perfect parents I could have asked for. After high school, they paid for me to go to university, where I got my degree in mechanical engineering. It was at university where I met my wife. I fell in love almost instantly, and she felt the same. We moved in together when we were 20 years old and haven't been apart since. After school, I started working as an engineer for a different company every 2 or so years. Although I was being paid well and was able to afford a nice apartment, it wasn't ideal switching jobs so often. I started my own practice when I turned 28 with the money I had saved over the last 6 years. It started slow, but picked up very fast, turning profits after just a year of opening shop. The profits kept getting higher, and soon I was making more money than me and my wife could have ever need for ourselves. It was when I turned 30 that my wife and I decided to have kids. We used the money my business had made to buy a house and started trying for kids. 2 years later, and we had a daughter and a son, living in a big house with 2 luxury cars. The next 20 years were the happiest I had ever been. My children were both angels. They went through all of school with high grades and were all around the best kids a parent could ask for. When I was nearing my 50s, I decided to retire and left the business to my son and daughter, knowing it would be in good hands. My wife and I decided in our retirement we would follow in the footsteps of my adoptive parents and raise foster kids of our own. We adopted 3 siblings whose parents had died when they were young, a 15-year-old girl, 12-year-old boy, and a 10-year-old girl. I was so happy to give these children a family just like my parents had done for me. We planned to put them through school just like mine did, and open as many opportunities as we could. I remember the day like it was yesterday, 2 years after adopting our kids. It was a completely normal day. Woke up and made my kids breakfast, then drove them to school. I stopped by my office to check up on my son and daughter and advise them on some financials. Went home to my wife, watched a movie, and then left to pick my kids up from school. Came home to my wife's famous casserole dinner and ate around the table as a family. Talked about our days, then sent the kids off to do their homework. Later, I tucked them in and went to bed with my wife. We both read a book for about 30 minutes before turning the lights off and falling asleep. I expected to wake up in my home the next morning and go through the same lovely routine. But I wasn't in my home when I woke up. I woke up in the hospital. I don't know why I was there. I had tubes coming in and out of me, multiple needles in my arm, and I could hear the beeping of a heart monitor. A couple doctors stood over me with a look of shock spread across their faces. They stared at me for a while before leaving the room abruptly. I was left staring into the piercing light above me. I felt different from yesterday. I slowly reached my hand to my head and feel a full head of hair that wasn't there the day before. I moved my hand across my face, feeling the bare skin where a beard once was. Everything was different. I didn't know where my wife or kids were, and I didn't understand why I fell asleep in my home and woke up here. A couple minutes passed before the doctors returned, with about half a dozen people I didn't recognize following behind. They all looked like they'd been crying. When they all saw my face, they started crying even more, except they looked happy. A woman walked up to me and put her hand on my cheek. She expressed how happy she was to see me and how she thought I had passed. I didn't understand why she would think I had died and why she cared so much for me. A man approached and put his hands around the woman's waist. I didn't recognize him at first, but when he uttered the words, "I'm so happy you're alive, son," my brain started flowing with memories. The realization hit me like a truck. It felt like a balloon of hidden memories exploded in my brain. My heart started to hurt as I remembered my parents and how they died when I was 12 years old. The horrific car crash, their bodies lying still, and the emptiness in their eyes. It had been 40 years since this day, and seeing them now sent a wave of confusing emotions through me. I finally spoke, letting every question I had come out at once. "Where have you been? I saw you die. Where is my wife? Where are my kids? Why did I wake up here? Why haven't I seen you since the accident, Mom? And you, Dad? I want to see my family." I was answered with confusing and very concerned looks from everyone in the room. I realized then, after speaking, that my voice was different. I sounded like a kid again, when the day before I was a fully grown adult. I started to realize more changes then, too. My hearing was better. My body felt smaller. I looked down and my chest was small and hairless. I looked up again at my parents and they hadn't changed. They had bruises and cuts on their faces but didn't look a day older than when I last saw them. After about a minute of deafening silence, I started to sob uncontrollably. The next few weeks were full of confusion and depression. I was 12 years old again. The crash that I thought killed my parents had almost killed me, and I had been in a coma for 2 months. I refused to believe that this was real, trying to convince everyone that I was dreaming, that they weren't real, and that I'd wake up next to my wife at any moment. It took me a while to come to terms with things. My wife never existed. My children aren't real. My adoptive parents aren't real. It's been a year now since I woke up in this life. I go to school, see people I don't recognize that know my name, friends that I don't remember. I'm taught things I already know in my middle school classes. I go to therapy 3 times a week, trying to move past the life I had. I feel depressed every day, knowing I'm starting all over. That I'll never see my wife and kids ever again. Why couldn't I have died and continue to live in the life I dreamed? I still pray that I wake up next to my wife every time I fall asleep. The memories of my life are still clear, but I can feel them slowly fading away. I can't stand to think that one day I won't remember the faces of my wife and kids. I will continue to relive my life, starting from beginning again. I know it couldn't have been fabricated. Even if I had to live out this life now, I know I'll see them again. Someday. I have been a homicide detective for almost 20 years, but nothing has ever stuck with me as much as Samantha's case. Actually, it's not Samantha's case. It was her parents that were killed, and their Rottweiler. Samantha will probably never be right after that night. She still hasn't spoken a word to anyone, although if I'm going to tell this story, I should start at the beginning. August was always my busiest time of year. The heat made people irritable, and for some people, the heightened irritability turned them into murders. Anyway, this was about 9 in the morning when I received the call. I remember because it woke me up. I had been up all night investigating a bar fight that had escalated until one of the men killed the other by crushing his throat with the leg of a bar stool. The arrest and CSI had gone smoothly, and given the dozen witnesses that gave statements, the prosecution would be a piece of cake. Even then, I hadn't gotten home until 6 in the morning. I'm rambling. I apologize. I ramble when I'm nervous and I haven't slept in 2 days. The caffeine pills are keeping me awake, but they have amplified my fear. Like I was saying, I arrived at the scene at about 9:30 a.m. It was already 90 degrees. Dispatch had received a call from Samantha's grandmother. The responding officers called in to report that Grandma had arrived to pick up Samantha for the weekend and discovered the bodies. I was tired and had driven through a coffee stand on my way there. It was only able to drink about half of it because I dropped the other half when I walked into the living room. There was blood on every surface of the room, not covered completely, but splattered. The bodies of Samantha's father was lying on the living room floor. The 100-pound Rottweiler was only a few feet away, and Samantha's mother was in the kitchen. Her cell phone was smashed into her hand as if she had been trying to call 911. They were all smashed, actually. I have never seen anything like it, although I fear I will again. The bodies looked like they had fallen from a plane without a parachute. Or, more accurately, someone had dropped a pallet of bricks on them from a plane. Samantha was still in the corner of the living room when I got there. She was clutching a doll. Her and the doll were also covered in blood. The responding officers were still there when I showed up. They explained she had been unharmed physically, but the paramedics said she was in shock. She acted as if she wasn't aware we were even in the room. I kneeled down and tried to ask her what happened. She ignored me and continued with that 1,000-yard stare I had seen on several other victims of violent crimes. I tried several times to get her attention. I think it was the magnitude of the crime scene, the amount of blood, everywhere that had gotten to me. Maybe it was the heat, or maybe it was the lack of sleep. Whatever it was, I lost my cool. "What happened here, Samantha?" I demanded in a raised voice. I grabbed her by the arms and shook her while I asked the question. She didn't look at me, but the doll did. That's when I noticed it wasn't a doll at all. It was an old, vintage nutcracker. It was probably me shaking her, but I could have sworn that it turned its head and looked right at me. Its face was still covered in blood. I knew immediately I was out of line. Her grandmother snapped at me and I stood and waved a hand of acknowledgement. I walked up the stairs to get away from the bodies. I needed a break. While I was up there, I looked into the bedrooms. I found a large amount of heroin in the master bedroom. In Samantha's bedroom, I found her diary sitting on the bed. I figured the odds were slim, but she may have written about something that could help. I asked CSI a bit to bag the drugs and the diary for evidence. Later that night, I received a call from the coroner. He told me that the victims had been hammered to death, or peached to death. I didn't believe him. He clarified that each body had been crushed slowly by thousands of rectangular impacts. The bodies were so badly damaged, he couldn't be sure, but each impact seemed to have an equal amount from top and bottom. In the morning, I confirmed that both victims had criminal records for drug trafficking. They were affiliated with a local gang, and given the large amounts of drugs found in the house, I made the case that the homicide should be transferred to the gang task force. My captain agreed and took me off the case. It wasn't until I was leaving for the day that I saw the diary in the evidence bag on my desk. I intended to drop it off at the gang task force on my way out, but my curiosity got the best of me. I took it home. Once I was home, over a few glasses of scotch, I read the diary. The last 3 entries are as follows. August 11th. Mommy and Daddy are fighting again. I went out after school so I wouldn't have to listen to them. The best thing ever happened, though. The old lady down the streets were having a yard sale, and I found a big doll. One of the ladies told me it was a magic nutcracker. It has special powers. I don't know what it means, but when I asked to buy it, they said I could have it as a gift. I hid it in my room. Mommy says the old ladies are witches, and Daddy says they worship the devil. I know they wouldn't let me keep it if they knew who gave it to me. August 12th. Daddy hit Mommy because she lost one of the bags they hide under their bed. I tried to stop him, but he hit me too. My head hurts and I just want to go to sleep. Recently, Daddy hits me almost every day. I don't know why he doesn't love me anymore. August 13th. I snuck downstairs to get juice and drink it in my room. I just wanted to stay out of sight so Mommy and Daddy wouldn't yell at me. But I spilled my juice on the doll. I took his jacket off to wash it. When I did, I saw a bunch of weird writing on it. I tried to read it out loud, but it didn't make any sense. But when I did, it came to life. The magic nutcracker told me he would be my friend. He would protect me from anyone who put their hands on me. That last entry was from the day Samantha's parents were killed. I know you will read this and think I'm crazy, but I know I saw that doll look at me. And I know I shook that girl. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I just wanted to snap her out of her shock. I also know you won't believe me, but I have been seeing that nutcracker all day, out of the corner of my eye, everywhere I go. So I'm writing this just in case I die. I want someone to know what happened. I moved to my house not long ago. A lot happened in 2021, and since then I couldn't pay the rent of my previous home anymore. So I looked around and convinced this nice little home that fits my budget just right. I went there one morning and during the week to check the place out. The lady took me inside, and the moment I stepped foot inside the house, I immediately knew that this was the place for me. Everything was up to my standard, and the best of it all was the wooden floor. And as all wooden floors are, it creaks when you walk on it. I didn't mind so much at the time. The first few weeks after moving in were wonderful. My friends visited, and even they told me I had found a hidden gem. It was all good. But one night, I was lying in bed reading some Reddit posts when I heard the floor creak at the end of my hallway. I heard it, but didn't care because I knew it was a normal thing. But then the creaking was almost near my door, and then at my door, and it all happened in a matter of seconds. I froze solid, preparing for that someone to come into my room, but it never happened. For a good 10 minutes, I was just waiting and listening for any more sounds, eventually standing up and opening the door just to see a dark hallway, void of all light, and any kind of being or person. A few days went by and nothing happened, and after a while I forgot about it. One weekend, my brother visited me, so because there was only one bedroom, he used my couch to sleep on for the duration of his stay. That night, I woke up from a sound outside my room. Again, I didn't care because I knew my brother was here, and it must have been him that went to the bathroom. I was trying to fall asleep when I heard the creaking again, but this time in front of my door. I was thinking that was my brother up too, when my door slowly opened up. I was frozen and staring down my room at my open door. Nothing was there. Cold air seeped into my room, making me sit up and calling out to my brother. Took a while for him to come and look at what was happening. We went just for the night to a hotel near me. Didn't sleep one bit. The next day we asked the lady that was renting me the place what the hell was wrong with it. She then told me that 10 years ago there was a woman that shot her husband dead in self-defense, and that since then the presence of the man was in the hallway, making his way to go kill his wife. She told me multiple people experienced the same thing and moved out, making it hard for her to keep up with the bills. That's why the rent was so amazing. Not long after what happened, I moved out too, living with my brother till I can find a new place to call home again. Hi, so 4 months ago, my little brother B and his friend went missing. We still haven't found them yet, but I found one of my brother's notebooks and the things he wrote in it might explain his disappearance. I typed up what was written in the notebook before giving it to the police. I'm hoping that you guys might be able to help me find my brother and his friends. Please. My mom is heartbroken and my little sister Isabel was inseparable from him. If anyone has any information about what might have happened to them, please let me know. 12/30/2021. Hi. My therapist said to try journaling to help with my anxiety, so here we go, I guess. There's been some strange things happening. I've been seeing something outside my window and I keep hearing things in the woods. I can't quite describe the sounds I hear, but they sound almost like skittering in the bushes and faint, distorted voices. The thing I see, though, it scares me. It sounds kind of like a deer, but its face is messed up. It's almost like it's been stretched out and bent, kind of like Tapir's face almost. But it doesn't have eyes and its neck is weirdly shaped. It's longer than it should be and it has several odd bends in it, almost like it's been broken several times. Now, I should be telling this to my therapist, but I'm worried that I might have to go back to the mental hospital if I do. I've already been there once for trying to overdose, and it was awful. They treated us horribly and threatened to hurt us if we did something they didn't like. Now, I know that if my mom knew about how I was treated there, she'd do everything she could to make sure that I didn't go back. But I live in Florida, where I can be Baker's acted. So, none of us really have a choice if they decide to send me back. Anyway, my friends are coming for a sleepover. I gotta go. 12/31/2021. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. It was really there. The deer thing I kept seeing. I thought it was just my imagination for some sort of hallucination, but it was really there. Me and my friends, Michael, Nikki, Arlo, and Rose were just fooling around. We decided to go look around in the woods beside our house. It's not that big, so we weren't worried about getting lost. My older sibling tried to talk us out of it, saying that we'd get in trouble and we could get hurt. We told her that we wouldn't do it, but we waited for her and my mom to go to sleep. There was my little sister, but she was busy playing Minecraft in her room. I don't know how we ended up where we were. We were following a small animal trail that was in the woods. Somehow we ended up at a bridge. This didn't really make sense because the only bridge near our house was about a mile away, and it didn't have any doors under it. We figured we had just wandered a bit further than usual and figured that we'd just never seen it before. After all, it wasn't that big of a bridge. It barely had any water under it, just a few puddles here and there, and the ground was covered in cement. Kind of like those man-made canals you sometimes see. We saw the doors and decided to go see what was on the other side of them. God, if we had just gone home or listened to my sister, this never would have happened. It all went to shit once we opened those doors. We placed a big rock we'd found in the doorway so it didn't close on us. We had our phones, so if we did get stuck somehow, we could call for help. Once we got inside, though, the door slammed shut. "What the hell?" Arlo yelled. "We just put a rock there. How the fuck did it close?" "I don't know," Nikki said, trying to open the door. "Damn it, it's locked," she said. "What? How?" "I'll go ahead and call my mom." I spoke, a little spooked, although I figured she was just messing around. When she picked up, however, there was this staticky screeching sound. "The fuck was that?" Rose said. "I don't know, probably just my little sister playing a prank though," I said, sighing. "I'll call Mom again." Before I could do that, however, Michael spoke up. "Hey guys, what's that outside?" When I looked out the small, grated window and saw what she was talking about, I froze in terror. Guys, are you seeing the weird deer thing that I'm seeing?" I asked, my voice trembling. Yeah," Arlo said. "What the fuck is that?" "I'm not sure, but I've seen it a few times at night before," I whispered. Suddenly the thing rammed the door. Nikki screeched and Michael yelled, "Get back!" That thing's face was pressed against the window from the outside, growling loudly. I frantically tried to call my mom again, but she didn't pick up. Come on," I yelled, trying again. Just then, Arlo screamed. The thing was squeezing through the window. What the hell?" he was yelling. It shouldn't even be able to fit through. That window was only a 6-inch by 6-inch space. I ran to the door, finding it unlocked, but it was stuck. I managed to pull it open and we ran. Michelle screamed. I looked back to see it rip her in half. Before I was able to run back, Nikki grabbed my arms and dragged me along while the thing started chasing us. It was clearly faster than we were, but it was trying to stay behind us, toying with us. It bit Nikki by the leg, dragging her back. Rose tried to pull her away from it, but it just rammed its head into her, knocking her out. "Run!" Arlo was screaming. We ran and he could hear it panting behind us. We saw house lights, and when we broke away from the tree line, we were only a few houses away from my house. My legs were killing me. Even though he hadn't run that far, it felt like we'd been running forever. We were running up the driveway, though, pulling the front door open and slamming it shut. I quickly locked it, and we bolted to my sister's room, screaming and waking her up. "What's wrong?" she asked. Me and Arlo were telling her what happened, tripping over each other's words, almost too out of breath to speak. She went and got Mom, and they called the police. It's been a week, and they still haven't found Nikki, Rose, or Michelle. 1/21/2022. It's been 3 weeks, and Arlo didn't make it home from school. I tried telling the cops what I saw that night, and that I think the thing got Arlo, too. They thought that since it was dark and I was so scared that my mind had made up the creature. I'm scared. I think it's going to come to get me too. I I can still hear the voices in the woods. Only now they're closer, and they sound like my friends. This story is something which I personally witnessed and have heard mentioned by several people. After I graduated college, I came back home for a year. My family needed me and I was alright with taking a year off school. While I was home, I got a job as a stage manager of a local theater. The theater itself isn't too old, built in the early 60s. The job was pretty straightforward. Make sure our clients had all the stuff they needed for their performances, set up the sound and lights, and help get their guests seated. After the show, the clients would load up all their gear, hand me a tip, and clear out. On evening shows, this meant that I usually wasn't able to do final rounds till past midnight. The theater was connected to a wing of the local community college through a side door in the lobby. At the end of each day, I would have to go and turn off all the lights and lock all the doors, making sure that nobody was left in either the theater or the school's wing. I'm not sure how many of you have ever had to lock up a big building like this by yourself, but this is something that has both tinges of fear and power. My routine would be to leave my office, which was backstage, unlocked and with the lights on. I would then go to the lobby, lock everything up, check the bathrooms, then go to the wing of the school, lock the lobby doors behind me, and then proceed to lock the doors of the art wing of the school whilst also checking the bathrooms there. It was stress from day one that I must check all the bathrooms. It kind of made sense to me at the time, so I didn't ask why this was so important. After checking both the lobby and the art wing and locking it all up, I would go outside for a smoke, then get back to the office to turn off the lights, lock up, and clock out. While I was working there, a number of strange things happened. The first time I saw him was about a week after I started working there. It would be the first time I lock up the theater by myself. I did my rounds, knocking on the bathroom doors and poking my head in and half-heartedly saying, "You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Final call for anybody that doesn't want to spend the night here." Of course, nobody ever replied. It was always just me. Everything is locked up. I head back to the office to clock out. The thing is this. The light controls are next to my office. The exit is on the opposite side of the stage. Once I turned off the lights, only the computer monitor where I clock in and out would be lit up. Everything else was pitch dark. And let me tell you, a dark hallway is one kind of dark, but a unlit cavernous theater is completely different kind of dark. I carried a little flashlight on my utility belt, which I would use to find my way up to the small flight of stairs to the exit. But this night, it turned out much more differently. As I clock out and kill the lights and start my trek across the stage, I hear something. One of the seats is in the back right corner of the auditorium suddenly snaps up. These are theater-style seats, the kind that fold down to sit and then automatically raise back up when somebody gets off them. I freeze in my tracks. Shine my light over to where I heard the sound. Then I see that the curtain in the back of the theater, where people enter and exit through, are moving. There was no AC or anything left powered on. I was scared stiff. "Hello? We're closing up for the night. Can I help you find your way out?" Funny how I used the word "we're," even though I was completely alone. But of course, there was no response. I didn't know what to do. Do I just leave and risk locking up a person? Potentially a burglar in the theater? Do I call and wake up my boss to make a fool of myself on the first week? Or do I nut up and go have a look? I stood on that dark stage in deafening silence, pondering what I should do. I could feel the onset of the fight or flight reaction kicking in. Adrenaline is pumping and I go to my office and grab a better flashlight. You know, the kind that could double for a decent melee weapon. I go out through the curtains and into the lobby. I check all the doors, still locked. If somebody went through this curtain, they didn't leave the building, which means... fuck. They went upstairs to the second level seating. I hate that place at night so much. To get to the second level, you first have to go up a flight of stairs, then through a dark hallway, then finally up another flight. The hallway scares me like no other hallway ever has. It's long, painted a dark color, and unless I go and turn on all the lights, it's going to stay dark. Not to mention the semi-secret passage behind the fire hose, which gives access to some of the stage and auditorium lights. I steel my nerves and slowly climb up, trying to make as little sound as possible. I finally make my way on the top and look around. Nothing. I know I heard that chair. I know I saw that curtain move, but there is nobody there. Hello? Suddenly, the loading dock door slams shut. What the fuck? I locked those. I can see the stage from the second level and the faint glow from the computer screen near the office casse light on the main curtain. Somebody just moved past them. Hey, you better show yourself right now or I'm calling the cops. It was a bluff, of course. I wasn't going to call the cops. I didn't want all my coworkers and boss to think I was crazy. I run down on the first level, basically bounding past all the seats and jump up on stage ready to throw down with whoever was there. Again, nothing. I go to the office, turn on all the lights. Don't think you can hide. I will find you, and when I do, I will charge you with trespassing on private property. I look everywhere. The dressing rooms, under the stage, above the stage, the auditorium, the lobby, the emergency exit, each and every bathroom stall. I check the doors. All are locked. Even the loading bay doors are strangely locked despite having heard them slam. What the fuck is going on? I call my coworker, who I know happens to be a night owl. I tell him what has been happening. He asks me, "Did you check all the bathrooms?" I told him yes. The art wing and lobby bathrooms as well as the dressing room bathroom are all checked and locked. What about the projection room? Did you check the bathroom up there? Shit, there's a bathroom up there? Why would anybody be in that bathroom? You need a key to get into the projection room. Nobody should be up there, I say. Just check it. I make my way back up to the top. At least going to the second level isn't so scary when all the lights are on. I take out my key ring and try to figure out which of these several dozen keys opens the projection room. Finally, I find it. I open the door and find a collection of all the outdated technology that once made this theater hum. Ancient light boards, giant soundboards, all sorts of various cables and gadgets from a bygone era. On the back wall next to a pile of nondescript cardboard boxes is a door. The bathroom door. I try opening it. It's locked. I jumble through my keys again until I find the right one. I open the door. The smell of ammonia comes wafting out, forcing me to put my shirt over my nose. I flip the light switch, of course. Nothing happens. Still dark, even the lights from the auditorium don't reach into here. Inside there is a single stall and a sink and a single red brick on the floor. I shine my flashlight under the stall, praying there won't be a set of feet. I slowly approach it, tap on it, then gently open it. Nothing. I call the coworker back. I just checked the bathroom. It was locked and nobody was in there. That's alright. Just go ahead and lock up now. Did you see a red brick, right? Yeah, what does that have to do with anything? There is somebody here. Somebody was here. Why are the bathrooms so important? What's going on? Don't worry about it. I'll explain at work tomorrow. Just go on home and make sure everything is locked. I go back down, kill the lights, and turn out the exit. Jump in my car, and before my ass is in the seats, I have the engine running and I'm peeling out of there. The next day at work, I talk to my coworker. So, you met the foreman. The who-man? The foreman. I call him Chester, but I'm not sure if that is really his name. He just seems like a Chester. What are you talking about? Who's Chester? Who's the foreman? Follow me. We go up to the hallway between the first and second level. In the middle of the hallway is the fire hose. My coworker opens the panel, removes the fire hose, then slides the back panel to the side. He goes through. Careful, watch your step. Don't want you to end up like old Chester. He shimmies off to the side to make room for me to go through. I climb through. I am standing on a metal pole barely more than 4 inches thick. Beneath it is the ceiling of the auditorium. Stay on the pole. The ceiling can support about 80 pounds of weight, and you look like you weigh a bit more than that. We slink along the pole until we were under the projection room. I can see the plumbing run down from what must be the bathroom. Over there. My coworker points to a spot in the auditorium ceiling that has been patched up. It's directly above where I heard the seat snap up the night before. He explains that during construction, the foreman had come up to the projection room to supervise. The walls and ceiling around it hadn't been finished yet. Suddenly a brick fell from the crate, being lifted by a crane. It hit the foreman on the head. He lost his balance, fell onto and through the auditorium ceiling, and landed where later the chairs would go. He was dead when he hit the ground. Do you believe in ghosts? Asks my coworker. I don't know. Maybe. When I first started working here, I was told to check the bathroom. When I went in, there was a red brick, like those of the main wall, right in the middle of the bathroom floor. I had no idea where it came from or how it got there. The door was locked after all. Did you see a red brick? I told him that I did. Then he said it isn't always there, just when Chester is around, and that is why it is important to check the bathroom. If there is stuff going and no red brick, it isn't Chester. We climb back down and he begins telling me stories of his sightings and other people's sightings. One day there was this theater instructor who was putting on a play. She was sitting in the back row watching the actors do their thing. She said she heard a man sit down behind her, assuming it to be her boss checking in on the progress, so she started talking to him about the play, pointing out certain actors and telling him what they were doing well and what they were screwing up. After talking for about 5 minutes, she asked him what he thought. No answer. She looked behind her and saw the curtain moving. She felt angry that her boss wouldn't even answer her, so she went after him. She quickly came running back, asking if there was going to be any construction going on. When we asked why, she said she had just seen a man in a hard hat go up to the 2nd level. Have you met Misty yet? Asked my coworker. No, who's she? Oh, I guess you haven't met her yet. I won't spoil the surprise. As I worked there, I began to become used to seeing Chester do his thing. A shadow walking towards the curtains, the sound of the chair. He seemed to still be supervising construction, but other than being initially creepy, he didn't bother me anymore. Misty, though, on the other hand... Misty was frightening, and like Chester, Misty too was connected to one of the bathrooms. Continuation of my previous post. As I said, Misty was different from the foreman. The foreman was creepy alright, but after working at the theater for a couple of weeks and eventually months, he became an expected part of my work routine. He never left the auditorium. He would be around, and a red brick in the projection room bathroom seemed to denote his presence. The frightening stuff happened when there wasn't a red brick in that bathroom. One of the duties when locking up was to check the bathrooms. On the first night locking up by myself, I learned that this was not just a precaution to make sure all visitors were out, but rather as a test for seeing what was responsible for the spooky stuff that went on in the theater at night. The theater isn't big, but it is one of the largest structures in my town, actually coming in 3rd for tallest building in the country. That said, the bottom level seating could hold around 650 people, and the top level seating could hold about another 150 more. The ceilings were really high. I'm not sure of the exact height, but changing the lights in the ceiling was not for those with vertigo, and it took several attempts before I became sure-footed on the monkey bars. The poles which ran from light to light in the ceiling. Another thing that might be said is the OSHA would have shut it down on so many counts of unsafe working environment if they had ever bothered to show up. To get to the top of the fly system, a series of ropes and pulleys used to move various things on stage. You had to wrap your foot around a rope and kick off the counterweights with the other, and when you would zoom more than 100 feet upwards, from there you had to reach across a 5-foot gap to another rope and pull yourself onto the fly system. Getting down required you to either slide down the rope, which nobody did since you can't wear gloves, as they would slicken the rope too much, and rendering the brakes useless, or have a coworker wait until you had your foot wrapped around the rope, and then he'd attach counterweights which would shoot you up as you came down. We had no safety equipment at all because, quite frankly, even if we did, there was nothing to attach it to. So if something got tangled in the fly system, somebody would have to cowboy up and fix it. It wasn't for the faint of heart, and I have a feeling that bungee jumping or skydiving was exponentially safer. But that was the part of the job that I loved. The feeling of walking a dangerous line, all because, as that famous theater saying goes, the show must go on. It also helped me to get in the pants of some of the actresses as they watched me rock up the rickety fly system using nothing but my hands and feet. I was a fearless bastard, confidently shimmying across thin metal poles more than 100 feet in the air, dangling from ropes to change lights, and generally doing things in the least safe way possible as to impress the ladies with my nonchalant attitude towards danger and safety. Although I may have been Tarzan during working hours, at night when I had to lock up, it was a different story. No longer was this my theater. Once I was in the soul of the building, it exchanged hands. It became the foreman and Misty's territory, and she was not shy to let me know I was passing through her domain. Misty scared me like the fly system never could. I'll never forget the first time I met her. I was locking up as usual, whistling a tune which helped me forget about the scary pitch-black cave I had to look after. I would tip my hat to the foreman if I ever thought I saw him. After all, he was a working man just like me, and continue with my round. I had locked up the auditorium and was heading to the art school wing. The art school was set up like a T. The doors of the lobby of the auditorium would have been at the bottom of the T. Straight ahead were glass double doors, which would have been at the top of the T. At the end of the crossbar of the T were also glass double doors. At the intersection of the two lines where the bathrooms were, there are doors openings towards the long corridor coming from the auditorium's lobby. I locked up the auditorium and go into the art wing. The lights are off. Only faint lights shining through the glass double doors ahead of me. I take a breath and turn around to lock the lobby doors. I start walking down the hall to check the glass doors are locked, which was the responsibility of the school's security guards. But my duty is double check. As I am walking towards them, I hear the faucet in the women's bathroom start running. I stop in my tracks. Nobody should be here. I duck into the door frame of one of the classrooms as I wait for somebody to come out, my eyes searching for a shape to appear against the dim lights ahead. The water just keeps running. Then I hear a loud splash, and my being a coward, if there is something wrong with the plumbing, my eyes searching for a shape to appear against the dim light ahead. The water just keeps running. Then I hear a loud splash and my heart skips a beat. Again, I find myself in a position where I must choose between doing my job or being a coward. If there is something wrong with the plumbing and I make a beeline for the exit, and there ends up being water damage, I am sure I'll be held responsible for not fixing, or at least reporting it. I start making my way closer to the women's bathroom door, making sure to keep myself in the shadows. As I get closer, I hear the sink is overflowing. Water is trickling over the edge and onto the tile floor. It's amazing how much detail you can hear in empty buildings. I get closer still until I hear sobbing. Fuck. There is no way this is going to end up in anything happy, joyful, or full of rainbow farting ponies. I consider the possibilities. A forlorn student, a junkie who broke in, a straight-up lunatic. I look at my watch, 12:45, but it could just easily be any other hour of the late night because it feels as though the rest of the world is hours away, despite just being on the other side of the brick wall. I take another step forward. The sobbing stops. Not in the way a crying person may have convinced themselves to stop crying, but in the way a person might quickly stop crying because they become aware of another person nearby. I feel as though whoever was crying has become aware of my presence. I'll admit, I almost pissed my pants. I dart across the hallway and into the janitor's closet and open the door just wide enough for my eye to spy the women's bathroom door. A few seconds later, it slams open with a loud wham. that echoed through the hallway for a few seconds. I jump. Fuck this. What am I supposed to do? I think about calling my night owl coworker, but won't want to make my presence known, let alone move for fear of betraying myself. Then I hear the sound of wet footsteps. Pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. A car drives by outside, casting a brief beam of light along the length of the corridor, and I see what I swear is a dark hand on the door frame of the bathroom basically across the hall from where I am hiding. I hold my breath. The hand disappears back into the bathroom door and closes the door behind it. I get the keys out of my pocket. I find the key to the lobby door and ready myself for a sprint down the hall. 1, 2, 3. I open the door gingerly and close it behind me. Just then I hear the women's bathroom door start creaking open. Fuck. I go from sneaking to an Olympic sprint, the key held in my hand. There are wet footsteps following me, but I dare not turn around. I strain my eyes in the dark as I approach the double doors, trying to anticipate where the lock will be. I extend my hand and try to stick the key in its hole. It just scrapes the metal until I feel it push in, and just as quickly I flick my wrist, hear the lock open, snap out my keys, hurl myself behind the door, and close it. Just as I am closing it, I catch a glimpse of her. She had stopped chasing me and was standing in the middle of the hallway with her head down, one hand over her throat and the other pointing at me. I lock the lobby door and push a table in front of it. I run around the back of the stage and lock all the doors, locking myself in the theater. I go to my office and turn on each and every light in the auditorium. Unfortunately, the art wing's lights are not under my purview. It remains dark. I'm trying to make sense of what I just saw, trying to rationalize it, hoping it's just an actress from tonight's show who decided to mess with me. I call my coworker, and I tell him what I saw. He asks me if the red brick was in the projection room bathroom. I tell him I'll go check and call him back. Before hanging up, he tells me, I told you to check all the bathrooms before locking up. I make my way up there and see that there isn't a red brick. I call him back and tell him, did you check any other bathrooms? Which ones did you not check? I told him I checked all the bathrooms except the ones in the art wing. Misty, is all he says. Okay, the next time you hire somebody, you might want to tell the applicant about Chester and Misty before they start locking up on their own. You don't think we have? People are afraid of Chester and he's a pussycat. How would you have reacted if we told you about this? Never mind, just tell me what to do about Misty. Avoid her. What happens if I don't? I wouldn't want to find out. You mean you avoid her too? Like the plague. How am I supposed to lock up with her around? Wait until she's gone? How will I know if she's gone? Check the bathrooms. But she is in the bathroom. Chester and her don't get along. If there's a red brick in the projection room bathroom, she won't be around. If there isn't a red brick, you are going to have to wait until there is. So I just go up to the projection room bathroom and wait for a red brick to magically appear? No, it doesn't work like that. Well, how does it work then? Do something in the theater. Sweep the stage, change light bulbs, clean the dressing room. Do any of the things we are paying you to do until you see the curtains move, or hear the loading doors slam. Then go check the bathrooms and lock up and go home. I do as he says. I sweep the stage and check the water filter in the drinking fountain and restock the concession stand. While restocking the concession stand, I can't take my eyes off the lobby doors. I swear at one point I see that pacing back and forth on the other side, but I tell myself I'm just trying to see things now, and it's way too dark on the other side of those doors for there to be a shadow. After puttering around, I check my clock. 1:36 a.m. I decide to check the bathrooms again. I go up to the projection room after checking the other bathrooms and breathe a sigh of relief when I see the red brick. I must have missed Chester coming in. I go to the lobby doors and put my ears against them. Chester, I hope you got my back on this one, I say out loud. I put my keys in the door and hear the lock turn. I slowly open the door as light from the lobby floods in. Nothing there at all. I decide to make this as quick as possible. I rush to the glass doors first. They are locked. I then go into the men's bathroom, tap on the stall doors, and say it's time to go home and head out. I hesitate outside the women's bathroom door. I take a breath and puff out my chest and try to remember that there is water on the floor. But to my surprise, there isn't. I look under the stalls to see if any feet are there. Nothing. But I still feel uneasy, like I fell in a pit with a hungry lioness who just happens to be asleep. I make my way out and back to the lobby. I decide to change my usual pattern, and instead of leaving through the art wing's other exit, I leave back through the lobby to my well-lit sanctuary in the theater. I go backstage, clock out, turn off the lights, hurry outside to my car, and go home. And that was how I first met Misty. Although it wouldn't be the last time. You remember that rickety fly system? So does she.